Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Yorkshire Cricket TV are pleased to have the BBC commentary feed for the Rothesay County Championship with full highlights posted to this channel after the close of play, so make sure to subscribe and follow on our socials. Let's have a look at how 2025 shapes up. The men start with half their Rothesay County Championship season, led by Johnny Bairstow across 7 games in April and May. The women begin with 4 Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 matches and start their Vitality T20 Women's County Cup campaign in May with Derbyshire away in round 1, seeking a run to finals day on the 26th of May. Both sides start their Vitality Blast campaigns at Headingley, David Milan's team on Friday the 30th of May against Northamptonshire, then Lauren Winfield Hill's side 2 days later against Derbyshire in League 2. The men have a block of 8 fixtures until mid-June, the women have 8 fixtures aiming to reach finals day on the 26th of July. Red Bull returns for the men in late June with 2 games, followed by 6 more Vitality Blast matches in July, including the Roses match with Lancashire away on the 11th, before back-to-back Red Bull games at Scarborough. August sees both men and women in Metrobank One Day Cup action, Lauren Winfield Hill's side chasing a Division 2 semi-final spot with 5 more games, the men playing 8 matches, including hosting Lancashire at York on Tuesday the 12th of August. The men will hope to then have quarter-finals in both white ball competitions, with both finals upcoming in September, a month which also brings the Rothesay County Championship running. 3 games, ending with Durham at home on Wednesday the 24th of September. Meanwhile, the women would love to finish their season with a flourish in the Women's Metrobank League 2 final on 14th of September at Worcester. Yorkshire will be sporting completely new kit in all formats for the 2025 season. Castor will be the exclusive official kit supplier and exclusive official sportswear and apparel partner from the 2025 campaign for the men's, women's and player pathway teams. Additionally, Castor will solely provide retail and e-commerce services, taking ownership of all of Yorkshire's retail channels and club shop. Here's the kit's first outing at Photo Day a few weeks ago.
You've got it. That's right, it's like the opposite sort of thing. We've got it. My head's just on his shoulders.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
the coast's great as well, not too far away.
Yeah, feels like a big ground, that, doesn't it, when you're on it? I mean, Yorkshire obviously playing T20s. Well, you're playing the T20s up there, weren't you, in the group as well?
Yeah. Yeah, long way to drive for a T20, isn't it? But
yeah.
Whether we'll be doing that this year, we don't know.
Here's Duffy again. First ball is bowled to Finley Bean. He's turned into the leg side. And there is no run. Lovely scene at the moment. There's a few vapour trails up there in front of our eyes, down towards the south-southwest corner of the ground. A bit of wispy cloud overhead. But as our correspondent just said, very pleasant conditions for April. It was up to the early 20s down at Southampton last week, and I think the forecast is not so far off that today. A lovely shot by Finley Bean. Just lent into that. He's not gone after it too firmly. Maybe just learning a little from last week. He's going to pick up 3 with Taylor giving chase, and the ball actually don't think would have made the boundary. And he let it come to rest. Finley made 14 and 0 last week at Hampshire, picked up his first delivery, maybe just hadn't quite got used to the pace of the pitch, and to be fair, I don't think there was anybody else really, including maybe Adam Lyth with a ton on the board until later on in his knock. Not really anybody from either side, barring perhaps David Milan, who seemed to be comfortable on it, and Finley just picked one up to point in the first innings, just got there a bit too soon. Duffy was fairly quick there, and that one was taken pretty high by Gareth Roderick, up above the shoulders, so he can certainly let one go, and he's only bowled at the 2 overs so far for 13. 3 overs complete, 15 without loss, Yorkshire.
Yeah, a little bit expensive, but as you say, good pace there. In case you don't know much about Jacob Duffy, and I don't particularly, I know he's from Otago in the South Island, born in Invercargill, which is way down. I mean, the difference between Invercargill and Auckland in terms of climate is like the difference between sort of Aberdeen and London, I would say, or Aberdeen and St Ives in Cornwall or something like that. It's a long, long way from the top of the North Island to the bottom of the south. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Bean. And played county cricket 2 games for Kent in 2023, 2 games for Notts last year. So he's had a taste of county cricket, forced his way into the reckoning in terms of international one-day cricket around about 2020. So relatively late in his career, but he's got a good record in the domestic competition, red ball competition in New Zealand in recent years. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bean, taken by Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. So I think Worcestershire, the Nathan Smith last year, another Otago man, was a big hit with Worcestershire, and everybody wanted him to come back, and then Surrey decided that they could offer him a more lucrative deal, and I can't blame him. Nobody can blame him really for taking it. So Worcestershire missed out there, but their connections with New Zealand cricket are quite strong. Taylor bowls again, taking on the pad Bean as he looks to play this on the leg side. Hopeful appeal from Taylor, not really supported from behind the stumps, and there's no run. And Worcestershire, who have had a good crop of Kiwi overseas players in recent years, opting again to go down that route and bringing Duffy in, and hoping that he can make a similar impact to Smith, who was absolutely brilliant last year at the start of the season. Really impressive cricketer, and went on, of course, to feature in the Test series in the winter. Taylor round the wicket again, bowls, and being cuts at this one. Not a good delivery, wide and a bit short. Didn't bounce perhaps as much as he might have expected. Just goes through low to Roderick, who gathers behind the stumps. Gareth Roderick, Worcestershire's wicketkeeper batsman, quite a feat. Not everybody realises, Jonathan. Played every game last year in every competition, every ball of every game. Had set his stall out to do that, and did it. And then he went away and started playing in Cape Town about a week after the season finished. And he finished playing in Cape Town about a week before this season started. Just cannot get enough cricket. Bean taken on the pad by a good one from Taylor here, which pops out on the offside.
Good to hear. Lots of moans and groans around, as you'd expect, among Yorkshire supporters because of the absence of Joe Root and Harry Brook. Centrally contracted players, of course. Harry, congrats, by the way. I think the first time we've been on air since he was announced as the new white ball skipper. Great opportunity for him.
I saw a bit of disgruntlement amongst the Nottinghamshire supporters. I'll just mention that in a minute after this ball from Taylor, who's in and bowls to Bean. Lets that go outside the off stump. End of the over. Nice tidy one from Tom Taylor. A maiden. 15 without loss. Yorkshire having been put into bat after 4 overs. And that was because Josh Tongue, who left Worcestershire and went to Trent Bridge, didn't play at all last year, of course, because of injury. Finally made his debut for Notts in the first game. Won it for them, more or less, with a burst of 5 wickets in the second innings in the space of next to no time. And the ECB have said, we'd like him to be rested for this second game, please. So he's not playing today. He's had so many injuries, and he is centrally contracted, and possibly you can argue that that's the case, but I can't see how he's ever going to get any rhythm back.
This man is finding some, Duffy, and he's into Lyth, but having said that, he's over pitched there on Adam Lyth's leg stump, and that is something that is not very wise to do. 4 runs in front of square on the leg side.
Beautifully timed. Don't need to hit it too hard if you time it like that. Just a little clip. Half volley leg stump. Just need to make sure you don't find the fielder, and you're pretty much guaranteed a boundary, shortish boundary, and it scooted away.
19 without loss. Duffy leaves us behind from this Kirkstall Lane end. Again, there's a bit more zip about that delivery, and Adam Lyth just has a pop at himself, really, having had a slash at that one wide of off stump with an angled bat. That sort of typical territory where you might get a top edge. He got away with it on this occasion. Morning, JD, says Neil Dutton. Looks like a perfect spring morning, though definitely still a jumper and long sleeves day in the field. Hope to see Bean play with a bit more intent than last week, he says. Well, he's still out there, and it's still early doors. As Lyth leaves one this time that goes by on the rise once again.
Good leave, just outside off. Bounce clear of the stumps. Live stream's absolutely live, isn't it? It's not even 1 second delayed. It's
You're in Yorkshire now, lad. Always on the money.
Yes. Well, I just prefer it if it's a bit behind, because you can watch it happen and then look at the live stream. But
19 without loss. Halfway through the 5th, Duffy into Lyth. Lovely shot. Just leans on that one again. He's played here so many times, and if anybody can judge the pace of the pitch, maybe that little bit quicker than most, it will be this man. 3 runs. Again, it wouldn't have had the legs to make the boundary. Good to see Waity back. Matthew Waite, by the way. And he was the man. Recognise that running style anywhere, who just beneath our commentary position picked the ball up. Great lad. Player with ability who just couldn't shake off some injuries while he was here. As that one just jags a little bit. I think the first time this morning it felt like it did anyway. We're not straight on from our commentary position. We'd be probably about best part of half a dozen strips away to the offside of Finley Bean as we look at it from the Kirkstall Lane end in the pavilion. It just wrapped into his top of his pad, thigh pad area. He's on 3. 22 without loss, and Adam Lyth finding that bit more fluency this morning that sort of deserted him down at Southampton last week. Another good delivery from Duffy. Feels like it's going down. Everybody's up for it, as you'd expect at this time of a first morning, but Steve O'Shaughnessy, Lancastrian of course, says no. Frank Watson alongside. Lancastrian, get your emails in.
Yeah.
BBC.
I am a Lancaster Mancunian by birth, but we moved away when I was quite small.
That's not really Lancashire then, is it, Manchester?
Well, it is really, isn't it? Well, it certainly was in those days, I think, anyway. Yeah. Interesting thing I noted there was the ease with which Lyth has played Duffy, and the fact that Finley Bean didn't look quite so comfortable, which is understandable. Adam Lyth, for me, is in that dangerous territory now because he looks in such good nick. as speaking as a former opener myself, you get a good start. He got 8 off his first 2 balls. You suddenly and then your first error can bring about your downfall. So he will be, well, he doesn't need me to tell him. He'll be guarding against that, I'm sure. But he's in that. He's in the groove. He's in the mood, I would think. He's feeling it in the middle. It's a good start for him. Here's Taylor round the wicket to him, and that's a good leave just outside off stump.
His coach said to me last week in the post-match interview, his first post-match interview since he'd returned.
Yeah.
That in his opinion, he's up there with the greats in cricket in terms for Yorkshire in Championship cricket. I think you can stick his white ball record in front of anybody as well. But in Champo cricket, because 38 centuries when there's just less cricket played these days.
Yeah. I'll pick up on that in a minute. Round the wicket comes Taylor again, and he bowls, and Lyth leaves that outside the off stump. They're not similar in terms of the way they play, I don't think, but their careers parallel. Darryl Mitchell, when he was at Worcester, and Adam Lyth. Mitchell, similar number of centuries, similar age. When Lyth got into the England side, a lot of people think it was Lyth or Mitchell at that time. They were both having a really good season. But the difference is that Darryl's retired and Adam has carried on for a longer period of time and still looks as fit as a fiddle and you know, is capable of building on it. But in terms of their impact on county cricket for their counties, I think they're very similar players. Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Lyth sweetly drives square of the wicket on the offside, but picks out Kashif Ali at just behind square at backward point, and there's no run.
Did the inevitable Lyth interview, of course, after the ton. And I said, 50 centuries, it's definitely not out of reach. 12 more, he's 37, but the way he's playing, he's still going to be around for a few more seasons. Yeah. Who's going to dislodge him? That's the thing, isn't it? It's who have you got to dislodge him?
That would be great, wouldn't it? 50 centuries. 50 centuries for this break off as Taylor bowls, and that's 4. And that's why. I mean, that's just absolute classic Lyth. It's a half volley, to be fair, outside off stump. He's driven it through the covers. He's not even bothered to run. Doubt if he even called. Just a perfectly executed cover drive for 4. And he should have hit it for 4, but he just did it with a minimum of fuss. Yeah, I mean, and your greats might go on to the 100s and the Glenn Turners, Graham Hicks when I talk about Worcestershire, but for a not average, because it's way above average, but for a county cricket opening batsman who has a long career to get 50 hundreds, Taylor bowls, Lyth pushes up to mid-off, is truly exceptional. And I mean, I just think even 30 is a very, very good effort, isn't it?
And there's no way you'd want to take anything away from the Huttons, the Sutcliffes, the Boycotts, and all those other people. The Ram Prakashis. There are fewer championship games these days. That's what I think I just said. There's less cricket. There's probably not less cricket, but there are fewer championship games.
100%. Nonetheless, I have a point as Taylor comes round the wicket, and a little bit uncertain this time from Lyth, just clips this one away on the onside. No ball again, so Worcestershire being a little bit loose this morning in terms of the extras. That takes the total up to 7.
Go on, what's your point?
My point is, you can only be as good as players in your era and everything, and there are records and there are the 100 hundreds and everything. Hobbs got 100 hundreds after he was 40 years old. 100 first-class hundreds after his 40th birthday. He must have been something very, very special, I think. I know it was a different game. Taylor bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Adam Lyth. End of the over from Tom Taylor, who started tidily but hasn't really troubled the batsman. 28 without loss. This is a good start, I think, for Yorkshire, having been put into bat. 6 overs gone. Adam Lyth has 20. Finley Bean, yet to get any rhythm, really, has 3.
Morning, folks, by the way. Yeah, I think that's the first question next time he gets a ton, isn't it? Do you think you can get another 100 tons after your 40th birthday? I mean, surely that's got to be a challenge for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's mad, isn't it, to think of that?
Yeah,
and obviously it was a completely different game, but just the sheer concentration and physical, physical sort of prowess to do that is just amazing, I think.
Duffy continues, bowling to Bean, who's strong off his legs and works that one. Timed it quite nicely, but straight to the man.
Can I just ask about the commentator camera? Are we on all the time?
I think occasionally we might appear
to be
in
careful
shot.
not to eat a biscuit and do that kind of thing during and over.
Well, it's more that thing where you drop your strides and you make sure your undies are in place, Frank.
Yeah.
That's what I'm a bit concerned about.
Yeah, well, you can speak for yourself on that, JD.
And then when Shawsey gets on, I'm glad he's put his jeans on today, because those legs, they would have taken up the entire shot. As Duffy is in and Bean shoulders arms. 28 without loss then, so far so good for the hosts.
Yeah, I
Worcestershire
think
won the toss.
Yeah, just on that point, I dare say Yorkshire would have had a bowl themselves this morning, because over the recent years it's flattened out quite a bit here at Headingley as the games have gone on, and the weather forecast pretty good. So any advantage is going to be early on, and yeah, good start really. They've not looked in too much trouble.
Here's Duffy again, wide of off stump. It's got good carry, and I think partly that's down to a little bit more grass on as well.
Yeah, definitely.
But it really did whistle into Roderick's gloves there, didn't it, again?
But it's the game at Taunton this time last week, literally, Worcestershire were put into bat. Pitch was a bit damp, actually, a bit soft and slow. And they were all a bit worried, and they made 70 for the first wicket. And everybody thought, well, job done here. They've really done well. And they were bowled out for 154. So maybe job isn't done yet for these two, but they've made a good start.
Again, wide of Bean's off stump, and he's able to leave. Yeah, and talking about 70 without losses, so Yorkshire, clearly didn't bat well enough last week. 1-2-1 in their first innings of the season, having won the toss and decided to bat. But then Hampshire put the heavy on before they batted, and that took a lot of the early sting. You'd expect Ben Code was there or thereabouts, but the ball wasn't doing a great deal for him. And they put 70 on before they lost a wicket, and it was just starting to wear off at that point, and then of course they picked up a few. So that's the difference it can make. Here's Duffy in again, and Bean, the ball's on him quite quickly there, and he drops to his feet.
And that's it, isn't it? I mean, it's the cliche that the coaches always talk about. You only need one really bad session, 1.5 sessions where one team takes the initiative and really forces it home, and the whole game can be affected, I think.
Yeah, and you kind of
exactly
don't want that session,
happened.
the first one of the day, first one of the season. Here's Duffy, and again up there to drive. Nicely played, Finley Bean. Again, he's not gone at the ball, he's just relied on the pace of the ball, and this time he'll get good value, because that's 4 just to the offside of straight. Lovely little push. He'll feel a bit better about life as a result. And after 7 overs now, Yorkshire 32 without loss, Finley Bean on 7, and Adam Lyth on 20. Happy New Year, JD, says Ben Crossland. Good morning to you. Lovely to be here on this beautiful day. Lively start. There, I've put the mockers on me. Well, not so far, Ben. Keep going. Keep going.
Jacob Duffy, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. 8 of those coming off his first 2 deliveries. And the first bowling change of the day, with Ben Allison replacing Tom Taylor at the Howard stand end. Allison, tall, right arm over the wicket, or as well, he'd be round to these two left-handers. Right arm seamer. Generally, as you'll see, as soon as he bowls, from the action that he has, he shapes the ball into the right-hander, as we away to the left-handers, and that's probably why he's going to start over the wicket. It's quite big open-chested action and gets the ball to duck into the right-handers. Can hit the seam, make it go the other way. It comes in now and bowls, and it's down the leg side, first one. Little half a shout from the slips, might have flicked the thigh pad or the pocket.
That could have been one of those things you were talking about, really.
Yeah.
He might have just got a little flick on that.
Absolutely.
And sort of a really weird way to get out when you're playing fluently. Much more fluently today, Adam Lyth, than he was last week. But he's
at home,
okay. Yep, more on Lythy in a moment after this next Ben Allison delivery, because Kevin Sharp has texted in.
Oh, good morning, Kevin. Friend of both counties, of course. Here's Allison again in and bowls, and again down the leg side, and taken neatly by Roderick.
So, morning Sharpie, he says, enjoying your convo about Lythe. As long as fitness remains, which it will with him, it will be all down to motivation. If you wake up and want to do it, you will still perform no matter what age. Brackets, unless your eyes have gone.
Yeah. Very astute.
He says morning back, by the way.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, very astute from Sharpie. Well, he's still waking up with the urge to get out there on public footpaths and climb hills and mountains and things like that as well. In the off-season, Sharpie, prolific hiker. And that's down the leg side from Allison. And, well, money for old rope, really, this time for Adam Lythe, because he gets just enough on it to, well, the old-fashioned, proper, fine leg glance down to fine leg, using the pace of the ball, and picks up another boundary. Goes to 24. Good start now. It's developing into that for Yorkshire. First half an hour. 36 without loss. Adam Lythe now 24. Finley being the junior partner on 7. And Ben Allison so far just struggling to find a good line against these left-handers. He's over the wicket, and his first 3 deliveries have been down the leg side. And comes in again now and bowls, and again down the leg side. And this time Lythe misses it. Roderick moves across to his right to take. Ben Allison, sorry, I was just going to say, recruited from Essex, came on loan to Worcestershire at the end of 2023, and they liked what they saw. And he's been brought in really as a replacement for Joe Leach in many ways.
Technically, that leg glance, it was just a great example of how to play that, just how he held his balance. Just swayed his hip slightly to the offside so he could create that little bit of room to get the tickle on it. It was a lovely way of playing it.
Here's Allison again, and he bowls, and again down the leg side. So just hasn't managed to get his line right at all in this over. Early days, of course. Yeah, I always think that, you know, you get the same 4 runs for a leg glance like that as you do for smashing it straight down the ground, and it requires a lot less effort, really, a lot of skill, but little deflection. And as we've seen in one-day cricket, batsmen have woken up to the fact that if you use the pace of the bowler, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Allison has made a wise decision here, in my opinion, for the last ball of the over, to come round the wicket to Adam Lythe. And he's in now and he bowls, and he does at least make the batsman play. He plays it straight back up the pitch to Ben Allison, does his own fielding, end of the over. So 9 overs bowled by Worcestershire. Yorkshire put into bat, nicely placed at 36 without loss. And I'll make way now for Paul Short after a few more words from JD.
Yep, Frank back at the top of the hour. And a promising start for the White Rose boys here. Just having a chat about things out there in the middle. Duffy is going to continue, so he's getting through a few in this first spell. This will be over number 5 for him. 4 overs for 24 so far. He's certainly bowled with good pace. He's not really asked anybody to play to drag him forward and play that drive. Just one shot from Adam Lythe as Finley Bean drops that first delivery of the over into the offside. Just one shot from Adam Lythe that was a little bit of a swish with the angled bat a few overs ago, and that's really been about it from Duffy in terms of inducing a false shot. Went for a couple of boundaries through third man, first 2 balls of the day, can happen. And then over pitched and also was notably flicked off his legs out to the east side boundary for another 4. 36 without loss, and Bean on strike, and that is wayward and wide from Duffy, a second wide of the day, signalled by Steve O'Shaughnessy. Don't get too many of those. And good morning and happy new season, Shawsey. How are we?
Good morning, Dodgy. I'm very well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely beautiful here at Headingley. The stadium basking in the sunshine as the sun shines brightly over Headingley and Leeds.
Duffy's in, short, pulled by Bean. It's in the air. Has it gone all the way? It has. I said just a couple of overs ago, strong off his legs, strong square, both sides of the wicket, in fact, Finley. And well, as Jacob Duffy's found out, you can't bowl it there to him. Again, he just lent away, not dissimilar to the way Adam Lythe used his body with the glance in the previous over. Just good balance. It feels like a short boundary down there because the rope is so close to the side. And he's got it away over deep backward square leg for 6, so 43 without loss. First at 6 of the match, comes up in the 9th over, pretty early on. And there's Duffy again, this time goes full and is driven wide of mid-on. Taylor giving chase. And they're going to get back for a comfortable 2. Finlay off the unlucky for some. And it's 45 without loss.
Yeah, they're just beginning to form a really nice partnership, having been put into bat by Worcestershire. And I'm sure at the toss, with a tinge of green to the pitch, the groundsman's left a little bit of grass on here to encourage just a little bit of movement and carry. I'm sure Yorkshire would have put Worcestershire in, having if they'd have won the toss, but they've made a really good start.
Duffy full again, punched back down the pitch. He does a bit of diving to field off his own bowling.
It does look a decent pitch. As I said, there's a good covering of grass on the pitch. The odd one has just moved around a little bit, not too much, but just enough. And there's a little bit of bounce in the pitch if the bowlers do bend their backs somewhat. So Yorkshire will be pleased with this start, 45 for none, and they're progressing nicely.
Duffy in again, it's wide of off stump and left by Bean on this occasion. You can get in touch. Shawsey is on at Inside Leader 1. I'm on at JDZ Events. Or at BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Mighty Mariners says it's working now. To an earlier message which said, how come no sound on live stream? There you go. Glad you've got us. Mighty. Finlay Bean waits, just 3 in the slip cordon now. Taking a man out fairly quickly. And another good length ball, which Bean plays with respect. Bat into pad to complete the over. 9 of those now complete. 5 overs for 33. Jacob Duffy, he's kind of shown that there's definitely something there. He's just not really fully unearthed it in this opening spell.
And I think that's it. There is just enough in the pitch. And I think if the Worcester bowlers are able to hit consistent areas for any period of time, it might just bring in the dismissals that they're beginning to hunt for. But what I would say is the Yorkshire opening pair of Lyth and Bean, as I say, have built a good partnership, have managed those difficult deliveries well, and have been really, really quick to pounce on the loose ball, haven't they? And that's what's got them into this good partnership.
As Allison continues and Lyth pushes back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Of course, Yorkshire know that they are playing against a very resilient Worcestershire team. They managed to achieve a fighting draw, didn't they, down at Taunton last week in the final innings. They batted for 200 overs to amass a total of 485 for 9 and just managed to make the draw.
Yeah, gritty. Ooh, good delivery this time from Allison. Leaves Adam Lyth. So angled in from round the wicket. Probably just holds its line, and he has a push at that one. I've also got to read this to you. This is obviously not scripted in any way, shape or form, but I'll never remember it if I don't read the script. In cricket's county championship, Yorkshire are in action at home against Worcestershire, and there's a new way of listening to every ball of every game. Tell most smart speakers, ask BBC Sounds to play Yorkshire versus Worcestershire Day 1. And you have to state the day, apparently, and if you want to listen on your smart speaker, there you go, that's how to do it. As Lyth gets a delivery fuller and wider of off stump, opens the face and runs it down to possibly the shortest boundary on the ground in front of the northeast stand, and picks up 4 more. 49 without loss, 28 to Lyth and 15 to Bean. So I'll just say that again. In cricket's county championship, Yorkshire in action at home against Worcestershire. There's a new way of listening to every ball of every game. Tell most smart speakers, ask BBC Sounds to play Yorkshire versus Worcestershire Day 1. Or you can obviously adjust the day for those that remain in this match if you are trying to find us on smart speaker, Neil, Allison and others. That's wide of off stump this time, and Lythe leaves.
And that's certainly the area, isn't it, for Allison to bowl. So coming around the wicket, using the angle, as opposed to when he was coming over the wicket. He's now coming round the wicket, angling the ball in, making best use of that angle, and just looking to nip the ball away. He's certainly more in the game here, and this is why Lythe will be being that little bit more watchful with that ball that's targeting middle and off, and for that little bit of away movement that Allison's looking for.
And here he is again, straight, full. Lythe defends, no run. Martin, good morning to you, says morning JD, hopefully a competitive and enjoyable 4 days ahead up there. Maybe another big game from Pingu, Matthew Waite. A mystery as to why the Tykes former coach let him go. Last week's gutsy effort from him was Pato-like, and there can be no higher praise. Martin, who hankers for days of yore, jumpers for goalposts, wants Herbert Sutcliffe and Len Hutton back in the side. It's wide of off stump, and Adam Lythe leaves, and that is the completion of 10 overs. And it's been, you'd have to say so far, Shawsey, a good start for the home side having been put in.
Yes, they'll be delighted with the start that they've made. The partnership now 49, Lythe on 28, Bean on 15, and both of them have batted pretty well. Lythe probably a little bit more fluent, and Bean has worked through a few difficult deliveries, and as I say, he's now on 15. But there are positive signs for Worcestershire, the Worcestershire attack. I like the way that Allison came around the wicket the last over to Lythe, and he seemed to be more in the game when he targeted that off stump line and just looking for that little bit of a seam movement off the pitch. So yeah, Worcestershire is still very much in this first session, and they're looking just to nick a couple off in this second hour.
Yeah, Tom Taylor is into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end then in a change, the first change at this end. Right arm round the wicket. First ball was full and defended by Finlay Bean. I've also got turned up this morning to a lovely surprise on the desk. Not sure red's the way to go for Yorkshire, but there you go. The Yorkshire County Cricket Club Yearbook 2025, kindly left for me by its editor, Graham Hardcastle, the man, of course, who is on the Yorkshire website every day and puts the book together lovingly during winter every year. It'll be available in the club shop, I'm sure, and as they say, all good bookshops, and maybe some that are not fantastic either, as Bean turns that latest delivery into the leg side. And there is no run. It's always good to have the up-to-date records at the start of the season, and especially when you've got players like these two out there at the crease with their exploits at Scarborough last year. That huge partnership where we were looking through the record books. In comes Taylor, wide of off stump, and Bean leaves. So Finlay is just trying to build out there. The pair of them, well, they put on a massive, I think it was 307. I should probably refer to the record book for that. At Scarborough. And of course, averaging over a half century between them as an opening pair. And they're just one short of ticking that little box again to get their team off to a decent start. Not say any more than that at this stage as Taylor. Accurate. Asking Bean to play. Angling it in towards the left-hander's off stump.
Good line and length there from Taylor, coming round the wicket again into Bean and just hitting, you know, pretty good areas. His line's good, his length's good there, and just been a slight change in the field. Short extra cover's gone across to cover, and we still have 3 slips as Taylor comes in.
Bean, high back lift, driving this one straight back to the bowler. That was destined for a boundary just beyond the stumps had he not got down to it. Neil Dutton says the 6 from Bean was the intent I was talking about. Martin Bloomfield, good morning to you. Morning, JD. Read your info regarding smart speaker. Perhaps if you were to precede the instruction with the word Alexa, you could save us all a thankless task. Just doing what I was told to do by the powers that be, Martin. And you have to satisfy those requirements. As in comes Taylor again. That's turned into the leg side by Bean. I think just about the first passing air traffic overhead of the campaign is at the end of the 11th over, and it's 49 without loss. Malcolm Palmer in Alicante says better weather over there than it is here. Nice start. Let's hope we can get a decent total on the board. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. They've made a good start, Lythe and Bean, and now it's just looking to build on that and setting those foundations to build a big first innings total. And that's always the key. If you can get through that first hour and then build from there, it puts you often into a good position.
And so Allison to Lythe, who flicks into the leg side and calls Bean through quickly for a single that takes Yorkshire to a half-century opening partnership. Lythe on to 29 and Bean on 15. Nicky Worcester says, morning all, listening from a freezing again Riga, Latvia today. Morning to you. And Gary Sheridan says, hello, hope all's well on a fabulous morning from Stockton. Headed down to see the in-laws this morning and now watching the game. Excellent start. Got to pop to Leeds tomorrow. Vicious rumours of a reappearance of my good friend Terry and his wife Maureen. We'll see, Gary. Allison in and bowling to Bean, who just pushes one back to the bowler in his follow through. Bent Nielsen says, all this talk about smart speakers makes me feel old and wise, as I don't have anything smart, speaker, TV, watch or even car. I would fear though that a smart speaker listening to me would make the Alexa stroke Siri lady needing severe therapy.
He's bowling well here, Allison, as he comes round the wicket again. Makes his approach to the crease.
Bowls it now, Bean. Just flicking to the onside of straight, fielded there by mid-wicket. No run. Nice county cricket hum around the ground. Lovely to get these sort of conditions first up at Headingley this season. Not so long since I remember a game against Glamorgan here where it snowed. And I think it might have been second home match of the season. Full blanket of snow on the ground. Now things can change. Allison in and Bean flicking off the legs down to long leg where Duffy does the fielding. They get a single. Just to run through the teams again for those who might have missed the start of the broadcast. For Yorkshire, Lythe and Bean, of course. Wharton at 3, Milan 4, Bairstow 5, George Hill 6, Luxton 7 again, Bess at 8, Jordan Thompson in for the injured Ben Cliff at 9, Ben Code and Jack White. Give you the Worcestershire side in a moment because Allison in his third over here from the Howard stand end turns at the end of his run. Sweatband on the left wrist. Full, driven by Lythe, timed that nicely but straight to mid-off. For Worcestershire, Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick keeping wicket, Kashi Valley, Ethan Brooks, Adam Hose, skipper in Brett D'Oliveira of course, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison bowling at the moment, Jacob Duffy on his debut for the county, and Adam Finch. Worcestershire won the toss and decided to field first. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Mark Newell, the two umpires, and Peter Such, the match ref. Final ball of the over, Allison to Lythe, who again just plays within himself, watching that all the way, and just dinked it out square on the offside, but straight to the man to complete the 12th over at 51 without loss.
It's good over that from Allison. He's dialed straight into a length and a decent line, and he's come round the wicket. So looking to bring all dismissals really into play. The LBW, the ball, and the court behind, the three major ones that he's looking for. But he's shown really good promise the last over, and he really has, as I say, dialed into a good line and length, and looking to challenge the outside edge of both the left-hand batters Lythe and Bean.
Taylor round the wicket, angled into Bean, who pushes back past the bowler to mid-off, no run. Richard Robinson, groundsman, of course, here at Headers, says Happy New Year, Doidgy and Shawsey. Sat in the office watching on the live stream, hiding from the sun already. Go well, lads, come on, Yorkshire. Easy to wind up, aren't they, groundsman, as well?
Very much so. It's a very good pitch, Robbo, with just enough in the pitch. Good bounce, good carry. So I'm guessing you'll be quite pleased with the pitch as you sit there with your cup of tea watching.
And he comes again, nicely driven by Bean this time, wide of mid-off. Duffy giving chase, and he's going to keep him to what will be 3 here as Bean turns and makes his way back. 19 to him, 54 without loss. I don't know, you see, sitting in the office with his feet up watching the live stream, you would have thought that he would have been calling out the mower maintenance man to try and get, because he's forgotten to cut the strip, I think, today, don't you?
I'm sure he's sat there with a wry smile on his face as he sips a nice warm cup of tea. And
be a glass of red looking at the lines on the outfield. It's all over the place. Here's Taylor again. It's wide of off stump and Lyth leaves.
I'm just looking forward to the next message you get from
Robbo. Yeah.
From Robbo.
It's looking good out there. There's this area away to the left, which has never really recovered from some of the wet weather from the past. Remember Matthew Fisher taking a bit of a tumble there, which cost him a few weeks. During a wet day last year, not easy to get it dry at times as Lyth flicks into the leg side, and there is no run. No issues with that at the moment. People are moaning that we've not had enough rain lately, aren't they? So
nice to see the ground looking how it does. You know, this stadium's been developed and redeveloped, hasn't it, really, over a number of years now, and it looks absolutely fantastic as it basks in the sun, the April sun, as Taylor runs in now.
Lyth, bat slightly behind pad, plays out into the offside, no run. He sent us a photograph of his ugly mug there with a mug as well.
Is that tea or coffee?
Is that symbolic, Robbo, a mug? So 54 without loss, Lyth 29 and Bean 19. Yeah, 1 ball to come in the 13th here. So no early breakthrough for Worcestershire, who of course chased a bit of leather at times last week, but then batted a long time, as I think both Frank and Shawsey have said this morning, to come out with a draw. Better than Yorkshire got down at Hampshire. Lyth defends the final ball of the over.
Yeah, I thought that was an absolutely fantastic 4th day, if you like, 4th innings performance down at Taunton. There will have been pressure on, certainly, on the lower order to survive that last hour or so, but I thought they did fantastically well. Of course, D'Oliveira got a very good 100 in that game on that last day. So, but as coming back to here, we know Yorkshire almost through the first hour, and that's what any opening pair are looking to do, get through that first hour and accumulate what they can. But what I should say is the last 3 or 4 overs, Allison and Taylor have bowled actually really good areas, and have just slowed that run rate down as well.
Yep, Allison in again and been once more asked to play. So the number of deliveries that both these players have been asked to play has increased, hasn't it, in the last 4 or 5 overs now. There weren't enough of those in the early stages. Allison obviously switched to bowl round the wicket pretty quickly when he couldn't quite seem to control the line in that first over. And the more you ask the batters to play, sounds to reason, the more chance there is that they might make a mistake. And that's what Ben Allison is trying to bring about now. He's in again, wide on the crease, wide of off stump, and Bean drives it straight along the carpet. He looks like he's just growing in a bit of confidence now, does Finlay. Nearly an hour in, fielded at mid-off on this occasion.
But as Taylor and as Allison's worked in partnership here, they've bowled in partnership, which is what every coach and every captain wants. for that matter, and they've come around the wicket, as you've rightly said. They're using that angle, and they've become, all of a sudden, last maybe 4 or 5 overs, a lot more accurate, therefore giving less loose balls for the Yorkshire left-handers to put away.
Here he comes again, this time straighter and turned to leg by Bean, no run. Durham 53 for 1 up at the Riverside against Warwickshire. It was the hosts who won the toss and decided to bat first, as did Sussex at Hove against Somerset. They're 47 for 1 in the 13th. What else have we got for you? Nottinghamshire 27 for 3 against Essex at Trent Bridge. They were stuck in by the visitors there. Div 2, Gloucestershire 44 without loss against Glamorgan, who won the toss. That's at Bristol. Allison to Bean, bypassing off stump and being left. Leicestershire 55 for 1 at the end of the 13th against Derbyshire, who of course won. In fact, both of them won last week, I think. Derbyshire won the toss and decided to use the ball first down at Grace Road. Back in this division, Surrey, the Champos, 55 for 2 in the 14th. They're playing Hampshire at the Oval. Northants 42 for 1 against Lancs, who won the toss and stuck them in at Old Trafford. And Middlesex 34 for 2 against Kent at Canterbury, the hosts winning the toss there. Good delivery from Allison this time, has the measure of Bean, because he can't get anything substantial on it. There might have been a bit of an inside edge. The sound was a little bit woody, but he's got his back to us here, so I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, he's just attacking that line again there, and I think that one may have just held a little bit. We're just seeing the replay now. Yeah, just pretty much held its line, probably a little bit too high, isn't it? But the Worcester pairing, these two bowlers, Allison and Taylor, are really bowling good lines and good lengths at the moment.
Allison in again, driven by Bean again to mid-off, so better from Allison. He's asking people to come forward. Just maybe needs a slight adjustment lengthwise, just to get that ball on the rise as it's going by. At the moment, they're managing to get to the pitch and drive it, but he's not costing many runs, is he? 10 off his first 4, one of them a maiden, 54 without loss.
Yeah, if you look at the run rate was almost 5s in positive fashion for the Yorkshire opening pair, and now it's just gone down to 3.86, which is a reflection on this bowling partnership of Taylor and Allison in the last 5 overs or so. So it's just bringing the Worcestershire attack and the Worcestershire team just back into the game a little bit, making the Yorkshire pair, both left-handers of Lythe and Bean, just concentrate a little bit more, work a little bit harder.
In comes Taylor, driven, and Lythe quickly calling his partner through for the single. Fairly quick piece of fielding as well from the big lumbering Jacob Duffy, as he is, because he's a tall old figure, not the easiest to get down, especially when you've got a few overs in your legs already. He had a shy at the stumps. Adam Lythe certainly got the hurry up on, because almost like a racehorse, when they've passed the winning post and they go on for another quarter of a mile before they turn. He was a long way down towards our commentary position by the time he pulled up. 55 without loss, Lythe on to 30. Taylor bowling to Bean, who punches that one to Duffy once again. Duffy, who helpfully has just gone down to the short sleeve shirt, so we can see his number on his back. Worcestershire's sweaters are not numbered, so for those of us who don't see them play all the time, identification can be a little more tricky. Frank's helped us out with the slip cordon earlier on. Taylor in his 6th over then, in and round the wicket, past umpire O'Shaughnessy. That's a good delivery this time. Angled in, holds its line. Bean playing the original line. Don't think you can really say he had a push at that, Shawsey, but let's have a look at the replay. Well,
just nips away a little bit, that ball. Just does a little bit off the seam, which is the plan of the Worcester bowlers here. And I think since they've focused in and dialed in on this plan, it's made it that little bit more difficult. And any movement that is in the pitch, just a little bit, just enough to get that outside edge if at all possible.
Taylor again, straight this time, and Bean plays just to the onside thereof. Fielded by Matthew Waite, coming round from mid-on. Waitey with an 80-odd in that rear guard action last week.
Just a reminder, there is 3 slips in place for the Worcestershire team. Did start the game with 4, so they've just reduced down to 1, but I think the slip cordon are in the game at this point in time.
Taylor again, and they are in the game because there's the first wicket. Great call, Shawsey, and snaffled at third slip by Ben Allison. Finley Bean just having a little bit of a firmer push at this one, and finally one of the Worcestershire bowlers has got it right, nailed that line and length, and Yorkshire are 55 for 1.
It's really good bowling here from Taylor, bowling from both. Actually, Taylor and Allison have really dialed in on that line and that length and looked to bring the outside edge into play. As Taylor, it's good areas on the pitch, just a little bit wide, just holds its line, and Bean plays at that one, thick edge, and goes low to third slip, and it's really well taken. But that's just reward for some really good bowling by this pair of bowlers that's really attacked good lines and good lengths, and they've been rewarded with the wicket of Finley Bean, who's departed for 19. The score 55 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good catch as well. You can't underestimate that. That was dying on him. They're not easy at all. And you've got to keep those mince pies on the ball throughout. But it'll feel like it was maybe going to drop short of him. And so, yeah, very good catch by Allison at third slip. And the wicket, which fell after 14 overs and 5 balls, brings to the crease James Walton, who, well, what an end to last season he had here at Headingley with a huge score, 285 against Northamptonshire in his final innings of the season. He'll be hoping to pick up where he left off, but he's yeah.
He will. He's I've known James for a little while now. He's been a young player coming through the setup here at Yorkshire, and has progressed nicely. And of course, the pinnacle so far was that huge total he amassed last season. But he's a good young player, good young prospect. But the ball's just doing a little bit, not doing too much. It's just bowling good lines, good lengths. So he's in the game here.
Final ball of the 15th. Right-handed, of course, James Walton. First ball to him has his measure, just a little bit of nip. And all of a sudden, when a wicket falls and a new player comes out, the feeling out there can change. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 for Tom Taylor. He's made the breakthrough on the penultimate delivery of the 15th over. We've had just over an hour's play at Headingley. Worcestershire won the toss, stuck the Yorkies in, and with Adam Lyth on 30 and James Walton yet to score off that one delivery, 55 for 1. Frank Watson back alongside. I'll leave you with him and Paul Shaw.
Thanks, JD. Yeah, Paul Shaw, I've heard them called before, you know, say he looks like he might chip one in the air and then he does a few minutes later or something like that. But I think the slips might be called into action or something along those lines. And the next ball, we get the first wicket. That is top punditry. Paul, I have to hand it to you. Ben Allison, the man who took that catch round the wicket, bowls to Lyth from the Howard stand end and beats him outside the off stump. You were saying, Paul, how well these two, Allison and Taylor, had done. I mean, Allison in particular, first over was down the leg side. He was all over the place, really, but changed around the wicket, started to make the batsman play. Tom Taylor, 6 overs, 1 for 12. It's easy to forget how well he's bowled. Duffy's 5 overs cost 33 as he was sort of reacclimatising to English conditions. But Taylor and Allison have really done a good job for Worcestershire in the last half an hour or so. Allison round the wicket bowls, Lyth drives straight back to the bowler. And they needed to, because Yorkshire were in danger of getting away. But you saw it exactly, I think, as I did, Paul, and that, you know, somebody, maybe the coach got a message out there, or maybe a senior player or the captain just said, hang on a minute guys, let's just get a grip of this and do the basics, make them play, get the ball in the right areas, and it changed. The whole mood changed, I think. It was just after Finley being hit that 6, I think. Allison round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Adam Lyth, who's played really well, to be fair. He's 30 not out off 42 balls, and he got a flyer. And just at the point where I was suggesting he might be going so well that there was a danger that the adrenaline could take over and he might do something silly, he reined himself in like the really good experienced player he is. And in a way, it's been an innings of 2 halves really so far from Adam Lyth, but he's set his stall out now, he's in the 30s, and he will really want to go on and make something significant now. Allison in round the wicket, bowls, and Lyth will get 4 off the edge. Good delivery, and in fact it's kind of moral victory for the bowler, but kept it down, Adam Lyth, and it runs down to the boundary. It's a short boundary down there, and it runs down there for 4 more runs. So he goes to 34, and the total to 59 for 1. But it's been an interesting morning, and almost like the 2 half hours of that first hour, one belonged to Yorkshire and one belonged to Worcestershire.
Absolutely, I think that's absolutely hit the nail on the head. That first half hour, the Yorkshire pairing of Lyth and Bean got into a good rhythm, didn't they? Certainly Lyth did, as Allison comes to the crease now.
And bowled, Lyth lets that go, Roderick takes. It's interesting, you don't get many opening partnerships of 2 left-handers. And you might argue that, well, it's better for the bowlers to have 2 left-handers than a left and a right. But so many seamers, I think, set themselves up to get the ball nipping away from the right-hander, that it's almost like they don't know what to do when they're faced with 2 left-handers, you know? I think
that's true, but once these 2 have got into their spell and bowled really well in partnership, I think they've bowled beautifully at the left-handers, haven't they? Just angled it in, just looking for a little bit of nip away.
Really good. Allison in, bowls. Oh, and there you go. He just absolutely amplifies the point that we've been making with a really good delivery. Pitched about, let's have a look, pitched probably just outside off and then nipped away quite sharply off. So it's a really good delivery. Had to play it live. And, well, 2 good moral victories, as I say, for the bowler in that over, but they don't bring wickets. It's 59 for 1, Adam Lyth 34. James Wharton yet to get off the mark. And although he doesn't know me, James, I have a vested interest because his dad was a good friend of mine at university and a teammate, good bowler. Got me out once in a national knockout, big game, quarter-final I think it was. He got me out for naught, bounced me out and then told me where to go as well. He hasn't forgotten. We'll probably catch up later. Here's Taylor. Bowls, and this one is turned by Wharton on the leg side. Thickish inside edge, really. Good start from Taylor against Wharton. And the youngster, well, a little bit nervous. He's not an absolute rookie anymore. He's making his way in the game. He's got some good performances behind him, but always tough coming in early on in April. Greenish tinge to the pitch. And 2 bowlers who have just settled into a nice rhythm. So he'll be fully focused out there, young James. 3 slips in place. As Taylor is in, and bowls to him. That's a good leave outside the off stump. Shaped back in a little bit after it had passed the stumps. Roderick taking it away to the left of his body.
Thinking about it from a batting perspective at the moment, it's just a difficult 6 or 7 overs and not an easy time for Wharton to come in to bat. What is important here is, though, even though the Yorkshire pairing now are batting have to be watchful for sure, they also need to look to score, don't they? So rotating the strike while pressure's on is
absolutely
with good intention, I think, is important.
Taylor in, bowls, and Wharton plays defensively nicely. High left elbow out on the offside. Yeah, that's exactly the situation that Worcestershire were in last week at Taunton. There were 70 without loss. They lost the first wicket, and Casey Aldridge came into the attack. Introduced late, actually. I had a bit of a moment like you because I said, well, if he gets a couple of wickets now, Lewis Gregory will wish he'd brought him on earlier, and he did. He got 5 in a row, just like that, and the whole game changed. And that's all it takes, and that's what they'll be absolutely aware of out there, the Worcester boys, this morning, having taken that wicket. Taylor is in and bowls, and Wharton is off the mark with a nice clip through the leg side. It won't go all the way, but he timed it well enough to get 3, It was over pitched on leg stump, and a very nicely played, efficient shot by James Wharton. Stood up, kept his head up, and just allowed the ball to come to him, and then just whipped it with his bottom hand through mid-wicket. Nicely played. He goes to 3, and he's away, and it's 62 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot to get off the mark with it. He just leant on that one. Ball was a little bit straight, a bit too straight, and he was able just to beat the vacant area there, just in between mid-wicket and mid-on. So his heart might just slow down a beat.
Made sure he found the gap. That's the main thing. It's so annoying if you clip that straight to the fielder, but he just worked it nicely. So Taylor hasn't bowled at Lyth for a while. He's round the wicket now. Comes into him and bowls, and that's left alone by Adam Lyth, who's been really quite circumspect. Have to go back in to look in detail, but I mean, he's 34 off 47. I reckon he was 20 off about 20. So he was 8 off 2, wasn't he? So he's been really watchful, and that's in response to much improved bowling. So it's good batting.
Yeah, excellent. I think he's played this situation, these 8 or so overs. I think he's played it really, really well. He's just pulled his game in and lowered the risk, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. As you'd expect from a player of his quality. And he gets a single here as he clips this one away through mid-wicket, and Matthew Waite moves across to his left to do the fielding, and that is the last ball of the over. Let's just take a minute to celebrate what we're looking at here, Paul, because it's April. It's the second game of the championship season. It's never started so early as it did. It started on the 4th of April. It's glorious sunshine, and I can't see any players with sweaters on. They're all wearing their... we've got one fielder who's wearing a sweater. The rest are just in their shirts or shirt sleeves. Beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? When the weather's like this, I'm not sure there's a better sport in the world than to actually come and watch and enjoy in what is a real high-quality stadium, and with 2 very good teams that are pitching their wits against each other, both looking for their first win of the season.
Ben Allison round the wicket from the Howard stand end, bowls, and that's over pitched on leg stump. Worst delivery he's bowled for some time, and beautifully played by Adam Lyth, who just, well, there's no better shot for an opening batter than to hit it straight down the ground for 4, and particularly when you time it as well as that. No effort, just a nice push down the ground, but timed so well that it was always going to go to the boundary. Very, very good shot. Lyth moves on to 39. Looks in good nick. He got 100, didn't he? Second innings down at the Utility Bowl last week, and he looks like a player in form at the start of this season. Taylor in again, Allison in again, round the wicket. Another sweet drive from Lyth, but this time straight to his former teammate Matthew Waite at mid-on.
Yeah, Lyth certainly started the season exceptionally well, as you rightly say. 100 down, a battling 100 as well, I think, down at Southampton against Hampshire, and he's 39 not out here, and showing really, really good signs in terms of looking to play low risk, high reward cricket. We've explained he got off to a really good start, and then he just pulled his game in. Now he's looking to rotate. He's thinking it has been tough. Let's just keep this scoreboard ticking.
Here is Allison in, bowls. Good delivery this time outside the off stump, left alone by Lyth. Paul mentioned a couple of minutes ago, you just said about putting the bowlers under pressure, and I know that's almost become a mantra, I know, for a lot of coaches these days, and for a lot of teams, and certainly something I used to talk about with league teams that I coached until a few years ago. And it's so important, isn't it, these days, not to allow them to bowl at you, just to keep the strike rotating. Doesn't mean you've got to go mad, just as we've been saying with Adam Lyth here. Allison bowls and he drives. Good shot, but straight to Kashif Ali at backward point. Slid off the thickish outside half of the bat, to be fair. Doesn't mean you've got to go mad, as we've just been saying. Lyth has done exactly the right thing here. But it just means it's the sort of thing we see with some good aggressive running, so that you're rotating the strike and making sure that you do put the bad ball away, and maybe using your feet and changing your stance from out the crease to inside, just making the bowler have to think and not be too settled. And I don't think we always appreciate just how much of that goes on in the modern game. as Alison Bowles, and Lythe is punching this one through extra. It'll only be a couple, I think, because Brett Oliver is very quick and always does that sort of sliding stop. But again, it was nicely played. It wasn't quite a half volley, just leaned on it, and good running. Good stuff again from Lythe. Goes on to 41, 69 for 1. If I were Brett Oliver, and I'd be just getting a little bit worried about Adam Lythe. He's just beginning to play the game at his pace now, controlling it. Really good batting. A long way outside his crease, I think. As Alison Bowles, and again, very straight and nicely played, and well fielded by Matthew Wake, because that kicked up quite nastily just in front of him, and he responded quite well. But otherwise, it could have been through. Adam Finch loosening up as he goes down to fine leg, so we might well see him introduced shortly, but at the moment 69 for 1 Lythe, 41 Wharton 3.
And to pick up what you're just saying about batsmanship, I guess, Frank, I think it's really important that actually when the ball is in that area, you've still got to be looking to be in a position to be able to just run the ball off the face. If it's a good delivery, you're still looking to score. You're not looking to put the wrist through the roof, but you are looking just to rotate. If you pick up a couple of singles and over off good deliveries, you often get that loose ball then to put away, because the bowler starts getting frustrated, don't you?
Taylor in, Bowles, oh, that's good delivery. James Wharton didn't know a lot about that. Took the outside edge and raced away to third man for 4, but it could easily have gone to hand. It was definitely a win for the bowler, that one. James Wharton just punches gloves with Adam Lythe. We'll be giving him a little bit of a guide there, I think. Possibly just watching the replay. No, I think it might have just gone away a little bit, because he's looking to play it on the leg side, but that was a good delivery from Taylor. And well, the old argument about not having a third man and how many runs it costs you, but that one raced away. And 4 to Wharton. He goes to 7. Taylor turns again, comes in to bowl to him. Bowles, and that's left alone outside the stump. Good little spell from Taylor, this, just making the batsman play. Seems to be a bit happier bowling at the right-hander, Wharton, having had to bowl at 2 lefties for quite a long time. So bowling figures for Worcestershire so far. Jacob Duffy, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 33. A little bit expensive, but we'll cut him a bit of slack since he's only just off the plane, and he's been bowling with a white ball this week, I think. Tom Taylor in his 8th, and Ben Allison 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. That is a glorious shot. As good as we've seen all day, actually. James Wharton, half volley, must be said, full half volley from Tom Taylor, but James Wharton could not have executed that cover drive any better. It was beautifully played, high left elbow. Back came down really straight, and it raced away. It's going to be a good pitch, this, I think, when the sun gets on it for a day or so, because even though it's got a tinge of green and it's offered a little bit of help, ball's coming on nicely. Batsmen have been able to play their shots. Taylor bowls again, Wharton drives again nicely, but this time straight to weight at mid-off. So he's gone to 11 with 2 boundaries in this over, Wharton. One of them fortunate, one of them exquisite, and Taylor so far 1 for 24. He's in his 8th over, and Allison 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. Could be about to be replaced by Finch, I think, who was loosening up a few minutes ago. Here is Taylor. Bowles, and that's another decent delivery, but it's 4 more. Down to third man this time. To be fair to James Wharton, he was in control of that, I think, and he just steered it, shall we say, down to third man. Just watching the replay. Yeah, I think it's a perfectly legitimate shot for Wharton. Daryl Mitchell would say, that's the Daryl Mitchell that played for Worcestershire, not the one that plays for New Zealand, he would say, I got about 80% of my runs with that shot.
And to be fair, he did play that nicely, didn't he?
It was a good shot. Yeah, 81 for 1. Taylor may be feeling that he's just had 1 over too many here. Gone for 12 in this over. It's so often the case, isn't it? I think you see a bowler lengthy spell, and he was bowling well, to be fair. And maybe just 1 over too many in the spell, and it turned out to be expensive. Here's Taylor. He bowls now, and Wharton gets more runs here. Another over pitch ball on leg stump, and what an over this has been for James Wharton. That's his 4th boundary in the over, and he's flying. He's raced on to 19. It's 85 for 1. It's 20 past 12, and 19 overs have been bowled. I always think lunch put into bat first day. I always think 80 for 2, about par, 80 for 3, maybe a bit more with a shorter boundary, but this is really a very, very good start now for Yorkshire. And we're going to see Adam Finch, as I said, replacing Ben Allison at the Howard stand end.
And I think, as you rightly say, he's bowled a really good spell. Up until probably that last over, it may just have been one. It certainly looks like it's been one too many, and it's just enabled Wharton just to get into some form as such and just start working the ball. And he's had a couple that he's been able to put away. The beautiful, majestic cover drive, a couple down to the 3rd man boundary, and then the last ball of the over was just a little bit too straight, and he was able just to lean on it and work it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
So it's Adam Finch. He's going to be bowling round the wicket. Tall, blonde-haired, fast medium bowler. 3 slips in place as he comes in and bowls, and his first ball takes Lyth on the pad and drops down in front of him. Finch, who bowled inconsistently at Taunton last week, 2 for 104 from 21 overs. Frustrating bowler in many ways, I think, and even frustrates himself, I think, sometimes, in that he can bowl really good wicket-taking deliveries. He's got a bit of pace, but he's struggling at the moment to stack up, as they say, the coaches, to not bowl a 4-ball. Not quite every over, but you know what I mean. He's in and he bowls this one down the leg side. Nicely taken by Gareth Roderick, because it died on him a little bit. Good work from Roderick, good feet, and he got across to take it. But Finch, it's, you know, often he'll bowl 5 dots, and then the last one he's maybe just trying too hard and he puts himself under a bit of pressure. But there's a bowler in there, and we've seen that so often that that's the frustration, that we can't get that. He can't produce that absolute consistency. Comes in there, round the wicket, and bowls, and and there you go. That's a good delivery, bit of bounce, bit of pace. Adam Lyth just taken by surprise. The other thing is, of course, Adam Lyth, he will have faced Finch before, but not for a while, and he's just got into the groove against 2 bowlers of slightly lesser pace, and then Finch comes on, a little bit more bounce, a little bit more pace, and just got to adjust to it, Adam Lyth. He'll be saying that to himself now. He's gone for a little prod at the pitch. 3 slips, Hose at first, Brooks at second, Libby at third, and Lyth in and bowls, and and there again it gets the edge, and it's a good bit of work by Libby. 3rd slip, bounced in front of him, about 4 or 5 feet in front of him. Now here's what I'm talking about with Finch. So he's bowled 4 deliveries, he's on top, he's beaten the bat, found the edge. Can he get to the end of the over without releasing the pressure? This is the conundrum, really, that the Worcestershire coaching staff are working with, and he's working as well. I mean, I'm not suggesting that there's any lack of effort from Finch. He's in there and bowls, and that's a little bit shorter, pushed away by Lyth on the onside. Good over so far. Can he finish it? Adam Finch. There's Matthew Waite doing a bit of loosening. I quite fancy Waite on this pitch. I'll have to wait and see, but been bowling quite well this season. Right arm medium pacer who has that natural shape away from the right-handers. Be keen to do well on his return to Headingley, I'm sure. Here comes Finch then, last ball of the over. 85 for 1, and he's in, and he bowls. Oh, it's an absolute beauty, and that is as good an over as we've had all day. A maiden from Finch, bowled to the man who's in, really, Lyth on 41, beat him twice, found the edge. Really good start from young Adam Finch, and he will feel a lot better for having bowled that over. Good stuff from him. Lyth is 41, Wharton 19, it's 85 for 1.
Yeah, top start from Finch. He hit good areas, but he also looks like he balls a heavy ball. A couple of those deliveries, he looked like he just hurried Lythe a little bit, didn't he? A really good start coming into his spell, and then the former Yorkshire favourite Matthew Waite looks like he's coming into the attack at the Kirksall Lane end.
Yeah, he is. Right arm over the wicket. They'll be bowling to James Wharton. And he's in, and that one scoots through quite low outside the off stump, but decent line just outside off. They will have met each other, played a bit with each other, I think, Wharton and Finch, but not that much. Maybe a bit in the second team, but Wharton's come into the first team since Waite's left, really. It was 23, wasn't it, when Waite came on loan, first of all, to Worcestershire. So they'll know a bit about each other, but maybe not been in direct opposition too much. Here's Waite now. In bowls, and a little bit of bounce. Nicely played by Wharton, got right on top of it, timed it well. Timed it very well, actually, and Cashy Valley at backward point diving to his left to make the save. Initially it looked as though, well, it was good delivery and it bounced on him a bit, but he adjusted ever so quickly and found the middle of the bat. I always think that's a sign of somebody who's just that little bit special when they can make a late adjustment like that and still time it as well as that. Really, really good. His weight. In again. And bowls and outside the off stump. I think Wharton might just take this bat away from that one to give him the benefit of the doubt. Through it goes. Matthew Waite, you mentioned the innings that he played at Taunton the other day. And it really was heroic. 87 not out, he faced 319 deliveries, and it was worth 130 because they turned down that many runs when they were trying to give him singles and that kind of thing. It was really outstanding, and it kind of against his natural instincts to some extent, I think. He's in and bowls. That one's a bit wider outside the off stump, but good carry, nice shape as well. I think when he gets it right, he might be a threat here, particularly to the right-handers. And he made 30 odd not out in a very disappointing first innings as well, so he was in good nick. But no fuss, no great histrionics, or doesn't get over the top. Just gets on with it, I think, and that's what's endeared him to Worcestershire players and supporters so soon after his arrival.
And of course, a really good character, isn't he? Good character.
Made some great contributions already. He's in now in bowls, and again allowed through outside the off stump by James Wharton. Yeah, good character. I think the feeling I got last Friday was that it was he that was saying in the dressing room, we can do this. We can do this on this pitch. There's no reason why we can't bat all day. And he and D'Oliveira, it was just a fantastic partnership they had. You thought, and had it not been for shall we say, a dubious umpiring decision, D'Oliveira they might have seen it all the way, the two of them. His weight is in and bowls, and again, a little bit of shape, actually quite a long way. It went after it had passed the stumps, but it was wide enough to leave alone. But a maiden from Waite, so successive maidens for Worcestershire, who needed to just regroup a little bit after Wharton's flurry at the start of his innings. Lythe still there on 41. And put into bat the home side 85 for 1. The one man out, only been caught at third slip by Ben Allison off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 19.
And what we have seen from the Worcestershire bowlers is that they've got well back into this game, and they've done that by bowling really good areas, consistent areas, and just getting a little bit of movement off the seam. From Matthew Waite, we've seen swing, so we've seen another opportunity to take wickets.
Finch is in and bowls to Adam Lythe and concedes his first run as Lythe just gets on the back foot and steers this one behind square on the offside. Cashy Valley, the fielder. So, James Wharton, young man at the start of his career in partnership with Adam Lythe, a veteran, although still plenty of life in him yet, super fit, carries no weight, he's like a greyhound between the stumps, Adam Lythe. Wharton, who knows what lies ahead. Great career on hopes. What a great time to be a young cricketer on the cusp of a great career and a career that could easily encompass both red and white balls, I think, with James Wharton. Finch over the wicket too in bowls, and that's a good leave outside the off stump.
And having the opportunity to bat with the experienced
Yeah.
Lyth, and that's really important. And part of Lyth's job isn't it to bring those younger players on whilst in the middle. So I think that's, in terms of growing up, developing maturity as a frontline batter, what a great opportunity.
Yeah, I also think, you know, these days, because of the way that cricket's going and the white ball and franchises and everything else, and we've all, you know, it goes without saying, it's quite obvious, I'm not stating anything particularly original. This break off as Finch bowls and Wharton drives up to mid-off, there's no run. Because there are a decreasing number of Adam Lyths, you know, guys that stay with one county and go all the way through, there are fewer players like that for the James Whartons of this world to learn from, because you know, you've got different people coming in and out for a few games here and a few games there, and it's rare to have an Adam Lyth these days, and I think the influence, as you say, absolutely huge, can be. As Finch is in and bowls to Wharton, who plays nicely off the back foot. Lovely technique there, bat high, stays side on, high left elbow, really good stuff from Wharton. And you know, the opportunity for a James Wharton, and it's the same at any county, but it just isn't so often. Whereas in the old days, there would always have been one or two players in the top order that could get hold of you and teach you and say, look at the way we played that, or let's do it this way until lunch, or whatever it might be, which is what will be going on out there now. As Finch comes in once more and bowls, and Wharton drives nicely. Finch does his own bowling. There's been a lot of quite positive front foot play this morning, I think, from all three of the batsmen we've seen, and that tells you that they trust the surface and they feel confident to lean into shots on the front foot, and I think it's going to be a flat pitch this eventually. Might be wrong, wouldn't be the first time. Finch bowls, Wharton again, beautiful. That's just a good example of what I mean. Beautiful timing, whacks it up to mid-on, and fielded at mid-on by Tom Taylor, who whangs it in at the non-striker stumps and hits them quite aggressively, but no danger because Adam Lyth hadn't gone anywhere. 86 for 1 at the end of the over. Lyth 42, Wharton 19. We say goodbye to Paul Shaw again and welcome back in Jonathan Deutsch. Paul Shaw still the best piece of punditry I've heard, not just this season but for a while this morning, when as the bowler ran up to bowl the ball that got the only wicket of the day, he said, I think the slips might be in play soon, and it was edged to third slip. Doesn't get much better than that, JD.
He doesn't, but you can cut the praise now. Shawsey, he's getting too big for his boots, and believe me, he is small. 86 for 1 there. Matthew Waite, right arm over the wicket from this Kirkstall Lane end to his old mate Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms. Now friends out there, of course, while battle is being done, but they might enjoy a catch-up at some point in the next few days. That beer always tastes a little bit sweeter when you've come out on the right end of that one, as I think we all know. Still the 3 slips in place. Matthew Waite then turning again. That round-shouldered, and the run-up where he's almost like swimming with his left arm, pulling the air back to get himself to go, propel himself a little bit more quickly to the crease.
It's a good way of describing it. Somebody was trying to describe it last week and saying it was like he was running in sand. I don't think it's quite like that, but that's a good way of describing it. So he's certainly using the arms as if to help, isn't he?
Yeah, flicks his left arm out to the side, almost like he's doing a breaststroke sort of thing, pulling the water back.
He gets into his run-up. He's putting quite a lot of effort in from quite early on in his run-up, I think. Man's come out of third slip, gone into short mid-wicket.
Yep. So just the 2 now in the slip cordon. And in comes Waite again. Lyth, plays that very late, so late, in fact, that it bounces off the pitch and back up, and I think wraps him on maybe the peak of the helmet. Dot ball. 86 for 1. It's very warm out there. I've just been out on the balcony having a chat with Steve and Julie Thompson, Jordan's parents, and it is roasting out there.
Yeah, they said warmest day of the year. I think going to change Sunday, Monday, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so both sides will want to get on with this one a fair bit before that and not risk the weather getting in the way of either of their designs on a first win of the season. Another dot ball defended by Lythe. Matthew Waite bowling a good length here. He's trying to give the ball an opportunity to do something for him. It's still obviously very early days. Bowled just the 10 balls, still getting nice and loose. As we move on into the final quarter of this morning's session towards the lunch break. Worcestershire, well, there's still time for them to pick up a few, but at the moment just the 1 wicket to their collective name. Waite just drags that one down the leg side, and Roderick having a step away to his right to make the take. Want to come in the over. Good morning to Debbie and Julie Brown, who are in the ground and have messaged me saying that they were struggling to pick up the commentary. That'll be the Lancastrian accent of Frank and the Barnsley accent of Shawsey. Maybe we should put some subtitles on. Than ours. Final ball of the 23rd. Waite in, driven at, and firmly, nicely by Lythe, but a good piece of fielding as well at point, denies him a run. End of the over, 86 for 1. Just a little bit of correspondence to catch up on, Frank, if you'll indulge me for a mo. Fairly lengthy one from Archibald Weatherby. Hope all's well. Thanks for reading my email last week regarding Bairstow Senior's opening season contribution of 17. Apologies for misspelling the year. David would have had some career had he begun in 1878. I'll get my wife to proofread my years in the future. Heard some fantastic places people were listening and watching the game from last week, but can't think of a better place to take in the new cricket season than right here in Thirsk. More in a moment.
Here's Finch from the Howard Stand end. Bowls to Wharton, he works this up to mid-on, a run.
At the ripe old age of 79, walking's become a struggle, but I've managed to mosey out into the sunshine. Ask Barbara to get me a brew and listen to your commentary and watch the action on my internet pad. Pure bliss.
Splendid. Great stuff. Well, have a great day. Keep going. When he said mosey out, I thought he was going to say managed to mow the lawn. I thought you were going to say then, but no such thing. Here's Finch, right arm over, moving towards us. Bowls, Yorker, Wharton taking on the pad, falls over it a bit. Half an appeal. The bats on top of the ball today, generally around the country. Durham 83 for 2 against Warwickshire at Chester Street. Sussex 104 for 1 against Somerset at Hove. Gloucestershire 87 for 1 against Glamorgan at Bristol. Leicestershire 106 for 1 against Derbyshire at Leicester. Notts 74 for 3, not doing quite so well against Essex at Trent Bridge. Break off as Finch is in again, and Wharton gets runs, or a run, turns it wide of mid-on this time, picks up a single. And Surrey 103 for 3 at the Oval against Hampshire. Northants are 71 for 2 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Middlesex at Canterbury are 71 for 3 against Kent. So not surprisingly, given the dry weather and the sunshine, the mood, the feeling around the country is that there'll be plenty of runs in this round, I think. And it started that way as Finch goes round the wicket, bowls a bouncer to Lythe, who watches it nicely and sways back out of the way. And there's no runs. The first time my accent has ever been called Lancastrian, JD, I have to say, having been moved to Birmingham or just outside as a small child. Flat Midlands, boring vowels, and etc. I've had thrown at me, but never Lancastrian. I did speak to a real Lancastrian this morning, though, at breakfast, because Lancashire's second team were staying in the same hotel as we were. As Finch bowls and Lythe gets 4 runs down to third man. Nicely played. Just steered, just short and wide, and just steered down, up on his toes, top of the bounce, and he picks up 4, goes to 46, 91 for 1. And Lancashire coach, old friend of mine, who used to be at Derbyshire, Carl Cricken, was in attendance, and I had a chat with him. And there is a man who, a bit like Bumble, who will be with us on Sunday and Monday, has the Darwin R, as they say, and he comes from Horwich and Bolton, and proper Lancastrian accent.
Super smashing, great, marvellous.
Round the wicket, Finch to Lythe, who's nearing 50. Good leave from the left-hander, just outside the off-stump. End of a decent over from Adam Finch, barring that boundary. He started quite nicely. 2 overs so far, and he has been pretty tidy. 3 overs, I should say. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And the other bowling figures, Duffy, expensive, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 33. Taylor, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. Ben Allison, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. And Matthew Waite, 2 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets and no runs, not surprisingly. 91 for 1, 24 overs gone, 20 minutes to go to lunch. Good start for Yorkshire.
And here is said Matthew Waite from the Kirkstall lane end. Bowling to the right-handed Wharton, wide of off stump and a leave first up. Suffolk Yorkie Mark down in Ipswich says, morning JD, from what I can see from the live stream it looks a good crowd. What do you think? Good toss to lose.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Looking that way at the moment. Yeah, the criticism of the toss last week by some of our correspondents. I guess that's because Yorkshire were shot out for 121, but I think there were other reasons for that as well. But yes, good crowd, Mark, for the first home day of the season, and the weather will clearly be helping with that. As I say, it's pretty hot out there, and that's only at this sort of time of day. Usually it doesn't get to its hottest in this part of the world, does it, till 3-ish in the afternoon, that sort of time. Waite's latest delivery wide of off stump and left. Rob Kay says, greetings from Seoul, South Korea. Thanks for the commentary and stream. Watching Yorkshire cricket from afar in Seoul, where the sun has set after a lovely day. Enjoying Adam Lythe's batting. Looks a good pitch. Good to hear from you, Rob, out there. And the world geography continues. I will in a moment, because Waite's bowling to Wharton, who blocks. Russ in Berlin. Russ Harker, obviously regular correspondent for those who listen regularly, will know the name. Great to hear all your dulcet tones again for the coming season. Have all the commentators ever thought of a male voice choir or Christmas calendar? I'm not sure. Well, one of those would certainly have you reaching for the bucket, and that would be the latter. The former, no.
You wouldn't want to hear it.
I don't mind a bit of karaoke when I'm drowned out by the music, but no, I'm not sure about a male voice choir. I think maybe Nick Webb and Ed Bevan might fancy that one. Isn't it, you see, as that's wide of off stump and Wharton leaves. And Neil Dutton says here in the chat about Adam Lythe, do you think he's actually unlucky to be as old as he is? Well, we're all unlucky to be as old as we are, aren't we? If he was 27, he seems like a player who would have ideally been suited for the current England setup in the Ben Duckett mould. Not that Yorkshire should complain, as the 3 Lions loss has certainly been the White Roses' gain. Yeah, I think, Neil, we've kind of done that one to death over the years, as Waite comes in and Wharton turns it to Duffy at mid-on, no run. Adam himself has kind of said, and on the record, he found all of that probably a little bit of a surprise, a bit of a shock to the system, all the stuff that goes with playing for England. That was
2014, right?
Yeah, 14, 15.
Yeah.
Got a ton, played 7 tests. I think he was a little bit unlucky to hit the opposition that he hit, New Zealand and Australia. That would be my take on it. And you need maybe sometimes, as Wharton defends the final ball of the over, 25 gone, 91 for 1. Don't you think some players, you can't plan this, but it's just how you drop, isn't it? And if you drop on a slightly weaker test side and you play a few games, and even if you don't come off, you get that extra little bit of a run in the side. But if you load up your runs at the front end of a series, but then you have a bad last 3 tests, let's say, and you don't get many, that's when the doubts creep in. And if there's a gap between then and the next series, then that's when the selectors start to play with things in their mind about changing position. So I do think he was a bit unlucky in that respect.
Adam Finch to continue, bowling 2 Lythe round the wicket. He's in bowled, left alone by Lythe. Yeah, I think the other thing is that you generally tend to see players getting in to the side when there's problems, don't you? Because if you get a settled side and you're winning lots of Test matches, there aren't many changes. So it's necessarily the case that top order batters often, especially unless there's an injury, they come in because there's a problem, because it's been difficult, and well, it goes without saying that means that it isn't easy for them to start, and you find out whether you're ready for it and made for it. Finch bowls. Lythe drives off the back foot down to backward point where Cashew field, and they take a single. He goes to 47. I mean, it's interesting talking to Darryl Mitchell when I did his autobiography. At the time, it was really generally felt to be between him and Finch, and between him and Lythe, and he didn't get in. A lot of people thought he should have done. The ship sailed. Lythe got the chance. Didn't do badly, as you say, but some players just don't take to it, don't they? Really interesting. Who knows why? Finch over the wicket to the right-handed Wharton is in. Good delivery. Left alone outside the off stump as it bounced on him. They've left well this morning, the Yorkshire players in general. That's where I would disagree with the correspondent that said Adam Lythe is like Ben Duckett, because Ben Duckett wouldn't have left the balls this morning that Adam Lythe has left. Doesn't like to leave it, and yet I think first morning, pitch like this, leaving is a great skill, and Lythe has shown that, exemplified that this morning for me. There's Finch from the Howard stand end. He's in, he bowls, and Wharton very correctly forward. Really looks well organised, James Wharton. Good footwork, timing it well, leaving it well. One cover drive that will live in the memory. It was a magnificent shot off the bowling of Tom Taylor, and he took 4 boundaries and 1 over, I think. 92 for 1. Yorkshire put into bat as we approach the end of the 26th over. Very, very competent performance by the home side. Finch in again, bowls, and Wharton drives. This time he doesn't time it particularly well and takes his bottom hand off, actually, as he steers it really into the covers where Brett D'Oliveira moves smartly to his right. Worcester still be feeling, if they can pick up another wicket this morning, maybe another 2, that it could be their morning. If they pick up another wicket, I might say it's about honours even. I think so far, though, with only 1 down, having lost the toss on a greenish pitch, Yorkshire will feel that they've done very, very nicely indeed. 1 more run here as Wharton turns this on the leg side. Finch holds his head in his hands, suggesting that he thinks Wharton was a little bit fortunate there. It was a kind of thickish inside edge, really, that took it to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Adam Lythe is 47, James Wharton is 21. They've added 38 so far for this second wicket. 93 for 1. The one man out, Finley Bean, who fell caught at third slip by Ben Allison off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 19. And Tom Taylor, the only wicket taker so far, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32, and as I say, 16 of those came off his last over.
Andrew Christie says good batting, but is this the least potent bowling attack in the league? Question mark. Ooh, Frank might have something to say about that.
Fighting talk.
Here's Matthew Waite going for another breaststroke gold medal as James Wharton turns that one to a tumbling stop at mid-on by Duffy.
It's going just on that point. I think it's fair to say that Worcestershire's attack looked a little bit toothless down at Taunton last week. But how many teams could lose Tongue, Pennington and Leach in the space of a couple of seasons and come back fighting? It's not easy, is it?
No. Here's Waite again in the Headingley sunshine and just inviting James Wharton to have a drive. They'll have played a fair bit of cricket together, these two, in younger years, and that was wide of Wharton's off stump, and he leaves.
But yeah, I can see. It's not like facing Essex or Notts or Somerset or Surrey. But they've just what they've got to do is they've got to have plans and stick to them and get the ball in the right areas. And I think generally this morning, if you take Duffy's expensive start out of it, it's not been too bad at all.
Waite to Wharton, who's beaten, wraps him top of the pad flap, something like that. And ricochets out down by his feet. No run. Elizabeth Hill, good afternoon to you. Hope Yorkshire play better than they did against Hampshire, she says. I didn't think they played that badly against Hampshire, but they batted poorly in that
one
first,
innings.
yeah, first session and a half, and that cost them eventually. But they bowled absolutely well enough. And I think the fact that they managed to get the 15 wickets when they didn't really have enough runs on the board would support my theory, at least. As Waite is in, it's wide of off stump and Wharton leaves, although I do accept, of course, that they lost the match by 5 wickets. Mark Etches says, Jonathan, clever emailer was incorrect saying you need to say Alexa before what you were told to say. Clearly, emailer doesn't realise that not all smart speakers are Alexa. Alexa is just the Amazon one. There are other brands where you have to say something else. Yes, Mark, I think I was kind of trying to say that when I just said that's all I've been told to say. David Bates in Colchester, HQ looking in great nick, 1 week on from spine surgery, recovery going well, just back from a 2.5 mile walk. Well done, you.
Well done, yeah, that's good.
Here's Waite again, wide of Wharton's off stump and left. Trapsy, Craig Traps, hope you got your sun cream on today, looks wonderful there. Good to hear from you. You can get in touch at JD's events, also on at Inside Leader 1, at Frank Watson 58. And also BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. We may be joined by a Yorkshire player in the final session today by the looks of things. Won't say who yet until we know for definite. So keep your ears peeled for that one, if that's the right expression. Stay alert, be alert.
Pricked.
Pricked, that's it, yeah, horse racing term. Last ball of the over. Dots, 27 complete now, 93 for 1. And Neil Dutton on leaving and Lythe and Duckett and all of those things that we've just been talking about. He's back on. Very good points made about the differences between Lythe and Duckett. Lythe adept at leaving when necessary. Duckett seems to think that every time he leaves a ball, a fairy would lose its wings. And he won't stand for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Adam left the ball very, very well last week. I think part of that was I'm not really going after anything because I'm not timing much, so unless you bowl it at me,
yeah,
I'm just going to let you waste your energy.
It's just a decent skill, I think. Finch round the wicket, bowls to Lythe, then he just steers this one down on the offside for a single. Kashif again runs round it, wide third man to field. Yeah, I think I'm not knocking Ben Duckett. I mean, he's made a go of it. He's proven that you can play like that in Test cricket, and his statistics stack up. So fair enough, but I still believe, as a coach, I suppose, and an ex-player, not at this level, that if you're going to make a go of opening the button, generally speaking, it helps to be able to leave it in certain circumstances. Another run for James Wharton here as he works this one away on the leg side. Jake Libby fields on the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for that one, which takes Wharton to 22. Lythe on 48, very patient, got a flyer. I think he was, I don't know exactly, but he must have been 20 off 20. He was 8 off 2, probably 25 off 20. But once Ben Allison and Tom Taylor settled into a decent rhythm and the loose deliveries dried up, he played very sensibly. He's left it well, as I say, and if he goes into lunch on 50 or something like that, he'll feel pretty good about it. And lovely flowing cover drive. I was going to say he goes to 50 with that, because if it had been either side of Jake Libby at short X recovery, it would have raced away to the boundary, but it was straight at him.
Well, that shows the experience Worcestershire have got of playing against Adam Lythe, because he's nailed the fielding position there. That is his ultimate signature stroke for me, where he just leans into it and strokes it like that off the middle of the bat. And yeah, you're right, it was
straight at him.
Yeah. Would have been boundary bound, maybe 6 foot either side.
Beautiful shot. Finch round the wicket, bowls short of a length. Lythe in behind it, plays it down in front of him, no run, and the score remains 95 for 1. A perfect Headingley day here, it really is. Glorious sunshine, twinkling off the glass roofs of a few buildings in the city centre, and it feels almost like June, really, I would say. Certainly not early April, or mid-April. Finch round the wicket, bowls again to Lyth, and again he drives, and again it's straight, well, not straight to Libby extra, but at him, and Libby moves to his right, and it bounced up and made quite a good stop. Could easily have missed it. A sort of stop, that one, that you just take for granted, but actually if you look closely, it kicked up in front of him, and they're nearly all such good fielders these days that they practice so hard that they can handle that kind of thing, but 20 years ago that might have evaded whichever fielder was there. Finch round the wicket, can he finish the over? He can. Nicely played by Lyth, down to third man, but Finch puts his hands on his head as if to say that was a streaky shot. I don't think it was. I think it was perfectly controlled by Adam Lyth. I think he's played beautifully. He's on 49. He's kept the strike. He knows exactly what he's doing. 5 minutes to lunch. Going to go in for his lunch. Whatever they have these days. Probably an energy gel and a bit of salad or something like that. And he'll be sitting there, hopefully for him, on a nice little 50. It's 96 for 1. I'm having the steak ciabatta, I hope.
Are you really? I can't remember what I ordered for today. I think I said jacket spud to the presenter back in the studio, Gail Lofthouse, earlier, but I just remembered that was on the menu. But now you've reminded me of that. I think I did put that down for one day.
I didn't put it down for all 4. I thought that would be a bit too much protein, but we have this discussion lots of away trips. You stay in a hotel, the breakfast there, isn't it? You have it. You don't really need it, but
no.
you know, got to be careful.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling to Adam Lyth. He's got a man in catching just about a strip and a half off the straight to the leg side, and he'd be a good 10 yards or so from the bat. He came into play with fielding there. Adam Lyth, by the way, on 49 now, is on 14,905 runs for his career. So if he plays well, continues to play well, I should say, in this match, it's possible that he'll tick off another milestone, averaging in real time out there almost 40, 39.4 something, as he runs one down in the gully region, and there is no run. 39.43. So both those subjects were raised in his post-match interview last week. You can, by the way, find any of those BBC Radio Leeds post-match interviews on BBC Sounds. I'll give you the full details. Keep getting these things to read out, and it's not easy to remember all the details without going back to emails. As waiting again, that's dropped into the offside, no run.
Can I just say, when you said that about his total, I was comparing him to Daryl Mitchell this morning. Daryl Mitchell, 13,920 first-class runs and 3,900. It is quite a similar career, isn't it, in many ways?
And they're both, you know, have shown that they can play all sorts of different innings within that time, because that's what you've got to do, obviously, when you're batting.
To endure,
where they did. Yeah. As in comes Waite again with angled bat. It's run to point this time by Lyth, no run. So, you know, I think if Adam Lyth stopped playing right now this minute and people started to reflect on his career, they'd really be talking about a player who played with fluency, who had shots all around the wicket, who kind of has that feel like lefties do of being a natural. You know, that's not to say he didn't work out at his game and all of that, but you know what I'm saying. When you look at him, there's a fluency about him when he plays really well. But as we saw last week, where there was a lack of fluency by his standards, he can graft one down the left-hand side, down the leg side even. Fumbled by Roderick, but no run. Yeah, he can graft away. Yeah. And I mentioned it last week when he was doing his stuff. There was an innings here on a pitch somewhere around where they are now, that side of the field, against Warwickshire. Chris Wokes was bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end. A few seasons, I think it was the season that Warwickshire won the Bob Willis Trophy or the title, whatever it was at the time. And he was doing all sorts with it. It was cloud cover, it was May, it wasn't as warm as this, definitely not batting conditions, and he batted pretty much the day. for 130-ish, something like that, and it was outstanding the way he left the ball that day. So he, you can see two sides of him, but you see the other side of him more often. Leg bite, so he's not going to get to 50. That's sort of the round of applause I think is for. He'll remain on 49, and it'll be 97 when the score board is complete. Yep, 97 for 1, first leg bye of the day.
Yeah, good running, because it means he's kept the strike, and I mean, honestly, you say those figures and you think, well, what does it matter whether he gets this one before lunch? But he'll want to. He will want to get this 50 before lunch, even though it's not a 3 figures. It's still a significant landmark, and he's kept the strike, and he'll probably just run it down to Valley at wide third man off the back foot at some point in the over. Thank you very much. I didn't perhaps think it would be first ball, but it's exactly what he's done. That is the 50 for Adam Lythe. A really good professional opening batsman's innings. Chanceless, 9 fours, got a flyer, settled down, played the bowling on its merits. Very, very good. Adam Lythe goes to 50 and the total to 97 for 1.
For the 75th time in his career to go with those 38 tons.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? Not bad. Finch will be over the wicket now to the right-handed Wharton. And he lifts his bat clear of that as it goes down the leg side, and Gareth Roderick moves across to his left to take. So 98 for 1, 1 man out this morning. Finley Bean caught at third slip by Ben Allison off the bowling of Tom Taylor in the 15th over. And since then we've had almost another 15, and the score has moved on by 44 runs. Expensive from Jacob Duffy this morning, 33 off his first 5 overs, but I think we'll cut him a bit of slack. Finch again bowls, Wharton drives. Whoa! Beautiful. Half volley, straight down the ground for 4. I mean, you know, it was a bad ball and it got what it deserved, but it was executed superbly. He looks in good nick, James Wharton, he really does. He's timed it well, almost from the start. Had to wait a little bit to get off the mark. They bowled quite well at him when he first came in, but that was a really good shot. He's played, for me, probably the 2 best shots of the day. Cover drive off Taylor, and that one, absolutely superb. And that's the 100 up. 102 for 1. 3 balls left before lunch.
They can't find the ball.
Very much Yorkshire's morning, having put into bat. Ball's gone under the old sheeting at the far end, or there's a big sight screen there. Not many spectators in that section, in fact none in that particular section at the Howard stand end. 3 players down there looking for it, and one of them has found it. So well done to him. I think it was Tom Taylor who found it. Matthew Waite down there as well, and Adam Finch, the bowler, had gone down.
Took a while though. I'm not sure that they'll be winning the Worcestershire Easter egg hunt next weekend on the back of what we've just seen.
Which will take place at Chelmsford, I suppose, for Worcestershire.
Well, that'll be nice.
Well, they go down there with good memories. Had a great win down there last year. Finch is in. Bowls. Wharton turns this down to Valley at long leg, and they go through for a single. It's looking pretty straightforward out there now at the moment. Batting hasn't been all morning. It's been an interesting morning. They got a flyer, then Worcestershire got a grip of it, and maybe just in the last 10-15 minutes or so, these two have made batting look a more comfortable experience than it has since the very beginning. Lythe, exactly the right sort of innings. He's played the ball on its merits. And Wharton just looks in super touch. 103 for 1. 2 balls left before lunch. Finch with 2 slips and a gully now, or sort of first, second and fifth slips. Bowls, and Lythe covers up to a full ball on middle and leg and just pushes it back up the pitch. 1 ball left to lunch. Finch so far 5.5 overs then, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Duffy none for 33. Taylor, the wicket taker, 1 for 32 from 8. Allison none for 20 from 6. And Matthew Waite, 5 overs, 5 maidens. No wickets and no runs. Finch, last ball before lunch, he's in, he bowls, and that's left alone by Lyth. Excellent morning from the experienced Yorkshire opener. He's on 50, Wharton 27 at the break. The White Rose, 103 for 1.
Yep, we'll be back for more Ball by Ball commentary at the other side of the lunch break. Hope you'll join us for that. Bye for now. Welcome back from Headingley for the second session on the opening day of this second match of the championship season for these two sides. Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Just a recap on that morning's session. Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. And Yorkshire making it to 103 for 1 after 30 overs at the lunch break. Adam Lyth is 75th half century in first-class cricket to go with 38 tons. 50 from 87 deliveries, and James Wharton, who was with him in the back half of that session, 27 off 45 deliveries, looked pretty fluent. Finlay being the only casualty for Yorkshire, well caught by Ben Allison at third slip off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 19, including a 6 and a 4 in 50 deliveries. So that's been the way of things. Probably, if you're going to be critical of the Worcester bowling, it might have been in the first half hour or so, especially having had first use of the pitch with the ball, making that choice. So you'd have to say, not entirely sure they've fully backed up Brett D'Oliveira's decision with just the one wicket, but quite a lot of what they delivered in that first session wasn't too bad either, if you like, and certainly wouldn't say they bowled badly, but they've only managed to produce that one scalp so far for their efforts. Paul Shaw alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, for this first half hour after the lunch break, and we're back to as you were for the first session, because it's going to be Jacob Duffy, his first appearance for Worcestershire, who is going to start 5 overs for 33 against his name. And James Wharton, right-handed, taking strike then with 3 slips in place. First one is up there to drive and driven firmly, but fielded by Duffy. Enjoy that lunch break, Shawsey. What did you have?
I did. I had a relatively light lunch. Jacket potato, beans.
Are you sure about that?
And then I came back in here and I had a little bit more of what I brought for my tea, which I can't share with you at this stage because it's top secret.
So you had 2 lunches, effectively?
Yeah, well, I'm a growing lad. Still waiting.
Duffy to Wharton. Oh, good delivery. That whistles through to the glove of Gareth Roderick, who just nonchalantly stuck out the right hand to snaffle it. Dear me, that took off. It was like shelling peas behind the stumps there. Dot ball will be recorded in the annals of cricket history, in the metaphorical as it is these days scorebook. Or is it still a scorebook, actually? I'm saying that.
I'm not sure it is.
It might be a sheet. Anyway, yes, no, it is a sheet, isn't it, John? I've seen John Potter with a sheet. Yeah, John, before you start to message me, John, yes, OK, it's a sheet. That's pushed out into the offside by Wharton. Third ball, and there is no run. Yeah, nice bit of jacket spud there with. Yeah.
You know, you've got to keep the nutrients going in, haven't you? And you know, no fish and chips for me today.
No, athlete. Duffy leaving the coaster lane end behind him as he bowls. Nicely played off the legs this time by James Wharton. That'll be the first runs of the afternoon session. 1 down to fine leg, or first run.
And the Lyth and Wharton partnership now is up to 49, just 1 more for the 50 partnership. But yeah, going back to what you said, Georgie, other than the first 30 minutes, the odd loose delivery, I think the Worcestershire bowling attack, I think has bowled pretty well actually today, which has consisted of Duffy, Taylor, Allison, Finch and Wade. Obviously Wade bowled 5 overs, 5 maidens on the mound.
Taken off as well, because Duffy's back on as Lyth flicks one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Good afternoon, John Butterfield, who's messaged in saying happy new season. A strange decision to field. John, who nails his colours to 2. Big pal John Roberts, who's from just up the road here. Of course, went to play for Somerset back in the day. Frank will remember those days. Here comes Duffy again, back of a length this time, and Lythe over the top of it, plays into the offside to complete the first over back at 104 for the loss of 1 wicket. Jonathan says, hi guys, can you explain Worcestershire's decision to bowl first? Given the weather and the limited firepower of their attack, one would have thought it would have been better to try and bat long first. I gather Worcestershire are playing away in the first few rounds, as New Road's always a bit iffy in April. What's the state of the ground right now? Thanks and a warm welcome to Headingley for the visitors. Well, Frank, I'm sure will remember that question and tell you about the state of the ground at New Road when he's back on. But the decision to bowl first, I guess, a bit of grass on the pitch. Early season, there might have been a thought that there was some moisture in, but if there has been, it's not been obvious, has it really? There must have been some, but it's not looked that way, the way the ball's been coming through. First over back for Allison, and James Wharton turns one off his legs down to fine leg. And that single brings up the 50 partnership between this pair for the second wicket. 55 put on between Lythe and Bean for the first. 29 of those 50 have gone the way of James Wharton. They came together on the final ball of the 15th over, so fairly similar in terms of time to accumulate the 50s. 98 balls, in fact, in this case. Adam Lythe's made 20 of them. James Wharton 29, and it's Lythe on strike. Round the wicket comes Allison, and Lythe pushes out square on the offside, and there's no run.
The Worcestershire attack certainly have had more success when they've come around the wicket and angled the ball into the left-handed Lythe, and Bean earlier on today, and just looked to nip the ball away off the seam. But as the sun bakes this pitch, you would expect a little less movement, and as the ball gets that little bit older, you'd expect it to deviate much less. It looks to me like it's a pretty decent cricket pitch, this.
Allison in again, Lythe down the ground this time, just to the onside of straight. Duffy does the fielding, and there is no run. You can get in touch at JD's events, JDZ events, at Inside Leader 1, at Frank Watson 58, or on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Terry Bean says, hi Doidge et al. Hope all is well. Greetings from a sunny Headingley today, listening on my portable radio device. Glad to see you on the stream. Just get rid of the air traffic for a moment as Allison's in and Lythe leaves one wide of off stump. He goes on, will he be on all red and white ball games? Slightly worried the club were replacing you with a young man. Well, apparently so for the white ball games, Terry. The county would be able to tell you more about that, but I do know that I'll be here and away for the red ball matches. And, well, not sure is the honest answer on the T20 front right at this moment in time. Allison is in, and that is punched into the leg side by Lythe and fielded at mid-on. No run. BBC definitely not doing the group games of the 50 over competition later in the year. Well, certainly not on a widespread scale as normal, ball by ball, but we'll be covering, I understand, the closing stages, the knockout stages of that competition. T20 wise, I think there's still a bit to be finalised. Now then, good delivery from Allison here, slanted in towards Lythe. It has hit the pad and dropped out into the leg side, and there's a not particularly confident appeal to complete the 32nd over at 105 for 1.
Yeah, that one just going down leg side, just missing leg stump. Allison's bowled 7 overs, none for 21. Duffy none for 34 of his 6, and Lythe is on 50, Wharton on 29. As we shared earlier, the partnership of 50 runs for this pair, Doidge.
Duffy to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to James Wharton, back of a length. punched up to mid-off, no run. Martin Bloomfield says, I know Shawsey struggled to find some fish and chips last time he was at Chesterley Street, so I attach a video which might give him some food for thought. You're welcome. Ba-boom. And he's sent in a TikTok video of fish chips and mushy peas.
Now that looks fantastic, doesn't it? Oh.
Duffy in again. Oh, now then, a mistimed pull here from James Wharton. It's perfectly safe, 15 yards or so beyond either of the fielders in the onside, and would have just about had the legs to make it to the boundary. It's been flicked back in, and they have got 3. But maybe, just maybe, Shawsey, that was on him a bit too quickly. Hard to tell. If it felt like he'd hit it top half of the bat rather than middle.
That's what it looks like to me, didn't it? Look like he was just onto it a little bit quick, or maybe slightly steeper bounce. But he certainly got away with that one and picked up 3 runs.
32 now to him, 108 for 1. It's getting more like Heathrow as leaves Bradford, isn't it, with the amount of passing air traffic as Lythe runs one down to third man for a single.
Nicely played that by Lythe, and I think that's really important in this first half hour after launch. Let's just keep Yorkshire needing to just rotate the strike. If there's a loose ball, put away, but if not, keep rotating.
Neil Dutton says, sad to hear you won't be doing the pyjama cricket, but don't worry as we don't talk about T20. Not saying we won't be doing T20 cricket, just saying the final analysis in terms of exactly what's going to be covered hasn't been decided, as Wharton runs one down through third man and will pick up 4 runs.
There's been a lot of runs gone through third man this morning and into the afternoon session. It's always one of those frustrating areas, isn't it? Do we put one down there to save the boundary, or do we attack with the 3 slips? Where do we take third man from? It certainly cost a few runs this morning off that outside edge.
113 for 1, this time straighter, inside of the bat really of James Wharton as he flicks it to leg and it goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder. 36 now to him, partnership 58.
Just a quick update on the field. Worcestershire's got 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Fine leg's probably about 5 yards in off the boundary.
Doing well now. You've learnt that tea towel I gave you at the end of last season. Short ball in. Oh, now then an uppercut from Wharton. He's going to pick up 4. That's not a million miles there from the hand of Jake Libby. At point, it whistled away, and Duffy will be probably just cursing a little bit of ill luck on his part. James Wharton might be thinking, well, that one's come down, the coin's come down on the right side for me. It was hard to tell precisely, it happened so quickly, how far away it was, but it certainly looked fairly close to the left hand of Libby.
It did. The ball was just short outside the off stump, and Wharton's looked hit this hard. He's just managed to get it over the top of Libby at backward point.
Right hand, actually, when I saw the replay. Yeah, over his head, wasn't it? He leapt. A bit like Shawsey, leapt like a salmon.
Like a leaping salmon.
That'll be on the menu for tomorrow now, no doubt. 117 for 1. That 4 took Wharton to 40, but he's at the non-striking end as Allison comes in now to bowl to Lythe, who's gets a delivery that nips on him slightly in towards him, just doubles him over for a moment. No harm done in the end. Somebody's pinging in the background.
Just nip back a little bit, that ball. It just shows if you get the ball in the right areas often enough, you've still got a chance of just a little bit of movement off the pitch. 33.1 overs have been bowled so far.
Allison is in. That one just holding its line after being angled in, but it was an easy leave for Lythe. Quick flick around the grounds as we get into the early moments of the afternoon session up at Durham. The hosts 118 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat against Warwickshire. Down at Hove, the hosts there also won the toss, decided to bat, and are 134 for 3 against Somerset. Also in Div 1, Nottinghamshire, who were put in by Essex, are 83 for 5. Sounds like a good call by the Essex skipper at Trent Bridge. Surrey 129 for 4 against Hampshire at the Oval, and it was the visitors who won the toss there, as Lythe doesn't time this one perfectly. It was in the air for a moment, but safe into the leg side for a single. What else have we got for you in Division 2? Gloucestershire 108 for 1 against Glamorgan at Bristol. It was Glamorgan who won the toss there. Derbyshire won the toss at Grace Road, put Leicestershire in there 159 for 2. So you wouldn't have to say that that's certainly not working very well for Derbyshire. Northants 101 for 2 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and Middlesex 91 for 4 against Kent at Canterbury. There's a quick breeze around the grounds as Allison just switched to over the wicket against the right-handed Wharton, who gets an easy leave from the first delivery. 2 to come in the over. James Wharton looking relaxed with his bat resting on his right shoulder as he waits for this next delivery. His shirt just flapping around in a light breeze as it is at Headingley. You can't see much of any movement in the trees on the periphery. Wharton waits, Allison bowls, James Wharton elbow up and plays it down to point, and there's no run. Got a nice cup of tea alongside following that jacket spud.
Very nice tea this actually as well. I'm enjoying it, I have to say. What a beautiful day here today. We've got a few in as well. I think certainly above 2,000 today. To our left in the commentary box, it's a beautiful day.
What? Look at that. That looks like it's 4. He's making a bit of ground on it, the chaser, Adam Finch, but no. It felt like it was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Don't think he 100% nailed it, but what was telling about that, really, Shawsey, was I think he just walked into the shot with real authority, didn't look at this, bang. It's almost like you're going to bowl it where I want you to bowl it there, and put it away wide of mid-off for 4. James Wharton sailing along at the moment at 44, 122 for 1 after 34.
Yeah, he's certainly playing well. He looks in good touch, does the lad Wharton today, doesn't he? And as you rightly said, he didn't properly time that one, but he's getting into the ball nicely. He's getting his weight and his body into the ball, and he's playing well so far today.
In comes Duffy, and Lythe, neat, compact, just runs it down towards third man. He's thinking about a second actually, but in the end turns it down.
What I like about that though is it's a good single, it's a quick single, and they're looking to score, not just through boundaries but through 1s and 2s, and that we talk about that now every time we're on air, but it's so important to keep that scoreboard ticking and frustrate the opposition, and then the bad balls start to come.
123 for 1 now. Lythe on to 53. 68 run partnership already, and this brings Wharton back onto strike, and Duffy wraps him on the pad. It's probably going down, drops square on the leg side, and there is no run. Well, can't recall. There's certainly not been a confident LBW appeal. I think there's been an odd stifled one, hasn't there, during the morning, but not a huge amount in this so far for the bowlers, or if there is, they haven't been able to exploit it. There is some grass on. Oh, that's a better delivery by Duffy this time. James Wharton swishes his bat in frustration, having pushed and missed at that one. That was better from Duffy. But yeah, If Richard Robinson, if Robbo's listening downstairs, he might be able to tell us how much grass is left on here. It's just that tinge about it, but as we know, Shawsey, time and again, whatever the conditions are like first up, if the sun shines through that morning session, batting tends to get easier in the afternoon. He said with Duffy, again, getting one past the outside edge of James Wharton's bat.
I think you're right, and I actually think it's a decent cricket pitch, this. Slight angle in, ball just continues, and Wharton just plays inside that one. The length for me is the key there. He's bowled a decent length. When Worcestershire really got into their accurate areas, they've been focusing the top of middle and off, really, top of that off stump, and we know the history of the game says it's the best delivery to bowl in the game as consistently as you can to build pressure.
A little fuller this time from Duffy, and this time Wharton playing a more confident defensive push.
And that's the key wherever the pitch. There's a length, isn't there, and for every pitch, but actually if you can be in and around that top of that off stump as often as you possibly can, then that brings all dismissals into play, and also just builds that little bit of pressure on the batting pair that are out there trying to accumulate runs. So if Worcestershire can keep dialing into that line and length, then they'll be looking to pick up another couple of wickets in the next hour or so, and Yorkshire looking to combat that by just gradually accelerating.
Duffy in again, edged and gone. James Wharton pushing at a ball away from his body from Jacob Duffy, and that's a good diving catch by Gareth Roderick. A second Yorkshire wicket falls with 123 on the board, and James Wharton, who'd got going nicely. Yeah, he's just been drawn into it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been drawn into it, and this one here just probably holds its line, and he nicks the ball, and it's a great catch, absolute great catch by the keeper. Good position, gets across, good diving catch, and a timely wicket for Worcestershire as Wharton departs for 44 of 63 deliveries, and it's a shame for Yorkshire and same for Wharton. He was playing really, really well. And yeah, that's a good wicket to get Worcestershire into this into this afternoon session. And a couple of times, Wharton had been beaten outside the off stump by Duffy in that over, and Duffy's maintained his lines and his lengths, and just drew Wharton into that that shot. And big wicket for Duffy and for Worcestershire, which brings in David Milan to the middle.
Yeah, I think James Wharton will be disappointed there, won't he? He's playing well. We're going to see it again for those who can see the replay. Just climbs on him. It's above waist height as he pushes at it. He's not managed to really move the feet, has he? They're slightly anchored with the ball angled in towards him. Takes that bottom hand off just as he's got the nick. And, well, Jacob Duffy takes a first wicket in Worcestershire colours, as it were. So congratulations to him. 1 for 47 now from 8 completed overs. And the dismissal of James Wharton has brought to the crease David Milan. He was at the non-striking end because Allison's bowling from the Howard stand end to Lyth, who has an easy enough leave on length first ball. So 44 off 63, 8 fours there for James Wharton, and he was out the final ball of the 35th over.
Yeah, certainly a shame for him, and a shame for this Yorkshire side, because he was playing pretty well, wasn't he? He was timing it well, and it was just in that passage after lunch, that getting in phase again, and another 20 minutes had been through that phase.
Here's Allison, straightens things up, Lyth deals with it, pushing out square on the offside. Milan yet to face a ball, his 215th first class match. He's over the 13,000 mark as well, run-wise, at 38.57. The best of 219 that we saw on this ground. When the ball's 35 overs old, and you've not found it easy to take wickets. 2 down. Not loads of players who you'd be desperate to see of the ability of Milan coming in at 4. Meanwhile, short ball here from Allison. Got slightly under that, hasn't he, Adam Lyth? He's got 4 through straight mid-wicket. Cow corner over at the far corner of the west stand. Again, don't think he quite nailed that the way the ball travelled, but it was the placement well away from any fielder. Now 4 runs.
Lyth moves on to 57.
.127 for 2. Allison in again, and Lyth this time perhaps 1 back. 3 slips back in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg is the setup. It will still be a bit on the chilly side, I'll wager, for those on the bottom tier of the Howard stand, which of course barely ever sees any sunshine, only the back end of the day when it's round behind the western terrace. Everybody else, though, will be pretty hot out there, I would think, in the stands, as Lyth drives firmly to this full-length delivery from Allison, who fielded it with his right hand and then rings it as if Adam Lyth, who I said earlier in the over, may not have timed his 4 that well. He certainly looked to strike that one cleanly.
Yeah, score on 127 for 2. 36th over of the day, but of course just over 60 overs remaining, and Allison's none for 30. 8.5 overs.
Making his way in towards us then again. Angled in but wide of off stump. Holds its line through to Gareth Roderick with the leave from Adam Lyth. So end of the 36th. And Yorkshire, well, they're not tanking along, are they? But 3.53 is certainly a pretty healthy start, and there's no rush. Day 1, first innings. They were already all out before this score last week. Today just the 2 down. Neil Dutton says nice knock by Wharton. Would have liked to have seen him push on, but that's a good bit of cricket for the pairs. Hope Milan's able to build on his 2 starts last week, and of course a joy to see him and Lyth together, the GM brothers. Other bat makers are available. Better say that because my brother works for one of them. Milan to face his first delivery then, following that dismissal of James Wharton. And as we said, what a belting catch that was by Roderick, tumbling away to his right. Duffy, the man who took the wicket, is in and bowling to Milan, who drops the first ball that he faces out into the offside. And there is no run. At JDZ Events, at Inside Leader 1, at Frank Watson 58 are our 3 points of correspondence on X. You can get us on email, BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Here comes Duffy again then. Tall figure. Oh, Milan. Now then, this cost him his wicket last week. He's just turned one into the onside and taken on the mid-on fielder and got through for a single. He was timing it really well in that first innings at Hampshire, and he'd done that a couple of times, and then I think he looked like he just... Sometimes there's that moment where you strike it, you think, yeah, this is okay, and then you realise you've hit it better than you thought, and he went, and he was run out by a direct hit. But he got through quite comfortably this time. 128 for 2, and he's off the mark, and can watch on from the non-striking end as Lyth is up on his toes to get over the top of this latest Duffy delivery. No run, bit of buzz down below. That's the voices you can hear in the background are down on the 3rd floor, with our effects mic trailed out of the window here, down beneath our feet. Can't see anybody from here, but Certainly hear them. It's just a lovely atmosphere so far, isn't it, today? Great to have cricket back at Headingley in the sunshine.
Shot.
And live, beautiful shot. Duffy, full leg stump, and that's always going to happen against this player who just angled it away, timed it, used the pace of the ball, and picked up 4 backward of square leg.
Nicely played, isn't it, from Lythe? It's just over pitched and just aired onto leg stump, and Lythe just clips that ball away. Really good balance here. Flicks it away just behind square. 4 runs on the leg side.
Duffy in again. Lythe this time goes square through the offside. It's going to be fielded out there, not easy, because it's run right across 2 of the practice wicket ends. It bobbled slightly on Jake Libby, but he was safe enough, and he would never have prevented the 2 that they got anyway. So Duffy going full and leg stump, and then a bit too short and off stump. He's got to try and find that happy medium. We've seen him do it once with that dismissal of James Wharton.
Nicely timed away though, that for 2 runs from Lythe.
Who's leaving this final delivery of the over. So we'll do a quick swap around in the com box here. Frank Watson back in to join us. Yorkshire 134 for 2. Lythe 63 and Milan on 1. Partnership so far worth 11. Duffy 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54. Ben Allison, who is going to continue by the looks of things at the Howard stand then. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. Frank is back.
Good afternoon. Yeah, well, it was a big wicket for Worcestershire, because I felt if they didn't get one in that first half hour after lunch, they would be very much on the back foot. Have got the wicket, albeit that it has brought to the crease a much more experienced and dangerous player in many ways in Dawid Malan. But good bowling from Duffy, I thought, post-lunch. And he beat Wharton twice in that over before he got the nick, and then induced him to play at one that he might not have had to play. I guess the one that actually got him. Good catch by Roderick. Nice height, though. Ben Allison from the Howard stand end, bowls outside the off stump, and Milan leaves that alone, taken by Roderick.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Frank. I think after lunch, I think Duffy got into a decent spell, hit decent areas, didn't he? And in that over just before he took the wicket of Wharton, as you rightly say, Wharton just played and missed a couple of times and looked to be struggling with that angle.
Yeah.
But good delivery and good catch by the keeper.
I think it's the first time I've seen Duffy, other than a bit of footage. Allison round the wicket, and Lythe plays defensively back at the pitch, and there's no run. And he might not Milan, sorry. He might well disagree with this, and it might be complete nonsense. But on the basis of today, he just looks a better bowler against right-handers than he does against left. He's only had 1 right-hander to bowl at, such as this Yorkshire top order. But certainly, he bowled well against Wharton in that post-lunch period. I say that, he's only bowled at Wharton, it's the only right-hander he's bowled at, so it's probably a little bit premature to make that sort of observation. Allison round the wicket, bowls, and well, there's a great shot from Milan, on the up, through the covers. Not much footwork, to be fair, just watch the replay again, but just great hands, and just got a bit of width, no great pace from Allison. Hits it on the up, and absolutely superb. Let's have a look. Yeah, half a stride forward, to be fair. Just stood up straight, beautifully timed. And, well, doesn't get much better than that. Left-handers look so elegant. Yeah, just half a stride into it. On the up, superb shot from Milan. What a great way to get your first boundary. And I keep saying it, looks a good pitch, this, to me. Batsman playing on the front foot with real confidence. Oh, and the next one goes past the outside edge, and Gareth Roderick, well, he'd be glad he didn't nick it, because he didn't take it cleanly, although he did knock it up in the air, and Ethan Brooks at second slip completed what would have been a catch had he hit it, but he didn't. It was a really good response, that, from Ben Allison.
Oh,
yeah, big
that
one
goes.
that.
And then swings it after it's bounced,
Yeah,
so I made it
and
difficult
gone
for
off
the keeper.
seam. Yeah, good delivery, really good delivery. So good pitch in that you can play your shots. Good pitch in that it offers a little bit of assistance as well based on that. A few people having fish and chips stuck on the live stream. Mushy peas. Not bad on a Friday. Catholic people, no doubt. This one whipped away through mid-wicket for a single. Good stop by Matthew Waite, moving to his left. And they get just the one when they might have got 2 or 3 had it gone through. Milan goes to 6 and Lyth 63 now. Unhurried Adam Lyth, setting his stall out, I reckon. There's 100 there for him today. He's thinking I got 100 last week. What a way to start.
Yeah.
Set the tone, set the example to the younger players as the veteran opener. 139 for 2. Allison round the wicket. Bowls, good delivery. Lyth leaves. And that is the end of the over. Not a bad over, but one really good delivery in it, but also one memorable shot from David Milan. 139 for 2. Could be a long afternoon for Worcestershire in the heat. It's quite warm out there. Just popped outside for a few minutes and genuinely feels like end of May, really, something like that. Proper sunshine. And the crowd enjoying it.
It is certainly warm out there, isn't it? And that's the importance now of the Worcestershire bowling unit, to just, again, tight on lines, keep building the pressure, and hopefully they've still got 3 slips in play, Frank, haven't they? So they're still thinking the outside edge is still potential. There's just still enough movement in the pitch if you get the ball in the right areas as often as you can.
Duffy trying to do that now, moves away from us and bowls, and it's good straight delivery, but Milan, who's a good player, a quick ball, he's plenty of time just to push it out on the offside. He's a pace a yard or 2 above anybody else in the Worcestershire side, no doubt about that, Duffy. Tom Taylor just loosening up, suggesting he might replace Allison, I think. They'll probably give Duffy another 1 or 2, I would say. He bowled 5, I think, in his opening spell. So in his 10th now, round the wicket to Milan. He bowls, and Milan is pushing this one up to mid-on, where Waite fields, and there's no run. Matthew Waite this morning, 5 overs, 5 maidens. Very tidy indeed. But quite rightly, I think, giving way after lunch to Duffy, whose extra pace has brought about the 2nd wicket. James Wharton caught behind for 44. It's a good catch by Roderick, diving up to his right. But it was I think most wicket keepers will tell you that they're quite nice, those high ones. It's the low ones that are dying on you that are really difficult.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot from Milan. Slightly over pitch, wasn't full half volley from Duffy, but Milan just leans into it and hits it through extra cover for 4. Another lovely shot from David Milan, who is a fine looking player. It's beautifully played. Just what I like about that was the lack of extravagance about it. There was no great follow through. He just made sure that he middled it, found the gap. Beautifully played. Such a good player. I mean, we've all seen Milan play destructive white ball innings, but such a good technician as well, I think, and that was beautifully executed. He goes to 10 into double figures, 2 glorious shots in that. And Duffy, no margin for error, around the wicket bowls. This one a little bit shorter of length, and Milan is in behind it and pushes out on the offside. He's a player, I've always felt, Milan, that always appears to have a lot of time. Some players are more gifted than others, some players are more attractive, but Milan just always gives me that impression that he sees it early and never appears hurried. There's nothing extravagant about his batting. Just Duffy bowls and he just plays this very late, just steers it out square on the offside. D'Oliveira fields in the covers. Could be a long day for Worcestershire this. I think if you win the toss and put the opposition in, there's a little bit of green in the pitch. You're really hoping to have them 3 down at lunch and 6 down by tea. Make them work hard, but they haven't bowled badly, but a bit loose at the start, and Lythe has played particularly well. Round the wicket, Duffy bowls, and Milan just tickles it away down to long leg in complete control and takes a single. It's the end of the over. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, hands him his cap, and it's 144 for 2. Milan will keep the strike.
What I like about Milan, you mentioned there, he seems to have that little bit more time than arguably other batters, and often that's down to a quickly judging length, isn't it? Yeah. And whether it's full, whether it's short, and really assessing that length and reacting to that length very, very quickly, which he does do, and he always seems balanced at the crease.
Yeah.
And you know, it just gets his weight nicely into the ball and plays with a full back face. So percentage-wise, he gives himself every chance, doesn't he?
Cuts the room for error down, I think. Yeah, absolutely. You often hear coaches, don't you, talking about seeing the length early, and it's become a bit of a cliche, and I don't know how much sort of people think about that, our listeners or people that watch on TV. There's a change of bowling here, Tom Taylor coming on at the Howardstone end. But I think I read somewhere, well, years ago, I think, that if you apply the laws of science to the game of cricket, and to batting in particular, against the quickest bowlers, Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Milan tucks him off his legs for a single, 145 for 2. That, you know, they defy the laws of science, because if you bowl at that speed, it's impossible to do some of the things that batsmen do, come on the front foot, drive it, etc., when it's bowled at you at 90 odd miles an hour, but they do it. But it's just that business of reading early where the ball's going to go, isn't it? So the bowler runs up, lets it go, and the very best players, we call it picking length, basically means they see it out of the hand and they make a very early and correct decision about where it's actually going to bounce, and you can't really explain it in any other way than that, really. Some people just react more quickly than others. Taylor bowls, lie this forward, and there's no run. I mean, you stand there with a bat in your hand and the bloke runs up to bowl it. You've got a pretty good idea that it's going to be somewhere near you. I mean, unless you're playing on the beach and, you know, your wife's bowling at you and it could go at your head or something without bouncing. But seriously, they know roughly, but it's just those little margins that make the difference. And someone like Milan, Steve Waugh was the first one I ever really thought, watching him play hook shots before he ruled it out of his career completely, which is another story, as Lythe drives up to mid-off. He was a phenomenally quick scorer, Steve Waugh. I remember when he first came over to this country and played for Essex Seconds and so on, he was scoring hundreds off, you know, fewer than 100 balls in those days. It was unheard of. And yet look at the player that he turned into. He turned into a player that ruled out the hook shot completely because it got him out, and he became not a blocker, but he became somebody that was just so dependable. But early on in his career, phenomenal player of the short ball. Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Lythe drives nicely up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that was it. It was seeing the length. And they say Ponting, don't they, particularly small men, often smaller men. Ponting, they reckon, was incredibly quick at picking up the short ball. And what they're able to do, those guys, Paul, is you see them playing cross-bat shots against balls that aren't really that short, and you think, how on earth have they managed to do that? They've pulled balls that don't appear to be really pullable, but they've seen it so early, they've got their feet into position, and the rest is history. Taylor again round the wicket, bowl to Lythe, who steers this down into the gully.
And you know, many of the cues, either consciously or unconsciously, from a batter are picked up even before the ball's being bowled, aren't they? So in the bowler's run up, they're picking up information all the time. And for any coaches out there, that's why it's really important to ensure that when you're working with batters, that they are actually facing bowlers quite a lot. And it's sometimes we go to bowling machines a lot, but there's no cues within bowling machines. So the importance of training to pick up cues too.
Taylor in, round the wicket, good delivery, Lythe leaves, taken by Roderick. End of a tidy over from Tom Taylor, 145 for 2. And that's why they've developed these bowling machines that have a big screen with the bowler running up on them. I've seen one or two of those. I'm not quite sure how sophisticated they are. But I also think, and it's one of my things as a coach, the dog stick, the plastic sidearm that you see it every single day now on when the players are out there warming up and practicing. Fine, has its place, etc. But it's not like facing a bowler who runs up and brings his arm over and everything else. And yeah, there's a difference. Rob Jones on as a 12th man. Not quite sure who's gone off, but he's fielding at mid-on as Jacob Duffy prepares to bowl to David Malan. Round the wicket, 3 slips still in. Duffy is in, bowls, and that's a good lead from Malan. The ball just straight, didn't appear to deviate sideways, that one, and Malan, reading the line, lifts his hands well clear of it and allows it through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. 2 men out for Yorkshire then. 1 this morning, Finley Bean, caught at third slip by Ben Allison for 19 after a partnership of 55 for the first wicket with Adam Lythe. And the second man out since lunch, James Wharton, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off this man, Jacob Duffy, who bowls to Malan. He throws the hands at that and rather fortunate, gets 4 runs off the outside edge down to third man. That was a bit loose from Malan. He just sort of, again, a minimum of footwork and just threw his hands at it, maybe just working on the basis that it was fairly wide, and if he got a good bat on it he would get 4, but he wasn't balanced on that occasion. He was just off it a bit, as we say. He just felt his weight going back a little bit as he went into the shot. But he gets 4, he won't worry. He's on the board, he's 16, 149 for 2. And well, most things that have beaten the field have gone all the way today. The outfield is quick, particularly when you think of the time of the year. And that one raced away down to third man. Brett D'Oliveira, Worcestershire captain, was just probably beginning to worry. They're having a look at the ball now. We had 1 change down at Taunton last week, which was quite amazing really when you think how much Tom Banton was whacking it here, there and everywhere. But it was actually in the Worcestershire second innings that they changed the ball. They're having a good look at it today. Don't know what's wrong. Maybe it hit the metal sort of fence down at third man. Steve O'Shaughnessy says, tough, get on with it. Gives it him back, having shown it to Mark Newell, the other umpire. And Jacob Duffy has it in his hand and he's walking back to his mark, polishing it on his flannels. Big man Duffy, tall, broad-shouldered, bowled with good pace today. Comes in now and bowls, and this one is driven on the offside by Malan up to mid-off. I'm always relieved when a overseas player arrives and he makes his first appearance just a couple of days after landing and everything fits. Because we had Alzari Joseph about 3 years ago, came over to Worcestershire just for the first month of the season. I don't think anybody had ever told him that we played in temperatures of about 8 and 9 degrees. He was horrified. Around the wicket is Duffy and bowls short, and Malan swivels round, and I think just gets a Q end on it really, and it goes back up the pitch to the bowler. I was looking away to square. No, it hit him in the body actually. There's a no ball called by the umpire, so 2 runs added. And Alzari Joseph, poor chap, the only pair of trousers they had for him finished halfway down his shins. So he looked a bit like a pantomime character. It was freezing cold for the first 3 games, and he was walking around in these trousers that got nowhere near his shins really. Oh, that's a good one from Duffy. That's a really good one. Past the outside edge. He played at that one all right. That's just about perfect, that one from Jacob Duffy. Just watching it again now. Yeah, just held its line. Definitely played at it, Malan, and nodded, as they do, to the bowler. It's been the replay now, yeah, just nods his head. I always think that's a bit condescending, isn't it? Yeah, well bowled, mate. You won't be able to do that very often. And he gets away. And when you get to the experience level of these two, you don't worry about things like that, of course. You just put it behind you and concentrate on the next one, which is coming along now. Duffy bowls and Malan is just in behind it, and they exemplifying what I was saying a few minutes ago about having time. He just has all the time in the world to steer that one down into the gully. Libby is the fielder, and there's no run. It's looking like a tough afternoon for Worcestershire, but as they say. A couple of quick wickets, add one, add a couple, and it suddenly looks very different. And that's what they'll be hoping they can do.
What they have done is about 2 balls ago, they moved square leg down to
Long leg.
long leg. So you've got long leg.
But that one is full and on the off stump and just steered by Milan. No more than a steer through the covers, but it'll bring him 3 runs. Taylor is in pursuit. And Duffy continues, despite having picked up a wicket since lunch, to be quite expensive. His figures now 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 63. And Yorkshire, 150 is up. They're going on very, very nicely indeed. Adam Lythe's still there. And given, as I kept saying before the break, that he got a real flyer, the fact that he's on 63 now is a measure of how circumspectly he's played since that early phase. And he knows how important it is that he plays the anchor role now, and the others can play around him, and he's played beautifully. It's actually not the 150, it's 149 for 2. The scoreboard beat me. Milan is now 16. It is 150. I beat the scoreboard. It was too slow. Sometimes it's quick and sometimes a bit slower. So it's 154 for 2 now, because they've added the 2 for the no ball as well, and the 3 to Milan, who is now on 19, and he did keep the strike. And Lythe is 63.
And this partnership is just beginning to tick along nicely. Partnership of 31. Just going back to Lythe, he's played each phase of this game so far very, very well.
Taylor bowls, Milan defends, no run.
And that's often a key to batsmanship. It's you go out there with a positive mindset, looking to score. Your intent is always to score, and actually then playing the situation in front of you as it unfolds and working through those gears, whether you can put your foot down or whether you just pull back a little bit and play the situation. And if you play the situation better than the opposition, then it gives you the better chance of winning each session and each day of play, really. And that's certainly what Lythe's done here today so far.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls. Milan squirts this off an outside. It's a good bit of work by Libby actually at backward point. That's where he always used to field for Notts before he came to Worcestershire. Jake Libby, always remember him there playing against Worcestershire for Notts, and he tends to be in that sort of area, or sometimes in the slips, and he's quick on his feet and just gets down and makes the save. Yeah, you're right, it's all about breaking the game down, isn't it, into not, I think, manageable chunks, but I also think from the player's point of view, I'll just break off as Taylor comes round the wicket and bowls, and Milan edges down to third man for 4. So many runs gone through third man, and that was a proper edge. He didn't really have a lot of control of that. Taylor will be a bit disgruntled. Difference between that and a nick to slip is just marginal. But going back to that, yeah, it's making it into manageable, but also kind of understandable chunks for the player. So in this half hour, this is what we're going to try and do. As a batter, you get together with your partner and you say, in this period, they're trying to do this, so this is what we're going to try and do. Don't think too far ahead. Don't look back. Just concentrate. That's certainly the way that the really successful teams operate, I think. And Adam Lythe, central to any Yorkshire plans today, that's for sure. Taylor is in and bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Milan. And just to exemplify what I'm sort of getting at, I suppose, and I know you know what I mean, Paul, is that, you know, when Lythe and Bean walked out there this morning, their target was no more than get through the first 5 overs. You know, that's all it was. And then Lythe finds that actually in doing that, he's on 20, and you know, it happens sometimes, but that doesn't change the overall plan. And that's why at the point when he was on 20 or round about then, I said, you know, well, this is danger time now, because he might just get carried away. He didn't, and that's very much why he's still there, I think. As Taylor bowls, that's an absolute beauty from Tom Taylor. Gone past the outside edge. He's not had a lot of luck in this little spell, Taylor. Really good delivery. Just done a bit as well, and then swung after it gone past. There's still a little bit of nibble out there, there's no doubt about that, and that makes the score look even better actually from a Yorkshire perspective, because they could easily have been 3 or 4 down. Very, very good effort, particularly by Lythe. Unlucky Taylor. He'll be encouraged. He's in again now and he bowls, and Milan drives nicely. But good work in the covers by Kashif Ali. And that's the end of the over. 158 for 2. It's interesting, Kashif there making that stop, because I hope he won't mind me saying this. I don't think he will. I mean, he's a Saka graduate. He's the first one from the South Asian Cricket Academy that was given a professional contract. And he came into the Worcestershire side the season before last, mainly in the white ball game. And he's now kicked on and he's batting at 3 and done pretty well last season. Certainly started the season very, very well. But his fielding when he first came in, as a sort of mid-20-year-old, 25-year-old who's come into the first class game late, his fielding was not good enough, and he knew that. And we said regularly in commentary, he's going to have to work at this, he's going to have to work at this. And my goodness, has he worked at it, he really has. Because you just got to be a good fielder these days.
Yeah, you have it, and it's the physical fitness side and fielding attitudinal things, aren't they? So you can build that skill and build those capabilities. So that's pretty important, but also a good sign in terms of his work ethic, isn't it? That he has improved the way he has.
Yeah. Matthew Waite coming on at the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's the first runs off Matthew Waite. Actually, he bowled 5 maidens before lunch. That was a loosener, to be fair. He was hitting the deck hard before the interval. That was a little bit of a floater up outside off stump, and Adam Lyth just helped himself, just leaned into it, width and length in his favour. First bad ball he's bowled probably in 31, 26, no 31, get your maths right. And Lyth takes advantage and goes to 67, beautifully played. If you're Adam Lyth now, you just look at the board and think, take it easy. Could be going to 100 just before tea, that would be lovely. No need to rush. Waite again is in, bowls to him, and he plays defensively down on the onside. Ben Allison fields at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Allison now swaps with Taylor. Comes to mid-off and Taylor goes into mid-wicket because he doesn't want to chase many more down to the boundary because he's bowling at the other end. That makes perfect sense to me. It's the same reason I got the lift back up when I went downstairs earlier on. His weight over the wicket is in and bowled short, and that's heaved away by Lyth, and he has thrown it away. Would you believe it? And the man I was talking about, Kashif Ali, underneath the catch on the leg side boundary, had ages to watch it because Lyth swivelling round to the short one from Waite, top edge, and hold out to deep backward square leg. Having said how well he's played and how he's managed the innings and everything else, he's just thrown it away. Not really a top edge, he just got underneath it and scooped it up in the air.
Toe of the bat.
Almost lack of pace from Matthew Waite. He's fetching it from quite a long way outside off as well. That's a bonus.
But if you remember, just a couple of overs ago, the square leg went to deep square. And so it just puts not doubt in the batter's mind, but it makes the batter think there's going to be a short one. Is it going to be full? Is it going to be short? But it's certainly mistimed that as Lyth. But he's played superbly today. 183 minutes, 118 balls, 12 fours. A wonderful 67 really in the context of the game. He's gone through the gears. He's played beautifully this morning. He's played low risk, high reward cricket from having a quick start to his innings. I think he's played beautifully, and it's a shame for Yorkshire that he's been dismissed, but absolutely a wonderful breakthrough for Worcestershire, and they're back in this game and got back into this afternoon sessions cricket. That wicket incidentally brings out the Yorkshire skipper Johnny Bairstow as he joins David Milan. Milan's on 23 as Bairstow walks to the wicket with a score on 162 for 3.
Yeah, when you had that message that JD received earlier about Worcestershire's attack being a bit lacking in fire by Division 1 standards, and I have heard that said before, obviously, and when you look at the Worcestershire lineup and you think they finished 6th last year, which was a good effort for them, and then you compare it to the Yorkshire lineup, which features Adam Lyth, Test 100, David Milan, Test match superstar, Johnny Bairstow, superstar. It puts it into perspective that Yorkshire have only just come into Division 1, and Worcestershire stayed up last year, which was a good effort for them, but it's tough. It's tough for a side like Worcestershire to compete against this sort of lineup. Bairstow is pushing his first ball out to mid-wicket. That's a real bonus for Worcestershire picking that wicket up, though, of Lyth.
Going back to what you were saying then, Frank, I think it's a really important point. If you look at the togetherness within the Worcestershire team and you look back to that fourth innings, fourth day last week down at Taunton, and the resilience and character that they show, I think they're wonderful attributes, aren't they, of any team?
Yeah, and you've got to have them, haven't you? You've got to have them if you're going to do well. One of the, I'll just break off as Matthew Waite bowls a good delivery to Johnny Bairstow, which rises outside the off stump, and he drops his hands under it. It's taken by Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire, I think, I've talked to a few members of the team and coaching staff and whatever. You look over the last 5 years at Division 1 and the team that Worcestershire perhaps aspire to be, not I don't mean trying to copy, but just you look at the team that have punched above their weight with limited resources over the last few years, and it's Essex, who are financially on a similar sort of level to Worcestershire. To break off his weight bowls, Bairstow works it to mid-wicket, and there's no run, end of the over. And yet Essex have, regularly punched above their weight and hammered away at the top. And they're doing it again already this season. So it can be done. But in terms of names on the paper, Johnny Bairstow coming out to join Dawid Malan and Adam Lyth, the man out. That just shows you the strength that Yorkshire have got in this batting lineup, even though they might have been bowled out very cheaply first innings last week. 162 for 3. Malan is 23. Bairstow yet to get off the mark. A real bonus picking up that wicket of Adam Lyth, but in some ways good reward for Matthew Waite's excellent spell before lunch. His figures now: 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4. JD's back, and it's Tom Taylor from the Howard stand end. His first ball outside the off stump to Malan is left alone.
Yeah, just been having a chat with a couple of former Yorkshire players. It's the Players Association, or past players, I can't remember. Charpie will correct me on the precise name of the moniker of the group, but basically former players. Ashley Metcalf, had a chat with him downstairs, and Simon Kellett, who's on the ground. Also just had a quick hello with Andrew Bairstow.
Taylor again round the wicket, left alone by Malan, lifts his hands well clear of it. So there we go, 3 men out. Finley Bean for 19 this morning. Since lunch, the 2 men that were in at the interval, James Wharton for 44 and Adam Lyth just a moment ago for 67, when it looked for all the world as though he was laying down the platform for a second successive 100, and a lapse of concentration. One of the few, actually. Can't really remember Adam Lyth making many mistakes. I played and missed a few times, but generally. And that's another beauty from Tom Taylor, who's been a very unfortunate man in the last 2 or 3 overs. Gone past the outside edge of Malan's bat several times. And that one, and good delivery again, just nipping a little bit off the seam. And evidence, as we kept saying, JD, that there's still a little bit of nip in this pitch. And a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers. But as we've seen throughout the day, if the ball's pitched up, the batsman can be confident enough to get on the front foot and play, and that's good cricket wicket. Left alone this time. Good leave by Malan outside the off stump.
It's a bit deceptive from an angle, because Ashley Metcalf was just saying it looks better, the pitch, from where we were further down the stand to the right here. It does look more straw coloured when you're out there, but he said it on watching it on the stream this morning, it felt greener than it looks, and when I'm back up here it looks greener again. Well, I spoke to quite a few of the Worcestershire contingent that had been here yesterday to practice and had a look at this pitch. Taylor is in bowls. Good leave this time by Malan, and they said it was pretty green was the general consensus, I think. And when they say when a cricketer says pretty green, they mean greenish in colour, but it doesn't really just mean that. It means it's got grass on it, and a proper grass on it. It's not been shaved, and a bit of grass means a little bit of seam movement, a little bit more moisture.
But it will flatten out, I'm sure. I dare say, after a day like this, batting conditions tomorrow will be a bit easier. Taylor bowls outside the off-stump. Good lead from Milan. Good judgment from Milan. But well bowled. Tom Taylor continues to trouble the batsman, and it's been a good effort by him. 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37, and 16 of those came in 1 over. So that just shows you how well he's bowled the rest of the time.
It is the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Players Association. I'm reliably informed by Kevin Sharp.
Is he here? Is Kevin's
no,
not here, is
no,
he? No,
he's hanging on to your every word.
He's organising the party,
Back
but
home.
he isn't attending the party.
Yeah, an email in here on my BBC account which says England cricket great James Anderson has been knighted in the Prime Minister's resignation honours.
Wow.
As the first ball of the over. He's turned leg side by Johnny, who's picked up a single to get off the mark. 163 for 3. So congratulations to Jimmy Anderson. England cricket great. Well, talk about that word so many times, don't we? And
yeah, but it really is.
More often than not. You might be able to query it, but certainly not in that respect. An absolute England great. And in terms of sports worthiness for that sort of an honour, he's right up there. As Waite, right arm over the wicket, bowling here to the left-handed Milan, who strokes it back down the pitch.
So it'll be the Sir James Anderson stand, the Sir James Anderson end at Old Trafford. And he could be bowling from it this very season. Still playing, of course. Yeah, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Stuart Broader want one now, I expect. They tended to sort of mark each other's careers quite closely, didn't they?
Yeah, waiting again, and Milan right in behind it, plays back down the pitch. No run, yeah, they did indeed. Get in touch at JD's events, at Frank Watson 58, or at Inside Leader 1. We have some background pinging.
In Sharp.
He pinged it round here a time or two.
He did.
During his playing career. Here comes Waite again. Milan not pinging this, but just running it square on the offside. Libby tries to throw down the stumps, and Johnny Bairstow did have to get the hurry up on. Dominic McMullen, afternoon to you, Dom. He says, I thought I'd send in some videos of the Truman machine by Bowler.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about it on the stream.
Yeah,
the
indeed.
machine's got various bowling actions. See if you can guess who they are before James Taylor does.
Well, he'll have faced them before, we won't, so that might not be so easy.
Wait to Bairstow. Inside edge for 4 through fine leg, but not knowing a whole lot about it. One hand off the bat. Matthew Waite, understandably, hands on his head in frustration there, because he knows a million miles away from a very big wicket.
Yeah. Just edged it down past the stumps, didn't he? If he has a weakness, Bairstow, we know, it's well documented that it's maybe to the nip backer, isn't it? But that one he got away with, and it's his first boundary. Good stuff from Waite.
168 for 3, Matthew Waite. Final ball of the 45th over. Ooh. And Johnny having a push through the original line at that one that nips away. He plays it again through the covers for 4, but the ball had gone. End of the over. Good one from Matthew Waite, where luck deserted him. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10.
Yeah, good over. He's bowled well. He's bowled really well. Irony being, he's got his wicket with one of his worst deliveries, really, because he's just nagged away. Particularly good against the right-hander, Wharton, before lunch. 5 maidens, but he's bowled really well. And Tom Taylor too, who's coming back into the attack now, whose figures, as I say, 11 overs, 1 for 37, 16 of those in 1 over. So his other 10 overs cost 21. He's gone past the bat probably in 10 times, I would imagine, and he's been a bit unlucky not to have got more than the 1 wicket that he's got. The next ball is turned away on the leg side by Dawid Malan. Brett D'Oliveira fields mid-wicket.
Joshua says you're going to start a misinformation tsunami. Previous PM resignation honours.
Yes.
Loving the commentary.
Yes,
so
indeed,
it just says, I read what was in front of me.
I did think that. It was the previous PM. But it's wonderful for James Anderson, isn't it? He is a true great of the English game. Taylor round the wicket, in, bowls, and Malan turned round a little bit. Good bowling again by Taylor. Just turned him round. Got a bat on it as he kind of walked into it, but Taylor asking quite a few questions here. On another day, could easily have picked up 2-3 wickets here, Tom Taylor. And Worcestershire just seen a little chink maybe in the last few minutes, with Johnny Bairstow edging off the inside edge past the stumps and then playing and missing at the next one. Taylor is in again and bowls. Malan drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. Fielded there by Finch. No run. Bowling figures for Worcestershire so far. Duffy 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 68. Taylor 1 for 37, he's in his 12th. Ben Allison 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35, pretty tidy. Adam Finch 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 17. And Matthew Waite 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10. Probably the pick of the bowlers, along with this man, I think. Taylor in, bowls, and Malan drives beautifully. Real flourish that time. He did let his hands go. He often just check drives, but let his hands go that time. But despite hitting it really well, straight at Kashif Ali at extra cover. Worcestershire still employing 3 slips. Could say 2 in a gully, but gully is about 5th slip really. You don't often see a proper gully these days. They always tend to be a little bit further round. Taylor is in again, down the leg side, and Malan just helps himself to 4 runs. Oh, leg byes, beg your pardon. Thought he got a little bat on it. Looking to run it away down the leg side. And it goes for 4. And umpire Newell says leg byes. Just missed it with the bat, and it died a little bit off his thigh pad, which is why Gareth Roderick couldn't get across and make the save. So cheap 4 runs onto the total as Taylor's line urged down the leg side. 5 leg byes we've had now, 2 wides, and 6 no balls, or 3 times 2 no balls. In the extras column, 172 for 3. Worcestershire -2 on the over rate. Need to pick that up a bit this afternoon. As Taylor bowls and Malan is forward. Blocks this up to mid-off. Finch fields, end of the over, 172 for 3.
Yeah, and well, just looking further down that email, by the way, a lot further down, when I opened it up, it did say the Prime Minister's resignation honours are granted by the King at the request of an outgoing Prime Minister, but that was not the top line, which just says resignation honours. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Matthew Waite to continue at the Kirkstall lane end. 3 slips in place. Johnny Bairstow. Oh, now then, is he in trouble here? There's a skyer on its way down to fine leg, and Adam Finch, I think it is, couldn't get in time to take it. It was a real steepler. It felt like it was just about off the toe end of the bat.
Gareth Roderick was interested, Finch was interested. In fact, I don't think either of them could actually get there, and it landed. Yeah, I mean, if Finch had seen it earlier, perhaps, or if he'd been as quick as Brett D'Oliveira, but he made a good effort. But that's a real. Well, Matthew Waite's been unlucky, hasn't he? The last few deliveries against Johnny Bairstow. They got 2.
Very strange looking shot, wasn't it? He's driving down the ground here and not timing that one perfectly either. Early doors, trying to get used to the pace of the pitch, but Well, he survived it. Don't think it'll go down in his all-time top 10 favourite shots. 174 for 3. He's on 7, Johnny. But if he gets going, we know what a danger he will be. Wide of off stump, and Bairstow draws the back a long way, a long way back round him.
You had that knock at New Road. Were you there, JD, again in the T20 when
I
he got
was.
injured? Goodness
Yeah.
me, 10 sixes, and he hit several, even on one leg, into Cripplegate Park, which is on the other side of the road from the ground at New Road, over New Road, in other words. And yeah, it was pretty amazing hitting, that was.
Yeah, that red hot Friday evening, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Waite in and bowling to Bairstow, just content to play out into the offside here. No run. Yeah, and he got the injury. He got exactly half his runs before the injury. Yeah, as he did.
He almost hit it more when he was injured, didn't he? Because he just had to stand
and
there.
deliver. Yeah, and there was also he couldn't time anything, could he? In the first half of it, when he was fit, he wasn't really.
No, he just stood still, and it was incredible hitting.
And then the second half, he really pinged it. I think did he change his bat at the halfway point as well?
Something like that.
Waite to Bairstow, who's covering this one, shoulder and arms.
It was reminiscent, for those of a certain age, of Graham Hick and Tom Moody when they used to get the bit between their teeth. Certainly over the New Road stand into Cripplegate Park is a good hit. It's not the biggest boundary in the world, but to go all the way over the road as well is quite something. And he did it more than once. He did it about 4 or 5 times that night, Johnny Bairstow. It was carnage.
It was, wasn't it? Brutal. Waite to Bairstow, solidly behind this one to end the over with another defensive push. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 12 for Matthew Waite, who was unlucky to concede a couple there off the top edge of Johnny, who's on 7. Milan 24, 174 for 3, and we're 1 over shy of being at the halfway point of playing time for the day.
Good over from Matthew Waite. I think he's been unlucky, to be fair, only to have 1 wicket, come past the edge on many occasions. Inside edge from Bairstow, past the stumps, and also that top edge. Now Adam Finch, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17 this morning. This is a test, isn't it, for a young bowler to come on against Milan and Bairstow.
Talking of T20 exploits, remember the over that he hit Matthew Fisher out of the park in another T20 match down at New Road?
Absolutely, when he came at the end. Finch is in and bowls, and his first ball is wide. It's an absolute gift to Milan, who smashes it square of the wicket on the offside for 4. A loosener and a real gift for Milan, that one. Yeah. Just what the batsman would have been hoping for. The new bowler, you always think you might get a loosener, I suppose, when a bowler comes on. You think, just be ready, just in case. And a player like Milan would certainly have done that 1,000 times in his career. Yeah. There's a change of bowling and he gets a loose one and puts it away. Here's Finch round the wicket. This one's better, straighter, but still Milan is able to steer it down to Libby at 3rd man for a single.
There was a touch of the don't bowl that at me, wasn't there, about the shot?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he just well, you can't, can you? You can't bowl there to a player like Milan. I think you just can't. 179 for 3. Milan's on 29. He's not been without its problems. He's played and missed a good few times, especially against Tom Taylor's post-lunch spell. But he's still there, and he's putting the base down now for a big one. Bairstow takes guard against Finch. He hasn't faced a delivery at this Kirksall Lane end yet, and just goes for a little wander and a little prod at the pitch. And then assumes his stance. 3 slips still in, but 2 men out on the leg side boundary as well. Short leg side boundary. As Finch is in and bowls short to Bairstow. Good delivery, and he's got him. Caught behind. Bairstow not liking it, doesn't want to walk, but he's been given, and he will have to go And if he doesn't go a little bit more quickly, he's going to be in trouble with the match referee, I think, and he's having a wander back and saying something to the Worcestershire players now. He was trying to leave it, he's trying to pull his way. He's not happy at all, Johnny Bairstow.
No, I think he says it hit him on the stomach.
But he's been given.
Area.
And we're watching the replay now. Yeah, it's gone off the right shoulder, I think.
Oh.
And that's not a good decision by the umpire. Johnny Bairstow, quite rightly, is not happy with that. He might even have been hoping they might withdraw the appeal or something, but he's been given, and he's been caught behind by Gareth Roderick. He was leaving it, he pulled his bat out of the way, and it appeared to me to strike him on the chest or on the right arm as it went through. And it's a bonus wicket for Worcestershire. He didn't look in great touch, to be fair, Bairstow. He was struggling a bit. He played and missed a couple of times. He top-edged a hook. But nonetheless, he has every reason to be disgruntled with that. Just watching the replay again, he's pulled his bat away, nowhere near the bat. And it's hit round about, I think, the right shoulder, just on the chest, isn't it?
Back, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and I'm afraid the umpire's got that one wrong. But there we go. You win some, you lose some. Worcestershire were on the wrong end of not just that one that we saw at Fidolivera the other day, but a couple of others they thought they'd been a bit unlucky with. So it swings and roundabouts. But you have to say Johnny Bairstow is very, very unfortunate to be given out. Caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Adam Finch for 7. And it's 179 for 4. And that's the second kind of bonus wicket, really, since lunch for Worcestershire.
You just don't need that when you've got a player who's played 100 Test matches.
No, well, you don't need it, anybody, do you? Finch in, bowls to the new batsman, who is George Hill, and he is pushing this one out on the offside. And there's no run. Tell me a bit about George Hill, JD.
Good player.
24 years old.
Have you not seen him play before?
Yeah, but you know, I think probably not a player I know a great deal about.
Got his opportunity in the days under Andrew Gale's tenure. Got 71 on debut at Northants, towards the top end of the order when Yorkshire was searching for top order batters.
Finch into him, and he's off the mark with 4, down to third man, nicely timed. Just a steer really down to the boundary. 183 for 4. I'm not sure that that I have seen him play in a first-class game against Worcestershire, actually. So
yeah, because there's been relatively few in recent seasons.
Exactly.
Well, he's got going on for 2,500 first-class runs now. It's his 51st first-class match.
Right.
He's
so yeah, I
mean, 32.
That's a lot of games for a 24-year-old. So he's obviously been a fixture in the side. But then, yeah, you're right. I mean, well, I wasn't here for the game when Worcestershire got their promotion 2 years ago. That was Bradders, so
4 tons.
I might not have seen him. Finch into him, bowls, and that's a lovely shot, beautifully driven up to mid-off, straight to Matthew Waite, but he hit it so well that despite Waite's tumbling half stop, he still gets a single. So the end of the over from Finch, he gets a bonus wicket because Johnny Bairstow clearly didn't hit that, but he's gone for 7, and with Hill on 5 and Milan on 29. Yorkshire 184 for 4.
Yeah, George, well, he's played 30 list games and 20 T20s, so he's very much been a fixture in the 50 over side in the last few years, but breaking into a regular spot in T20s has been a challenge, but he's been pretty much a fixture since he got in the side in first-class cricket. And we're talking about his runs there, and he is a very useful bowler, as we saw again last week at Hampshire. Different to a lot of bowlers that you see, seems to be able to get the ball to move in the air if there's any swing, and off the pitch. 77 first-class wickets. He's really only been used more in that role in more recent seasons. It was just a very occasional go at first. He runs that one to gully off Matthew Waite without scoring a run. I think he came through really as a bowler in the first place, who batted, but he got his chance in the side as a batter, and yeah, just a good all-round cricketer.
A bit like Ed Barnard then in that respect, I suppose.
Bowled a devastating spell at Leicester at the back end of last season when Yorkshire were pushing for promotion. Quickly wrapped him up. He's averaging 25 or so with the ball and 33 nearly with the bat. And he's on strike now, waiting to face his old teammate Matthew Waite. Balls at one straight to him. Punch back down the pitch, no run. He did have a push at a ball that he didn't need to really in the first innings last week. Caught behind by Ben Brown.
Oh, he's
Kyle Abbott for 20.
Sedberg boy, I didn't realise that either.
And then he was bowled by a fairly sharp Sonny Baker in the second innings for just the 4. Said apparently afterwards that he kept low on him, and he did sort of get an inside edge onto his stumps, so that'll tie in with that.
Ooh.
As Waite strikes one down the leg side. Yeah, George misses out maybe on getting something on that for runs. 184 for 4, past the halfway point of the 96 overs for the day, but we will be here, surprise, surprise, later than advertised. -2 the over rate, so you're just going to need to keep a little bit of an eye on that. So Worcestershire don't want to get it too far out of hand, but it's been all seam at the moment, so by modern standards, -2 is not bad when you've had all seam. Here comes Waite again, and George just leaning into that, playing defensively. Maybe one or two people just trying to keep the eyelids up out there in the stand, having had their lunch, sitting in the sunshine, maybe had a lunchtime pint. I mean, I don't know about that, but when you get to your age, Frank and Shawsey, you know, you probably do need an afternoon nap these days, don't you?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to rise to that.
Waite in. Oh, lovely drive, beautiful shot. Talked about a couple from James Wharton this morning. You've not seen a better one than that all day. George Hill just over pitching Matthew Waite, and full face of the blade wide of mid-off to the foot of the northeast stand for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Genuine half volley. Waite hasn't bowled many. In fact, that's been a feature of his bowling. His length, hardly anything short unless he's meant it, and almost nothing drivable. But that one was in the slot, and George Hill was not going to turn that down. It was a beautifully executed shot.
Just the sort of delivery you want when you've first gone in. Try and get the confidence flowing, and he's over the top of this next delivery where Matthew Waite just straightens things up. A little bit better length about that. 188 for 4, 29 to Milan, 9 now to George Hill, and 49 overs complete.
Yeah, and I'll just do one more over, and then Paul will be back in. It's going to be quite a long day, but it's been an interesting day. It's been quite a fascinating day, and we must say it is a joy to be watching county cricket in these conditions at this time of year. As we look out from our position here, high above the play in the Kirkstall Lane end, this famous old ground, which has changed in character quite significantly over the years. Finch round the wicket is in to Milan, short and pulled away by Milan. Through mid-wicket, didn't get hold of it really. He's going to get 3, I think, as Brett D'Oliveira pulls it up just inside the rope, deep mid-wicket. It does get 3. As we look out, we see the big stand at the far end of this ground now, which abuts the rugby stadium. A big straight Howard stand goes the full width of the ground at the far end as we look out. It's dead straight, it's not curved round, and then the curves begin just at the end of the stand on either side. Western Terrace unoccupied today, and then good view in on the other side, and a good view in at this Kirkstall Lane end when I went out before. You can hear their chatter probably on our microphone outside as Finch bowls, and Hill plays this down into the gully. It's a good crowd. Always easy to say a good crowd, and when it's a big ground like this you can lose them, but capacity here is 18,000, is it, JD? So even with a couple of stands not occupied, I'd say there's probably 3,000 in today, maybe 2.5.
Yep.
Put that in at Worcester, and it looks like a very good crowd, or one of the smaller grounds. But here at Headingley or at Edgbaston, doesn't look so many. It's Finch in again, over the wicket, bowls to Hill, who is on the back foot, very watchfully playing that back up the pitch. Tidy so far from George Hill, very well organised indeed. And he's on 9. Milan is 32, and the men out since lunch. Wharton for 44, caught by Roderick off Duffy. Lythe caught by Kashif Ali off a top-edged pull shot off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 67, and then Johnny Bairstow, very unfortunate to be given out caught behind when the ball went off his chest. Couldn't believe it had been given, dragged himself from the pitch. He was out for 7. Finch bowls again to Hill, who defends out on the offside, and there's no run.
I dare say that you'd probably want to stay clear of the Yorkshire skipper right at this moment in time down there, because it was
a shocker.
poor call, wasn't it? And he's going to be a little disgruntled, shall we say?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was one of those, wasn't it? It's just nobody does it. They don't do it on purpose. Umpires will not have that said. They make mistakes, don't they? And there'll be an apology forthcoming, quietly, I should think, at some stage. As Finch bowls and Hill swings at this one, and again it makes some contact with something. Gareth Roderick dives across and makes the take. Finch appeals, runs away, thinks he's got a wicket. Roderick indicates it didn't carry anyway, and I'm not sure that he got anything on that anyway. It would have been a tricky one for the ump to give, wouldn't it? Having already, he probably knows he's made a mistake already, I wonder. Do you think they do? Probably. Someone somewhere will have let him know. I don't know. Certainly know when he comes off at tee. Match referee will probably tell him. A genuine error though. Finch again in, bowl to Hill, and that's left alone outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. So we've had 50 overs, 46 left in the day. Yorkshire with Milan on 32 and Hill on 9 are 191 for 4. And Paul Shaw is coming back to join Jonathan Deutsch.
David in Colchester says no way YJB hit that. He'll be absolutely fuming. Ben Nielsen, I'm not going to get into politics, Ben. Lily says, hi JD, did Johnny Bairstow hot the ball? We couldn't tell from where we are sat in the northeast lower stand. Well, he might be a bit miffed that he's been doing too many pectoral exercises perhaps, because it looked like that's where it hit him. 191 for 4. 50 overs complete. Matthew Waite to David Milan, who gets the ball round about off stump and drops that one dead in front of him. Gary Connell says, looked like a shocking decision for Bairstow from my fine vantage point at third man. I guess you take the rough with the smooth. And Tom Joyner Union says, no, it came off his elbow stroke chest, miles away from his bat. Well, you've all worked it out. And Matthew Waite turning again. Comes in now. It's fallen on leg stump and turns straight to, I think it's Jake Libby in there, is it? No, it's not. It is Tom Taylor at straight mid-wicket. Nick Robson says, is that a case of the umpire trying to make up for Worcester's shocker last week, like we see in VAR, even though they'd never admit it? Well, you can all have your theories, folks. And are. 191 for 4. Milan on 32. Waite bowls to him. And then he's turned square on the leg side for a single. Shawsey's back alongside.
Good afternoon, Dorji. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this is evenly poised, isn't it, this game? When you look at it, 192 for 4. Milan on 33, Hill on 9. And Worcestershire have had a decent session since lunch, picking up a couple of wickets as such. And yeah, I think this game is even Steven at the moment.
In what comes White again, turned to leg this time by Hill, fielded at mid-wicket. Yeah, another one fairly quick, and you'd definitely be saying that. He's played well. Probably hasn't played quite as you'd imagine if you'd won the toss and put the opposition in, and you'd have been hoping for some more lateral movement. Worcestershire, though, to be fair to them, after wasn't a bad first half hour, but it wasn't the best either, was it? You know what I'm saying? They've shown a good attitude. If you think about the way that it's gone for Yorkshire, Finlay Bean faced 50 balls for his 19, so he was giving himself a good chance of getting to grips with what the pitch has to offer. White in again, punched off the back foot for 4 by George Hill. There's a diving attempt by Jake Libby at point, but he couldn't reel that in. Nicely played, just using the pace of the ball there, George. Back with the dismissed batters, Shawsey, James Wharton. Really good diving catch by Gareth Roderick to his right off the bowling of Duffy for 44. Again, he'd faced 63 balls, 8 fours. He really had got going. Adam Lyth, 67 off 118 balls, 12 boundaries before he knocked one up in the air for Kashi Valley to take the catch, and then obviously the unfortunate dismissal of Johnny Bairstow. 3 players who'd really got going. Or had a good amount of time out there, shall we say. Really got going, I'm not sure. In the case of Finlay, 19 off 50, but he'd had a good look at it. Final ball of the over is a dot. So 51 complete, 33 to Milan, 13 to Hill, 196 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because Wharton looked in really good nick, didn't he? As you say, 44 off just 63, and Lyth got a very good 67 off 118, and were playing through the gears really, wasn't he, and playing the situation really, really well. So sure, both batters would have liked to have gone on, no doubt about that. But there's just enough in this wicket, isn't there? So you're never quite comfortable as a batter. Sure.
Finch in, and Milan. But he plays that shot so well, it's often just the out shot, isn't it, where he lays the bat on it down through third man. This time timed it superbly, and it races away down to the northeast corner. 200 up.
Yeah, he just lets the ball come on and then just opens the face, doesn't he, and just runs it off the face, and it gathers pace. Really well timed again from Milan. That's another boundary to Yorkshire's total.
37 now to David. Got into the 30s twice last week. Can he get out of them this time? Ooh, well, he's I think he's teeing off there and trying to hit that one for a conversion over the rugby posts at the western terrace end of the ground. Good win, by the way, for the Rhinos last night, 28-0 at Salford.
Yeah, he threw everything at this, didn't he? Everything at this.
That's going off somewhere down onto the 4th fairway if he gets all of it. But didn't.
3 slips in play.
Here's Finch over the wicket, driven by Milan. That's the shot that really looks fantastic when he gets it right. He did, to be fair, but it's straight to the fielder. Just over pitch it ever so slightly, and he latches on. There was a little bit of width about that ball. Yeah, 3 slips, is it, or is it 2 slips and a 4th?
4th slip, gully-ish.
Quite as, yeah.
4th slip in it, really.
Yeah, I don't feel like he's quite as wide as gully normally is, but there's definitely a separation between the man there and second slip as Finch comes in again. That's up there to drive, and Milan's got it away that little bit squarer this time and done what he nearly did the ball before. Can't bowl there at him, Adam. He'll just nail those all day long. He's into the 40s for the first time this season.
Yeah, very full delivery, which Milan just leans on. square of the wicket, just in front of square on the offside for well-timed four-runs. What we are beginning to see in terms of the Worcestershire fielding positions is some subtle changes. Third slip's gone to a fourth slip. We've got someone on the point boundary now as well.
Finch to Milan, who runs this one down towards third man and picks up another single, 42 to him, 205 for 5.
What is interesting there is a lot of runs that's gone through the
205 for 4. My apologies before you all email in. I said 5.
It's gone through the third man area. I would estimate, I bet it's above a quarter of the runs have gone through third man today so far. If we've got a wonderful statistician with us.
Well, you are the mathematician in the box here.
It's a guesstimate, but I bet it's above 50 runs today.
Finch to Hill.
There we
Short,
go.
wide, and lovely shot. Again, just steers it wide of the 3 slips. Nobody at home at third man, down beneath Arcux to the lane end of the ground, and races away. George onto 17.
Oh, nice.
211 for 4.
He just runs that down nicely, doesn't he? Slightly wide of his base, but he just runs that down. Really nice control of his hands and his back face. As goes for another 4 runs in the third man area.
Only 21 minutes since Johnny Bairstow was out. Only 4 overs and 2 balls. They've put on 32 already. Finch in, and Hill dropping that out into the offside, where there'll be no run to complete that over. So just a little injection of pace here, and I don't think that they're forcing that, are they? It's just what's been bowled at them.
Yeah, and Hill's come in and he looks in decent nick as well, doesn't he? He's getting his feet apart really well. He's getting well forward, and he's just then also getting well back as well in terms of his balance. So he started pretty well, and he's getting rewards for that. And as you say, the partnership has accumulated runs pretty freely now, with 32 for the partnership of Milan and Hill. And yeah, I still think this game's set up nicely, although Yorkshire are beginning to gather a little bit of pace now and momentum. This partnership's pretty important as we work towards tea. Yorkshire will certainly not want to lose another wicket before tea, and of course, score on 211 for 4. Worcestershire will be wanting to take that wicket and get another foot into the door, so to speak, of this game.
So, change of bowling, and that's no surprise really, given that they've got that 30 odd off 4.5 overs. Duffy back on, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 68, bowling right arm round the wicket to Milan, who tucks one away, square, bang on square on the leg side. Sweeper out there, keeps him to 1. Just a quick flick around the grounds as we getting on to the second half of the afternoon sessions. Durham 193 for 4 at home against Warwickshire. Sussex 195 for 7 are doing it a little bit tougher against Somerset down at Hove. Gloucestershire in Division 2 178 for 1 against Glamorgan are having a good time of things, having been put into bat at Bristol. Leicestershire 225 for 5 against Derbyshire, who put them in at Grace Road. Short ball and pinged away by George Hill. He was onto that very quickly, and he's got it a long way in front of the square. It's the sort of shot that when it's really quick and short, you're pulling that round the corner, aren't you? Square or behind square. Very quickly onto it, and he smashed it away through the vacant cow corner area down by the tractor there for 4.
Yeah, it was onto this quick, wasn't he? Picked the length pretty quickly, brought back, and pulled that ball away very, very quickly in front of square, in front of the western terrace.
Essex pressing for Nottinghamshire wickets there, 158 for 5 knots at home at Trent Bridge. Surrey 183 for 5 against Hampshire at the Oval. Duffy in over the wicket to the right-handed Hill, down the leg, wide of off stump even, and he leaves. Northamptonshire 172 for 4 at Old Trafford against Lancashire, into the 52nd over there. Same at Canterbury. Middlesex 177 for 8 though against Kent. Those are the latest headlines from around the grounds. Duffy makes his way in again past umpire O'Shaughnessy. A big appeal for LBW here. The ball is fairly full. It was stifled. Was there a bit of inside edge? Not sure, but it's certainly going down when you look at the replay. Inside edge or not. So
Yeah, going down leg, wasn't it?
216 for 4 here at Headingley. Yorkshire put into bat by Brett D'Oliveira this morning on winning the toss. Duffy in again. It's wide of off stump and an easy leave for George. Partnership now 37.
Just looking at the field, as I say, the subtle changes are beginning to take place in the field. Now 2 slips. We do have a 3rd man in place. Recognise that a lot of runs have gone down there. We have a deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket relatively square, and a fine leg in play.
Lovely shot, driven down the ground to mid-off there to Matthew Waite by George Hill, but he'll get no runs for it to complete the over. At 216 for 4. Richard Mallind, afternoon to you, says late on parade today due to work commitments. YJB got a shocker there. However, that's the game. I thought it was absolutely plumb first ball last week and not given. Swings and roundabouts, question mark. Looks to be a bit of pace in the pitch, which is good. Top 300 and we're quote unquote in the game.
Well, I think that's fair comment, isn't it?
Yep, have your say. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at JD's Events, at Inside Leader 1, or at Frank Watson 58. Ethan Brooks coming into the attack for the first time in the match here. So Worcestershire changing things again, see if they can find another chink in the Yorkshire armour. Bean for 19, Wharton 44, Lythe 67 and Bairstow 7. The 4 dismissed men so far. And Milan on strike. 2 slips, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Short extra cover and point on the boundary out by the northeast stand. First ball, Milan just drags it back to Brooks. And there is no run. Milan looking so far fairly assured as Brooks in again, right arm round the wicket, just getting loose, angles that one in towards Milan.
What we do have here is relatively close, short mid-wicket, short extra cover, and another fielder in the covers, so going to be interesting in terms of how they're going to try and dismiss Milan here.
Yeah, Brooks in again, that's wide of off stump and Milan leaves. Ethan Brooks, 23 years of age. Solihull born, for those presumably probably more likely to be Yorkshire supporters who are not that familiar with him. Just his 12th first-class match here. He's taken 9 wickets at 43 so far.
Oh,
and he's in again. There's a bit of nip this time. Milan playing the original line there, Shawsey, and just looked like it held its line, went past the outside edge.
It did. This is a decent delivery from Brooks, isn't it? Just slightly goes away, so he's just got the angle. Milan's playing for the angle, and then it just, as you say, just holds its own. Just misses the outside edge. Good delivery that from Brooks.
And he's in again, past umpire Newell. And that one dropped out towards gully by Milan. No run. So, just trying to settle into some sort of rhythm. There's the youngster. Turns. Making his way in now. Newell standing quite deep, isn't he? At the behind the stumps at the Howard stand end. Final ball of the over. Again, he's pushed up to mid-off. So Milan having a look. as you're always advised to do. And, first over, so far so good for Ethan Brooks, because that's a maiden, 216 for 4 after 54.
Milan on 43, Hill on 21, and this partnership's now creeped up to 37. 15 extras in the total, and the run rate has just moved towards 4 runs per over, with 42 overs remaining in the day. The weather's still beautiful here, the sun's still shining, and that makes us smile, Dorji, doesn't it?
It does. As Duffy's first ball is wide of off stump and Hill leaves.
Have you brought your sun cream?
No, I was just wondering what a hover was. That was all.
A hover.
It's a new invention in the modern game of cricket. Is that 7 balls a hover?
A hover.
Oh, 5. Ethan Brooks, by the way, brother of Henry of Warwickshire, and Ethan started there as well. He's having a breather at the moment though, while Jacob Duffy bowls at George Hill. Solid defensive push. So they made good time in the early moments of this partnership. They just fed off what they were given. Run rate was over 4 for a little while. It's just below it, 3.98, but there's been no sort of feeling that Yorkshire squeezing the accelerator. It's just been play each ball on its merits, really, and Duffy is in, and that top of the bounce, lovely again by George Hill. It's just too short, isn't it, really, and just a little offering of width, and he knows that George can play that shot because he's already seen him play it. But he's fed him, and it raced away to the east side for 4.
It's a lovely shot, that, isn't it? It just uses the pace, the bounce of the ball, and just releases the pace through the bat face as it runs away quickly for 4. Plays that beautifully. Really well played from Hill, who moves on to 25, and the partnership moves up to 41.
Duffy in again, and George Hill solid behind this one. Actually feels like this extra pace that he's got, feels like it's in favour of the batters so far today, don't you? It's coming onto the bat that little bit better, and you're getting value if you can just time it, as we saw there with George Hill.
Beautiful timer of the ball, Hill, isn't it? He plays it really nicely, times the ball away very, very well.
220 for 4. Duffy to Hill again, wide of off stump, and just pushed out square on the offside to the sweeper. 1 run. 26 now to George. Yorkshire, well, they're edging ever closer to a first batting point of the 2025 campaign. Don't say it too loud. Worcestershire lead in the points table in this particular match because they've got a bowling bonus point, of course, already from the 3rd wicket. Lovely shot by Milan, dear me, again. Timed that really well. It absolutely flew down along the deck to fine leg, just with a little bit of timing. No power in the shot, and had it been a couple of yards either side of the field, it probably would have gone. It went so quickly. Picked up 1. 222 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it just helps that ball on its way, and
Adam Finch, yeah.
It's travelling, that, wasn't it?
Aye, lad, it were. So Ethan Brooks to continue.
Two slips.
Bowling here to Milan. Oh, lovely shot, Milan. Ball short. And he cuts that one straight to the man out there sweeping at point for a single. Mark Stringer says Bairstow dismissal bad enough, but Brooks is running down the pitch and not getting called for it. If he is, or has been, he shouldn't have that problem here because he's just switching to bowl over the wicket to George Hill. There's been a few decent ones for Yorkshire. This one worth 44 so far. And he's turned to mid-wicket. There's no run.
They just need one of those partnerships to become a, to extend a little bit, don't they? Make a big one, 100 partnership. Here would be nice. Partnership currently 44.
Changing the field. Man being brought across from the offside. Mid-on and mid-off are swapping for some reason. And one of the men from in the offside has been moved across to round about orthodox mid-wicket. And then the next delivery is round about off stump, pushed into the offside. So often you get that. Come over here, we'll load the leg side up. Right, I'll ball one out now. But he's only gone for the 1 run so far from his 9 deliveries, Ethan Brooks. Still that lovely buzz.
Huge gap, huge hole in the covers.
In comes Brooks again. Hill pushes back to him. Half stop, no run. It's just a lovely sound, isn't it, the cricket hum? You don't think? A bit of chit-chat going on.
You don't realise how much you actually miss it, dear, until the season starts and it's a nice day and there's a few in. I think it's a great sound.
A bit nicer than this sound, which we're going to just turn down again, as in comes Brooks. And Hill just pushes out to mid-off. Adam Finch doing the fielding. No run.
Just watching how Hill's playing at the moment. As I said earlier, he's getting his feet apart really well. He's getting forward, he's getting back, playing the ball under his eyes. Which gives him every chance to get his weight into the ball and time the ball well, which he's doing so far.
Brooks in again. Hill just turning that one to mid-wicket to complete over number 56. 40 remain in the day, so we've got 8 more until the tea break. We are 2 minutes from what theoretically should be tea, so we're basically going to be going on for about another half hour extra, as is pretty much the norm. Over 8 minus 2. Brooks 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. A couple of ice creams being eaten in the distance. 1 or 2 people either coming in for the first time today or making their way back to the seats.
I knew you'd notice that. It gets to round about this time in the afternoon and you start looking for ice creams, don't you? You absolutely do. The temptation is beginning to grow. I can tell. Looking at your lips at the sight of ice cream.
Next time you're off air, that's your challenge. You need to go find us a couple of ice creams. Here's Duffy round the wicket to Milan, who got a ball short of length, clothed it slightly. He's just replayed the shot, and had he picked it up, it would have been soaring away over the northeast stand. We've seen him do that a time or two in white ball cricket here when he connects. But he again this week has looked comfortably. He's such a classy player. And he waits and look at that. Just lovely textbook off drive. Matthew Waite with a little bit of juggling along the deck at mid-off, but he did the job well enough.
Wait, his hamstrings just look a little bit tight to me when he bent down for that ball.
Duffy turns at the end of his run and will come in again. What's he going to offer up this time to Milan? Well, there you go. He kind of signposted the shot a couple of balls ago, and then ping. Too short from Duffy. Can't bowl at good players there, can you? And just dismissed into the northeast stand for 4.
Picked the length really quickly, and as you shared there, he's just dismissed that. He's hit that ball hard. 4 runs.
And he comes again, continuing round the wicket. That's going to be a half century for Milan, who opens the face and runs it out to 3rd man. 69th first-class half-century to go with 30 hundreds that he's racked up in red ball cricket. Very elegant player. Sometimes you kind of forget that he can be brutal as well, because he plays with such finesse when he's in nick. 66 balls, 8 fours, been out there 98 minutes, and he's got his first score, as you'd say, of the season. A couple of 30s last week, 230 for 4. We'll have a change in the com box come the end of the over. Francis Watson is on hand to return. And Duffy, well, it's been a little bit of a baptism of fire for him, hasn't it? 1 for 86 now, and he's not bowled 14 overs yet. So I think you'd have to say not quite got used to early season English conditions in his first spell, but he won't be the first or last overseas player to suffer that sort of fate. His latest delivery wide of off stump is left by George Hill. And I think we can pretty safely say now, after 56 overs and 5 balls on day one, that green tinge or no green tinge out there, this is still a very good Headingley pitch.
I think it's a good cricket pitch because there's enough in it there for the bowlers, but also if you get your head down from a batting perspective, there's enough pace in it to score runs too.
That's ball of the over left by George, so 57 overs in. Shawsey will swap over, and I'll exit stage left in a mo. 1 for 86 off 14 for Duffy. Milan then bang on 50, and George Hill on 26, a partnership that also made it past 50 as Milan got to his half-century. 39 overs remaining in the day, and for the 7 to take you through between now and tea, it'll be Frank and Shawsey.
Thanks, JD. Yeah, really good from Milan. Just kind of what you expect. Worcestershire's bowling changes in recent overs have indicated that we've gone well and truly to plan B now, with Ethan Brooks having come into the attack and now Brett D'Oliveira. So Worcestershire will have used 7 bowlers. I'm not saying they've run out of ideas, and I don't think they've been particularly off it, nor have they been penetrative. D'Oliveira starts with one to Milan, which he just tucks off his pads for a single. Finch was a little bit wayward. If you just look at the bowling figures for Worcestershire, as another aircraft goes over, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45 for Adam Finch. And Duffy has been expensive, 1 for 86 off his 14 overs. D'Oliveira in again and bowls, and this one's slapped away on the leg side by George Hill. Not taking much time to have a look at it, just thinking, well, D'Oliveira's not a big spinner of the ball, against the spin, but he just whacks it over mid-wicket for 4, so no messing around. And Yorkshire going through the gears now. Been out for 19 this morning since lunch. Wharton 44, Lyth 67, Bairstow very unfortunate, a judge caught behind when he didn't hit it, for 7. But Milan has been there throughout, he's 51. And it's one of those innings that very good players play, Paul, which is often just goes unnoticed. Darren Milan, he's not been at his best. He's not been particularly fluent. He's played some great shots. He's also played and missed a good few times. It's just been a day at the office for him. But he's the sort of player who just gets stuck in and delivers on most occasions, which is why he's such a dependable player. And around him now they can build. And George Hill's played really well for his 30 as well. And it seems a long time ago that Johnny Bairstow was a judge now. And a big score is on the cards now. D'Oliveira bowls and Hill is on the back foot. Times that nicely, but well fielded by Ethan Brooks. Short extra cover. And very quick over the ground. Brooks, good fielder. And there's no run on this occasion.
And this partnership now is moved up to 56, the Milan and Hill partnership, and Hill looks in good nick too.
He does. And he drives sweetly up to mid-off where Taylor fields. Shies at the stumps, but there's no run. Yeah, he's looked good, George Hill, really good. 57 now, the partnership, and it's happened almost without you noticing, really, and that's a sign of a good partnership. And I think Milan as well, 50 off 56 balls, which sounds quick, but it hasn't had that feel about it. He's just picked the bad ball off when it's come along. That's a full toss from D'Oliveira, which he drives up to Finch at mid-off. Takes a single. They've run quite well. Just been steady, really, and I think Worcestershire will feel that they've been perhaps just a bit under par. D'Oliveira bowls, and that's a little bit short and cut by Hill out to Libby in the covers for a single. They had a good hour, didn't they, Worcestershire? If you look at it from the bowling point of view, end of the over, by the way, 238 for 4. First half hour, not great. Next hour, bowled pretty tidily, pretty well. Since then, Waite bowled very well. I thought Taylor bowled well, but perhaps Finch and Duffy just a little bit too profligate, and too many 4 balls, and any pressure that was built up by Waite and Taylor just dissipated. Ethan Brooks coming on now at the Kirkstall Lane end. Very much a part-time seamer. Batting 4 at the moment, which is a new challenge for him. Moves in now from the Kirkstall Lane end and bowls down the leg side to George Hill. Bit of carry through to Gareth Roderick, who has been known to stand up to Ethan Brooks. But Brooks primarily a batter. Came through the Warwickshire setup, as did his brother Henry, who's gone down to Middlesex. And Ethan joined Worcestershire last year because I think mainly he felt that he had no real opportunity to play red ball cricket at Edgbaston. He's in and bowls, and this one's worked down to long leg for a single by Hill, who moves on to 33. And he forced his way into the side at the back end of last season and played a big part in a good win at Chelmsford, then made 100 against Hampshire down at the Utility Bowl, his first class 100. Turned his arm over a few times, good fielder, and is just trying to make himself a permanent fixture in the side. Comes in there round the wicket to the left, Milan, and well, that's a loose one, to be fair. Over pitched off stump, and Milan just meat and drink to him, just leaned into it, stroked it through the covers for 4.
And this is the thing, is it? Anything loose, Milan's pounced on that today, as Hill is doing as well, but wide, outside off stump, and just leans on that as he ball. Goes through the vacant cover area for 4 runs, which takes Milan on to 56, and score on 243 for 4.
There's an absolute 100 here for Milan if he wants that. I think flattening pitch, and 58 overs gone with this ball. Worcestershire using the sort of second string bowlers. Brooks in bowls, and Milan's going to get 4 more, I think, here. Outside edge down to third man. No, it's not going to go all the way. He's going to get a couple. Jake Libby will cut it off. It just didn't run away as quickly as I thought. But 2 more easy runs. He goes to 60. And you earn the right, of course, to fill your boots when you get yourself in and you get through the difficult bit, which is why Adam Lyther would be so fed up that he got out when he did. But Milan, I think, is probably going to make Worcestershire pay here, as Brooks is in and bowls. Slower ball, nicely bowled. Milan probably almost though he expected it, just waits for that and pushes it up to mid-off. I think it was Davin Milan, I'm pretty certain it was, that last year, after a T20 game when Yorkshire had beaten Worcestershire, took the time to have quite a lengthy chat at the side of the pitch with Ed Pollock, Worcestershire left-hander, who's in this squad. Oh, Brooks beats Milan, good one, a little bit of nip away from him. And Ed Pollock was struggling at the time for form, and Milan spent a good 20 minutes, half an hour with him at the side of the pitch, just talking about the way he plays and everything else. And it was a lovely example of the that sort of professional camaraderie, really.
Yeah.
You know, not
Yeah.
a great deal in common with each other. One player at the end of his career and all the rest of it. But really nice touch, and the sort of thing that used to happen in the bar, I guess. And these days it doesn't. So I know Ed Pollock appreciated that a great deal. Brett D'Oliveira to continue. Over the wicket to George Hill, who goes back and cuts for 4. No, for 2. I beg your pardon. In fact, for 1, goodness me. Well, when he hit it, I think we all thought that was just going to race away through extra cover. But in fact, Libby was a bit straighter than I thought, got round quickly. They jogged the first one. I think they thought it was going for 4, and then they realised Libby was going to cut it off, and they only got a single. So Milan is on strike. D'Oliveira with 1 slip into him bowls, and Milan is forward and pushing out on the offside. Taylor comes in from short extra to field. D'Oliveira bowling to the left-handed Milan with 3 men deep on the leg side, none of them quite on the rope. 1 slip. He's in again and bowls. Milan tucks it away on the leg side, and the one man who's inside the circle on the leg side, Brooks, does the fielding, but they get a single. Field now spreads for George Hill.
What Milan and Hill are doing really well here, you can see that the momentum's just beginning to build. Run rate's gone up to 4.15, but the rotating striking singles and also putting the bad ball away.
Yeah, and this next one is just beautifully driven down the ground for a single. This is where your batters, experienced batters, and Milan is very experienced, will be saying, let's break off as D'Oliveira bowls, and it's pushed away on the onside. Just be saying, this is it now, this is the part. You've got 30 odd, I've got 60, and we're gonna go big here, and we could get up towards 500, I think. Milan turns this on the leg side for a single, and that's the end of the over. He keeps the strike, 249 for 4, and that might sound ridiculous when they've only got 249 on the board, but that's what I mean. This partnership is now worth 70. If they go on and add 150 or 160 for this wicket and get up past 300, 350, then you really are in with a chance of 500, and then you never know, you might only have to bat once in the game. Yeah. That's how big this partnership is and how much Worcestershire need a wicket, I think.
And this pair's job now, from a Yorkshire perspective, is to extend that partnership for as long as they possibly can and not give it away. And also from a Worcestershire perspective, see if you can find a way in to break this partnership before it goes any further.
Ethan Brooks trying to do that, but ominous comfort being displayed at the moment by both batsmen. The 250 is up for Yorkshire for the loss of 4 wickets, and that means, of course, their first batting bonus point. And as I say, absolutely no reason why they shouldn't have their sights set on something 400 or above, I would say, as Brooks bowls and Hill is forward, pushing out into the onside. It's become attritional as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They've got to make them work for every run, which is why when you look at the bowling figures and you think Matthew Waite has bowled particularly well, Tom Taylor, but Duffy and Finch more expensive, going at 5s and 6s. This one pushed down on the onside and fielded by D'Oliveira. I suppose the other thing is now Worcestershire, looking at the board, you'd say, well, 3.5 overs to go till tea and another 20 or so to the new ball. That new ball becomes quite important if they can keep a lid on it until then and then strike a couple of times with the new ball. They might still keep it down to something manageable. This one turned off the pads by Hill down to long leg, but there is an ominous ease about batting at the moment for these two.
There is at the moment, for sure, and as you rightly said, it's around making the Yorkshire batters work for every run, and also building as much pressure as you can and being as economical as you can. Be interesting who will take the new ball to ensure those bowlers are rested and ready to go, and
absolutely
a quick burst.
Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and oh, there you go, easy as you like, easy as you like. Milan just steers it down to third man, and it would have been 3 at least had it not been the fleet-footed D'Oliveira after that. He's very, very quick over the ground, And he does that sliding stop and jump back up to the feet almost as naturally as most people would just bend down and pick it up. Super bit of work. Keeps them to 2. Moves slip from 2nd to 4th. Having seen the way that Milan played that. Brooks in bowls. And Milan taking on the pad as he tries to work it away on the onside. But really comfortable at the moment for these two. Milan is 63 not out. Hill is 36 not out. 253 for 4 from 61 overs.
And this partnership is just beginning to look ominous, isn't it? Partnership now of 74. And this pair look well set. The important thing for Yorkshire's perspective is they get to tee without losing a wicket. And from a Worcester perspective, they'll just want to get a quick wicket before tee.
D'Oliveira bowls, hammered away by Hill on the offside again. This time Libby has less distance to travel to do the fielding, and they just get a single. Yeah, it really doesn't look. I mean, if Worcestershire get a wicket now, it's probably going to be batter error rather than anything else you would suggest. But that's been the case with both. Well, Lythe's wicket certainly was batter error. Wharton was probably undone by a good bit of bowling, and Bairstow, well, just undone by an ordinary piece of umpiring. This one turned on the leg side for a single by Milan behind square. D'Oliveira spins the ball from hand to hand and bowls, and there you go. Oh no, you don't. I thought it was a court ball, but it was a bump ball. I thought he just played it, but did you? I thought he just played it a bit too early, but in fact I thought that was, when I said there you go, I meant the batter error we were talking about, but it was into the ground. He cuts this next one for a single. But that's what I mean. That's exactly the sort of thing that Worcestershire are hoping. If you just keep it reasonably tidy and hope for a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. Hasten to add. Apologies to the Hill family. Giving anybody a bit of a heart attack. Milan clips this one away on the leg side for a single. There's an inevitability about the run scoring at the moment, which is a bit worrying for Brett D'Oliveira, I think. 257 for 4. This partnership's 78 already. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and Hill has to cover up. May have been the googly that. He doesn't bowl it very often, but he can bowl it, and there was a shout as well. So Hill, I don't think he picked it, but he maybe just played it off the pitch, played it quite late. Anyway, end of the over, 257 for 4.
And it's still a beautiful day. The sun shines brightly over Headingley, and just looking into the city of Leeds at the buildings, the skyscrapers, and sun shining brightly over there. So conditions for a county championship game in April are absolutely fantastic.
As Ethan Brooks continues round the wicket to Dawid Malan, who pushes this out on the onside. Ethan Brooks so far in his 5th over, he's conceded only 12 runs, which is quite tidy. There are these margins of error for a bowler like Ethan Brooks are very small. He wants to get a bit quicker, but it's not easy for a grown man to suddenly add pace, and he's got to concentrate on getting it in the right place most of the time. He bowls now. Milan drives on the onside. Cashier feels there's no run. He's a skillful bowler. Bowls a lot of variations in a white ball game. All out the back of the hand and the old slower balls and little cutters, but in these circumstances he's got to be bang on it really, especially given the game situation. In he comes now, round the wicket, bowls, and Milan treats him respectfully, pushes out on the onside. Don't know if you've ever seen Ethan Brooks play, Paul. He's quite an interesting batsman because he's a modern cricketer, shall we say, and if he's facing an off-spinner, for example, Simon Harmer at Colchester last year, almost as likely to reverse sweep as to sweep, and almost as adept at the reverse as he is at the conventional sweep. Milan, here, not much foot movement, swings the hands at it, inside edge up to mid-on, and Simon Harmer in particular was very, very disturbed by that and didn't like it because he had to keep changing his fields, and of quite unusual, but he is one of those players, and you've seen, I mean, obviously, probably Joe Root's the best example, I think, of a player that can play all formats. Harry Brook, Kane Williamson, pushed out on the offside by Milan. And I'm not comparing Ethan Brooks to those players by any means, but what I mean is, he's a player who, you know, I used to think of the reverse or a switch as a very high risk shot, but for some of these players now it's not a high risk shot at all, because they play it so often that it's just like another club in the bag, if you like. And Ethan Brooks is one of those players who is very, very clever and skillful batter. In he comes now and bowls, and just a little bit of wobble on that one. Good over, actually, to Milan there from Ethan Brooks. Very, very neatly and nicely executed over. And it was a maiden. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12.
I go back to what you're saying there. I mean, they do play that shot quite a lot, don't they? They play it so often, but also they practice it so often that actually it's in their bag, isn't it? It's in their bag of shots in which they play with real consistency and a high percentage success rate as well. Be interesting how the game develops over the next 5 or 10 years, because it's I'm not going to say it's unrecognisable to what it was, but it's certainly shifted in terms of the way it's played, isn't it?
Kashif Ali into the attack. How long before he bowls a no ball? He's got a bit of a no ball habit, Kashif. Doesn't bowl very often. He's in bowls. That wasn't. It was on a length. A little gentle leg break, just pushed away into the covers. Mixes it up. Might bowl a few offers, might bowl a few leggers. Trying to become an all-rounder. Well, not really an all-rounder, but more than just an occasional bowler. Working quite hard at his bowling. But he is very much an occasional spinner at the moment. He's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Milan, with Hill having taken a single off that first one, and Milan swung him away over mid-wicket for 6. And we know how he can hit it, and he's not having a look at this. He's not thinking, well, I've never seen this bloke bowl before, let's see. He's just thinking, no, I'm not having these part-time spinners lobbing the ball up to me. And he's just whacked it over the leg side. It's gone into the practice net, which is pulled up, sort of cage pulled up alongside the pitch, and Jake Libby's had to go in to get it. So Milan looking to open his shoulders, and Worcestershire's captain Brett Oliveira, who's trying to get through some overs before tea and before the new ball without too much damage, is excuse me laughing, is struggling a bit to do that. And that's good work by Jake Libby, because what's happened is the ball has gone onto the roof of those cages that have been put together over there, and Jake Libby's gone in there and he's far too small to reach up to the roof, so he's had to get one of the practice stumps and jump high in the air and knock it off the roof, and he gets a round of applause. So well done, Jake Libby. Kashif now in again and bowls, and he's not afraid to throw that one up in the air, and Milan's missed out on that big full toss down the leg side, looking to whack it away again. 3 men out on the leg side, and that would have been a real gimme. Just needed to get a little bat on it and run it down to fine leg, but he tried to go for the big one. Kashif under a bit of pressure bowls, and Milan is forward, and it is a no ball. There you are. I knew it wouldn't be long. You don't get many spinners who bowl no balls, but Kashif has a problem with that. Something we've worked on in the nets, but bowls a no ball. So there we go, 266 for 4. He's in again and bowls, and that's a good delivery, and just turns maybe a little bit away from Milan. Might have been a googly. He does mix it up, and there's no run. Problem for the batter is that you could get a good one somewhere in this, and you never know what's coming next. That one's short and wide, and he cuts it for 4. These are easy runs for Milan. It's a shame, really, because I think Worcestershire are just easing any pressure they might have had in this pre-tea period, and the good work of Waite and of Taylor is being undone slightly. 270 for 4. Milan 75. Kashif in again, bowls, and Milan just digs this one out, pushes it back up the pitch, and turns for the pavilion, because that is tea here at Headingley. And at the interval, Yorkshire having put into bat, going into lunch at 103 for 1. They've added 167 runs in the afternoon session for the loss of 3 wickets. The men out, Walton 44, Lyde 67, Bairstow 7, 270 for 4 at tee. David Milan ominously poised on 75, not out. Good session for Yorkshire, Paul.
Yeah, good session. I think the session started well for Worcestershire just after lunch with the 3 wickets actually. Got back into the game, but then Yorkshire have gradually got back into this second session of the day and played some really good cricket, and 160 odd runs in this session is very, very good. And the partnership of Hill and Milan is an exceptionally good partnership, and it's beginning to look ominous for the Worcestershire team at this point in the game. The partnership of 91, score on 270 for 4. So the game's well set from a Yorkshire perspective, but after tea, as we know, if Worcestershire can get just a couple of wickets, a couple of early wickets after tea, to get back into this game and have a really good last session of the game, that's certainly what they'll be wanting to do.
Well, that's it at Headingley. Yorkshire 270 for 4 at tea, with David Milan 75 not out, George Hill 39 not out, and Yorkshire in with a chance of posting something really significant in this first innings. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Do join us again when play resumes, and that will be at around about 4:25. Until then, thank you very much for being with us.
I don't know if you know, tomorrow we're doing the competition piece. Has anyone said about the group strategy? They have, yeah. I've just checked what the players last week. So for you to be on the train, and then it's just looking at the picture about 10:45. The players will be ready for the junior players. Yeah. I didn't know if someone had beat me to it, but yeah.
Welcome back. Headingley in the sunshine. First day of the home season for Yorkshire, and they're going pretty well at 270 for 4. David Milan 75. George Hill 39. Partnership so far worth 91, and therefore the biggest in the match. And it's going to be Ben Allison to start the evening session from this Kirkstall Lane end, with George Hill on strike. First ball over the wicket. Ooh, keeps a bit low on George. He's had a stab at it and got it away through mid-wicket. He's probably, possibly, maybe is going to get a boundary. Had to be watchful there. Delighted to say that a certain Jonathan Tattop is alongside for this first spell on comms after tea. Welcome, Tats.
Good to be here, Dodgy. It's a lovely day, isn't it, at Headingley. It's great to see the sun out. We've missed that last year, didn't we? We want much good weather early on, so it's great to see the sun shining and plenty of people in today as well, which is a great sign.
Yeah, it's been a good start. That first batting point of the season secured as well a little while ago. It was good to tick off those first, and George pushing one out square on the offside. There's no run. Just let me have a drink of something. Not quite sure what's going on with the throw. So, how's things with you?
Yeah, good. Enjoying the sun. Had a nice trip to Birmingham with the second team this week after being down in Southampton, and had a great result with the second team, chasing down 400 in the last day in about 70 overs. So that was excellent.
Yeah, kept an eye on those scores. Saw Dukey downstairs actually. He got a few, didn't he?
Yeah, he played lovely in the first innings. Made 100 and 120 not out. Yeah, and then wasn't required really in the second innings. He came in and polished it off with a Jack Leach light one not out to escort Will Bennison to his double 100. So yeah, it was one of the best ones he's made in his career, I think.
Another dot there, and Allison turns and makes his way in past O'Shaughnessy. Straight, and George Hill dropping out into the offside, no run. Yeah, Will Bennison, as you say, with a double ton as well, from up Great Ousburn way.
Yeah, Sheriff Upton Bridge he plays his club cricket at. So with the Fishers up at the bridge, lovely place to play his cricket. So yeah, he looks like a real promising young talent that we've got, and yeah, hopefully can continue that form. That was his first bat outside on grass, I think, as well.
Impressive. Here's Allison to Hill. He's just pushing into the offside, and there's no run. And how did things go for you?
Yeah, pretty well. Made 50 in the first innings, and then was unfortunately caught down leg side on a good batting pitch, so I was very frustrated in the first innings, but came back and made 120 in the second innings. So had a big partnership, was over 250 with Will, which yeah got us really close to getting over the line. And then Matt Revis came in and played lovely, made nice 40 not out to 40 to get us close.
Allison to Hill again, straight and defended to complete that first over back. 65 now gone, 274 for 4. Matthew Revis got through a few overs, handful. Yeah,
he got through 8 overs each innings, which was really promising. He bowled really nicely in the first innings, first day. Was bowling with some good zip on it as well, so that was really encouraging signs. It was a little bit tough going in the second innings. The ball was very soft and the pitch was a bit placid at times, so I think he was a bit frustrated with his first set of 4 overs that he bowled, but his second 4 were again a little bit more on the money. So yeah, exciting times, and I think Matt Milnes was with us as well. He played as a batter, batted at number 7, made a lovely 60 not out, and before we pulled out behind and tried to set up a bit of a game in a 3-dayer. But yeah, fingers crossed from what I've heard. Hopefully he'll be back bowling in the matches, not next week, the week after, when we've got another second team game here at Headingley against Lancashire. So yeah, exciting times. Hopefully those lads can get back fit, because they're fantastic cricketers, and it'd be great to see them back out on the park in the first team shirt.
Adam Finch from the Howard stand end, first over back from that end after tea and short ball. David Milan watching that one go by. Yeah, I mean, very important. We keep, and we always will, I suppose, when we talk red ball cricket, talk about the importance of having the firepower to take 20 wickets. So with so many injuries around, it's just important that you've got numbers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we lost Matthew to, so that was obviously one more that we're a bit short, but Jack White's been an excellent addition to the side.
Yeah, bowled really well last week. Ball short of length again. Pulled by Milan down to fine leg. Allison doing the fielding. They get a single. And thoughts on the first 2 sessions today?
Yeah, I think we played really nicely. I think the chatter was, from the lads out in the middle, that it was a little bit tough going early on, I think, as expected, but I think they probably bowled a little bit short and a little bit wide, so I think that probably just made it a little bit easier for the lads up top. And then, yeah, we've just sort of kicked on as Headingley does when the sun comes out. It's nice for batting.
Ooh, now then, George Hill pulling a ball short of length into his own body. Just gets a bottom edge, I think, or maybe toe ends it. A little bit of a limp away. Just a little bit shorter, and that felt like it might be sailing away over the east stand. Finch maybe getting away with one. He's gone for 46 now, halfway through his 10th. Making his way in once again past umpire Newell to bowl this now over the wicket. And George Hill just pushing square on the offside, fielded by Ethan Brooks at point, no run. And I don't know if you've managed to speak to any of the lads who've been in and out, but their thoughts on the pitch, if you have.
Yeah, I think they've said it's pretty good. Again, Lythy was just said early on that it was obviously doing a little bit, and there was a bit of seam, a bit of swing when they got it in the right areas. But you know, when I ran a couple of drinks out in that middle session to him, he said it was pretty much more of the same, really. So, but I think it's just starting to get a bit better for the batting side.
Yes, George Hill gets a ball short of length and turns it out to the mid-wicket sweeper. Picks up 1. He had a chat with Finlay Bean just downstairs before tea, and he said pretty similar, really. Maybe his suggestion was that they might not have quite hit the length they wanted to early on, and so not allowing it to do what they ideally would have wanted, one or two of the Worcestershire bowlers. But there was also mention of a heavy roller between innings, which looks very likely, and that will make it difficult for Yorkshire to take wickets, as well as Finch's final delivery of the overs short and Milan sways out of the way. Yeah,
I think we've obviously had a bit of a chat as a group and management and with the ground staff. I think obviously with the results at Headingley have been tricky to come by over the past 2 or 3 seasons, so I think they've tried to leave a bit more grass on it, and it definitely looks like there's a bit more grass on it this week, but I don't know, it's just an interesting looking pitch. I sort of thought it looked as if it could do everything and do it consistently, but it also looked like it might not do that much as well at times. It tends to be just a few bare patches up and down the pitch, so but again, you don't really know until both teams are bowled on it, do you, I guess?
Now here's Allison bowling to Hill, defended into the offside, no run. I did ask how much grass had been left, and in fact I asked Richard Robinson on the commentary earlier because he was in touch with us from downstairs, but he declined to answer how much he'd left on. And then I got a "don't quote me but" type comment. So somebody who should remain nameless thought there might be about 12 millimetres on it. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I mean, it looks from, I think last year when we played some of the games, I think it was about 8 mil, and it definitely looks like there's more on it than that.
Allison in again. George right in behind this to defend. No run. 97 run partnership. I always talk about that batting in partnerships thing. 55 for the first wicket. More than that for the second. 40 for the 39 for the third. The unfortunate early end to the fourth wicket partnership, and now 97. So things are going in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially when you get inserted, I think we'd have definitely taken this at the start of the day so far.
Run rate above 4 as well. So it's been scored at a reasonably decent pace. As George Hill defends another Allison delivery. Steve O'Shaughnessy just having a wander down. Look at that bowler's foot mark. David Milan, as if to maybe exaggerate the follow through, just goes and does a bit of gardening off to the left as well.
Yeah, keep yourself occupied out there as a batter, don't you? Always trying to find the marginal gains in a game, aren't you?
276 for 4 as Allison runs in again, and George Hill leaning into this push into the offside. No run. How did the golf handicap improve or otherwise during the winter?
Didn't really. Actually, didn't play too much.
No?
Yeah, with me and the lads have been getting into this the old paddle tennis or padel,
oh, yeah,
whichever you like to call it. So yeah, we've been playing plenty of that. There's a new setup in Leeds at Slazenger over Seacroft Way, so we've been playing a few games over there.
Other padel or paddle
Yep.
courts, whatever you
Available,
call them, are available. Yeah.
Absolutely.
As Hill pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, it does look quite good fun to play that, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't take as long as golf, which is always ideal, and I think if you can find some indoor courts, it's obviously not as in the elements as golf is for 4 hours in the winter when the weather's not so good. So I mean, there was obviously a bit of rain around early on in the winter, so I kind of got out a bit of whack of playing and then just not really picked it up.
Final ball of the over, nicely played by George, just flicking away to the sweeper. Jake Libby coming in from the leg side boundary, 1 run, takes George to 45, 277 for 4 after 67. I bet a load of competitive lads. I mean, look, we saw you this morning, those of us who were here early enough, with the little orange cross and the little square and the keepy uppy or whatever it is you play before the day's play. I can imagine paddle, it could get out of hand at times with competitive professional sports people. You know, that's out. Chalk dust.
Yeah.
The ball was on the line.
Yeah, yeah, all that glass first, you know, all the technical terms. Yeah, it can get a bit spicy.
Here's Finch. Ooh, short. And George didn't master his pull shot there. Felt like it was up on the splice somewhere. And clothed it to the man who's mid-on. No harm done. Thoughts on Johnny's dismissal?
Yeah, it looked an interesting one, didn't it? Yeah, I mean, well, it says out in the book, doesn't it? So, unfortunately, but he didn't look best pleased, did it, with the decision, did he? So,
Here comes Finch. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. George Hill just opening up the onside. Don't see actually many players in the team play that shot like George does. He kind of opens up his body, doesn't he, and just steers it. Keeps it on the deck all the way. Lovely shot, and that's 100 partnership.
Yeah, really nice shot through mid-on. I always feel like that's one of the more satisfying shots to play in the game. Just to the left of the stumps, beat mid-on. Excellent shot.
Finishing again. Oh, now then, that's a slightly different shot by George, who has got a top edge over the top of Gareth Roderick, and that will be 4 that takes him to 50. It's a 14th first-class 50 for George Hill to go with 4 centuries. He's got a good, appreciative crowd in on a warm, sunny first day of the Headingley season, and he probably deserved that bit of luck.
Yeah, he's been playing really nicely over the winter, and yeah, obviously you don't go out and score runs every game you play, but you know, obviously it wasn't to be last week down at the Ageas Bowl, but yeah, he's been playing really nicely, and he's looking in really good touch here. Hopefully it's not the commentator's curse.
Finch in again, gets him onto the drive this time, and he just punches really into the offside for Ethan Brooks to do the fielding. Another single. So 54 now for George.
Yeah, he's a magnificent cricketer. George is bowling as come on fantastically well over the last 2 or 3 seasons as well. I remember when we played against Lancashire and he took that 6 wickets in that spell, and you know, and he's kind of just kept growing from there. And yeah, he was obviously excellent again last year and does that holding role really well. But you know, he's got the ability to swing and seam the ball, which is, you know, so valuable.
Finch to Milan, short, pulled, 4. No, not 4. Player appears from behind the the window frame here. 1. Yeah, just going back to that, it was the Leicestershire game, wasn't it, when he was absolutely red hot, George, with the ball. Trying to find the figures now. Yeah, 6 for 59.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he came in and bowled from memory. I think last year it was I think it was about a 10 over spell. I think he bowled. It was either side of tee. But yeah, he just said, "I'm just going to keep bowling," and I was like, "That was fantastic for me as when I was captain, just to let him keep going."
Here's Finch to George, who's defending into the offside to complete that over at 287 for 4. Yeah, he took 3 wickets in the run-up to tee that day, and then the next 3 after it to roll Leicestershire for 209. And well, I mean, you can tell us, you know, because I talk about his bowling from up here, and he feels different to everybody else. It feels like a little bit of swing in there, he'll get some of that, and he can certainly nip the ball about off the pitch. What's he like to keep to?
Yeah, it's really nice to keep to. I kind of compare him a little bit to Steve Patterson in a way that he kind of bowls and he's got that ability to be able to control the game. But Pato was very much a seam bowler, but he could swing the ball a little bit back into the right-handers. But George has got the ability to do it both ways and seam it both ways. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up having some similar stats by the time they've finished their career.
Big call as in comes Allison. That's turned to mid-on by Milan. No run, but yeah, he was just about the ultimate miser, wasn't he, Pato?
Yeah, you know, you knew exactly what you were going to get from him, and he would be able to hold up an end and hold the game and control it for you, and that's what George has tended to do for the vast majority of his bowling career so far. You know, he normally gets the worse ends, or it's normally into the wind, but you know, he can land very consistently where he wants to pitch the ball.
Allison round the wicket. Milan drives square on the offside. Libby will field out there by the practice nets. 1 run. 99 balls is faced now, David Milan. 10 fours and a 6. He's been out there for 2 hours and 20 minutes. 78 he's put on, and George 54 from 73. 10 fours himself. Going on for an hour and a half of batting now. Really good, solid partnership. Just 12 more and they'll have a second batting point. And here's Allison over the wicket, short, and that's clearly what they're trying with George here, isn't it? As he's got right over the top of that tennis style. Can play tennis quite nicely as well, I think, George, and pulled that one to Libby, but Adam Finch has been dropping it short. And they're seeing if they can get him to play a false shot that way.
Yeah, I think it's quite a key period, especially for Yorkshire here on the batting side of, you don't want to give away a wicket. You know, what was the 12 over 11.3 to the new ball, and ideally these two want to be still there when that turns up later.
Allison round the wicket, lovely shot by David Milan. You see a shot run through third man and you tend not to wax lyrical too much about it, but the way that that's travelled, that is just nailed on. 100% timing, superb.
Yeah, timing was excellent, wasn't it? It almost looked as if it was a little bit too close to be cutting, and he played it with a nice bit more of a straighter bat, and it was kind of a half run down, half back foot punch, but played it so late it just beat backward point 15 yards to his right, and the third man had no chance of getting round to it. It was an excellent shot, and it raced away to the boundary on this lightning quick outfield that we've seen again here at Headingley this season.
In comes Allison once again. Milan running it down to gully for no run. None for 46, Allison now coming to the end of his 13th over. maidens have not been easy to come by for Worcestershire, although Matthew Waite, of course, all 5 successive ones at the start of his spell, but as a general comment across the bowling attack. And so, as you know, as a skipper, just makes it that bit more difficult, doesn't it, when there's a, well, 4.26 and over says it all, really. There's at least 4 runs and over coming. Milan guides one to point, no run.
Yeah, it's a tricky period for the bowling side for sure, because obviously partnership's 114 now, and you always want to be thinking how we're going to take a wicket, but you're almost trying to think as well, how can we, you know, stop that flow of runs? And then sometimes you can kind of get caught in between of not really doing either, and it can be really difficult. And then you get into a stage where at this stage of the day you're kind of just waiting for the new ball, but before you know it, there's another 40-50 runs on the board before you get to that new ball, and then you know if the new ball doesn't come off for you, excuse me, yeah, then it's going to be a long day, and you know you're going to be coming back tomorrow.
Adam Finch from the Howard stand end to George Hill. Opens the face, runs one down to third man, where Ben Allison will field 1 run. And I suppose we saw, like last week at Southampton, I know Yorkshire went down to a defeat in that match, but rolled for 121. Heavy roller goes on. Hampshire, there's not a lot of movement out there. They capitalise on that, and good luck to them. They got 70 on the ball before they lost a wicket. But even during that 70, runs were not easy to come by, were they? Both ends, there was a little bit of pressure, keeping it tight. That scoring rate wasn't quick. So it does at least give you something to play with as a skipper. There's a point of difference from when the ball's disappearing over the boundary and you're not getting any assistance from the pitch. Finch with a short delivery, which is watched by Milan.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think as well, especially in I think it was the second day. I think we kept it really tight when we came back, and the scoreboard wasn't moving a lot. And then it's just you're applying that pressure of batters who obviously want to score runs, and we were really applying the pressure with the ball and in the field and keeping it really tight. And then the wickets come, and then you realise that the scoreboard's not gone anywhere. You've lost a couple of wickets, and then you're trying to play a few more shots, which creates a few more chances. And then and you know it kept us in the game, and then we just needed to come out with the bat and play well.
It's Finch short, pulled by Milan down to Allison. Got good contact on that. Travelled to find leg for 1. The wicket of Mark Stoneman was a case in point in the second innings, where he just hadn't been scoring, had he, to any great purpose, and he wanted to play a scoring shot. He tried to take on Don Bess and lost his wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it felt like we were, you know, and a bit uncharacteristic to last year. We probably put a few chances down as well in that second innings, which probably hurt us a little bit. But yeah, we were right in amongst that game, even though they were only chasing about 150.
295 for 4 as Finch bowls to George Hill, who defends. Just the 1 slip in place now. Not a great shock at this time of day with just the 4 down. And the ball getting, as Tat says, old. Just over 10 overs before they can call upon the second new one, and you'd think they'll do that straight away. Like big tray of chips and a couple of beers being brought back to the seats by a couple of lads down in the northeast stand. As Finch comes in, lovely shot by George Hill, just strokes that away through third man. He's not going to get a boundary for it because Allison made good ground, but they're back for a comfortable 2, and it was a bit of a wayward throw.
Yeah, it was well backed up. It skipped off very hard off the square, and it nearly went over the two fielders that came in to back it up, and it nearly could have been a 6 scored, but yeah, it was well backed up in the end.
Partnership now 118. 297 for 4 as Finch turns almost in the shadow of the Howard stand, and he's in and bowling, punched off the back foot this time by George, whose single there will take him on to 59. End of the 70th then, 298 for 4, he does look to be playing ominously well out there. So I would think it goes without saying, just pile as many on you as you can in this first innings and try and put some pressure on and give yourself as much time as you can in the game to take your 20 wickets, and the scoring rate over 4 allows you to get a bit of extra time in that respect.
Yeah, it does. I think obviously we've got to make sure, as you said, pile on as many runs as we can. We obviously don't want to give away any cheap wickets at this moment in time. You know, we could be very much eyeing up 450 and trying to get those full batting points as well.
Here's Allison, bowling to George Hill. Plays that one to Matthew Waite. No run. Bit of bants between the lads and Waitey this morning, maybe, before kick-off.
Yeah, I think there always is. He's a fantastic lad and was always one of the jokers when he was at Yorkshire. And yeah, it's I think the lads get on with him really well. So I think it's always nice to see him doing so well, especially last week with his superb knock he played to, you know, get Worcestershire a draw down at Somerset.
Here's Allison again up there to drive. Invitation gratefully accepted by George Hill, who strokes that one beautifully for 4 more, and the boundary takes him to 63, the partnership to 123, and Yorkshire to 302 for 4, and a second batting point is secured.
Yeah, terrific shot from George. Moved beautifully into the ball there. Beating mid-off on his right, nice and straight. Can't go very wrong when you're playing nice and straight with a full face of a bat here at Headingley, especially when the pitch doesn't look to be offering too much for the bowlers at the minute. But as I say, that could all change with that new ball. I think it'll be interesting from our point of view to see as well. I know it's late in the day, but you know, there might be some tired bodies out there for Worcestershire, but if a new ball is offering a bit, I'm sure that'll give us some good hopes for when we come to bowl.
Allison in again, this time George working it to the onside of straight. Body language after he plays the shot just suggests that he wasn't quite happy with where he placed that, and he might have split the gap in the onside. You can usually tell how George is feeling, can't you? Very much heart on the sleeve sort of a player out there.
Yeah, he's always very hard on himself. You know, I'm sure it's his own biggest critique. But yeah, I don't think he can be too disappointed with what he's done so far in this game. Hopefully he can keep piling them on.
Allison past O'Shaughnessy. Short, gone.
Or not.
Yep, he's really annoyed with himself now and does a swish of the bat because he's got a nick on one that was past him on the rise, and by comparison to one that he took earlier, that was a relatively comfortable catch for Gareth Roderick, and George Hill's gone for 63, and he will be very annoyed with himself, I'm sure, because he got himself going very nicely there, was playing with fluency. But he's a 5th man to go for Yorkshire, 302 for 5, 63 from 82 deliveries in 92 minutes at the crease, and during that time he hit 11 fours.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed with that. It looked like it was quite wide as well of the off stump, and you know, he'd have fancied putting that away to the boundary. So I'm sure he'll be very, very disappointed to get out like that. It's, I'm sure we've seen many of dismissals like that. You could probably call them a bit of soft dismissals, but yeah, no, that's just the game, isn't it? It happens sometimes, and I know from experience, if it's one of your shots, you're not going to pass up and trying to score runs off that, and it's just, yeah, I'll be disappointed that that's found the edge and it's not gone racing to the boundary. Probably a little bit similar to Adam Lyth earlier as well when he got out caught on the boundary. This is a short side. I'm sure he was very frustrated with himself when he came off, but you see it short, you instinctively go for that shot. You're not thinking about, oh, it might stop in the pitch, or, you know, maybe I shouldn't be taking it on. Very much an instinct shot when you see it short and especially wide. So, yeah, disappointing, but you know, still in a good position, and hopefully Will Luxton can build a partnership with Dawid Malan, who's going really nicely on 83.
Yep, he's got a bit of time before that second new ball, I guess, from Will's point of view. That's to his benefit, but George would have wanted to still be there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing as a batter, you know when you know what the ball's doing out there when you're out there. If it's not doing much and you get out in a certain way, you always come off thinking, I've missed out on making some really big runs, because you know, they don't always come around very often, these pitches sometimes, and especially when you're in and you're flowing, you feel like you've missed out on a chance.
Allison then to bowl to the right-handed Will Luxton, who turns one to leg, and there's no run for those Worcestershire supporters who don't know Will. Well, still very early days. 250 first-class runs from 9 previous matches. He's got a highest of 59 to his name and averaging at the moment just under 23. But they will be at least happy that he did announce himself in senior cricket with 100 against Warwickshire last year in a 50-over game at Rugby School when he won the match, didn't he, with a 6.
Yeah, played magnificently well. Chasing down a score there was excellent.
Allison to Luxton. Oh, dear me. He's not far off playing that one on. Can't have been too far away from the bails as it went through, but he's got away with that one. And he's on naught still. 71 overs in, 302 for 5. We do still have Frank Watson alongside and Paul Shaw. Carry on with the Yorkshire show, says Frank. We'll bring you back in a minute or two. How long have we been on here? Since tea, I've lost track of time, to be honest with you.
I think it was about 20, was it 25 past?
Yeah, about 25 past. Like We've done 30 minutes or so. We'll give it another over and then Tats can go get some ice creams then. You've got nothing else to do, have you, today?
I'll be back to running the drinks. I'll relieve Moz of his drink running duties and I can take back over for him.
Adam Finch round the wicket. Pings one in halfway down the pitch and Milan disdainfully almost watches it go by.
Yeah, it's very much a England type field, this, isn't it, with the short, deep fine leg, deep backward square and deep square in front, and then there's a man literally just stood about 35 yards back on a used wicket at square leg just in front, and then a short catching square leg.
We saw a lot of this at Taunton.
Frank saying we saw a lot of this at Taunton last week. Worcestershire. Ooh, now then. Finch again goes short. Milan does have a play at that. Felt like it wasn't too far from his gloves. Frank says the commentary position here is probably a floor too high, and had we been a little bit lower, we might have got a closer feel for that on that occasion. More of the same, maybe. Let's find out, because Finch is making his way in past umpire Newell. Very wide on the crease. Short, pulled by Milan with control. Deep backward square leg. Adam Hose doing the fielding. They pick up 1. As 5 o'clock ticks over. I think I might go out for a bit of sunshine in a minute or two and leave these two lads to it for a bit.
Yeah, we don't know how long this sunshine's going to last for, do we?
No.
We need to make the most of it, knowing what England's like in the summer. Hopefully it's good signs for the summer ahead, we hope. Fingers crossed.
Bit of rain in the forecast, I think, for Sunday by the sound of it. Finch over the wicket to Luxton, who's off the mark with a single turned in front of square on the leg side. Milan just, for the most part, serene out there. 107 balls, 156 minutes, a 6 and 11 fours.
Yeah, it's a great format, isn't it? A longer format of the game, even in this position, 304 for 5. The old Omen have put 2 on it, 310 for 7. It looks completely different than it did 10 minutes ago.
Short again, Finch. Helped on its way around the corner again by Milan and fielded again by Allison on this occasion. Another single. Unbroken sunshine for the day. Fantastic. This is what cricket's all about, isn't it? Red ball game, good crowd in the cricket home, few runs on the board, bit of something in it for the bowlers, and sunshine. Finch making his way in for the final ball of the 72nd. Ooh, Luxton, without much in the way of foot movement, tries to play it off the first tee and misses. End of the over then, so we'll say thank you very much to Tats for now, but do come and rejoin us during the week if you're around.
Pleasure. I might be having a few days off. Obviously had a busy week. I'm travelling to Birmingham, being a little bit under the weather as well, so yeah, put my feet up for a couple of days and then.
What better way to spend your time off than in the combox?
Well, exactly. Golf course sounds good as well if it's sun shining, but yeah.
Thanks, Tats.
Thank you.
Let Tats go back to running the drinks, and we'll bring the other two fellas in, or is it just one of you? I don't know. Do you want to do a bit, Shawsey, or well, no, you're all right, okay.
They're not queuing up, are they? Matthew Waite coming back into the attack,
on for a
I
bit
think.
longer. Yeah, Waitey. 5 maidens off the reel early doors, 1 for 21 off his 10. Got the wicket of Adam Lythe, which was a really sort of strange dismissal, the way he got under it. A shot that he normally plays so well. One of his main scoring strokes. But sometimes the strength can prove to be the weakness and all that.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, with the exception of Finley Bean and Johnny Bairstow, who got a shocker, the batters have made mistakes to bring about the wickets, really, I suppose, as Waite bowls and Milan plays defensively on the onside. James Wharton may be playing at one. He didn't need to play. It was a good over from Duffy. He'd gone past the bat twice, but then Adam Lythe making that mistake, and George Hill the same. So Worcestershire have plugged away and picked up wickets through batter error as much as anything else, an umpire error, I suppose we should say. As Waite is in and bowls, and Milan drops this down on the onside. But batting's looked, for the most part, from a Worcestershire point of view, ominously easy, I think, particularly since that spell when Taylor and Allison sort of gained a bit of control after about half an hour and bowled well for about an hour, and Matthew Waite really well before lunch, but it's flattened out already, I think, a bit, and liable to do so even more as Waite comes in and bowls again, and Milan is pushing up to mid-off, where the ball is fielded by Jacob Duffy, who had a pretty expensive reintroduction to county cricket this morning, having just flown in this week. First 2 balls he bowled went to the boundary, and although he bowled with a bit of pace, just lacked a bit of direction. His Waite in again, bowling, and Milan again is just sort of driving, half driving really, pushing up to mid-off. Probably, along with Tom Taylor, the pick of the bowlers, Matthew Waite. He's in his 11th over, 1 for 21, those 5 maidens at the start. Tom Taylor 1 for 37 from 12, but 16 of those in 1 over. So pretty tidy for the rest of the time. Here's Waite again in the sunshine. Past O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, bowls, and bang on with a good length ball on off stump. David Milan pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. But Milan, a high quality 85. A couple of really beautiful shots very early on in his innings, then playing sort of supporting role, but flourishing in the afternoon session. Field changing slightly now as they hope to stop Milan from getting a single so they can bowl at the new man. Waite bowls, and Milan gets the single down to third man, very skillfully played, given just a little bit more width maybe by that one. So just a 1 run off a very tidy over, but Dawid Milan keeps the strike. 86 now to him, 306 for 5. Will Luxton has 1. The man out since tea, George Hill, a 3rd catch behind the wicket for Gareth Roderick, this time off the bowling of Ben Allison. He was out for 63.
Interesting if there was a career stat on how many singles down to third man David Milan has played in his first class career, in his career per se. Tony March, by the way, messaged me earlier on, said I'd give him a shout out and then forgot, just remembered, but he's probably in bed now because he's in Perth, Western Australia, tuning in to watch the Tykes in the Headingley sunshine, he says, back at HQ for the Warwickshire game in a few weeks' time. So, change of bowling. Ethan Brooks, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 so far. He's had a go at both ends. He started at the Howard stand end and he's back on there. Bowling here to Milan, wide of off stump first up, and well, sort of clothed a bit down the ground. It was wide and he's dragged it straighter. Still gone through long off for 4, and Brooks ends up in a bit of a heap on the ground as well. And terra firma is fairly firm for the time of year at Headingley.
Yeah, that was poor delivery and a not perfectly executed shot, but it goes down in the book for 4, just as if he'd played an immaculate cover drive.
Brooks in again. Milan just tucks one into the leg side. No run. That boundary took him to 90, by the way. So just the one thing on his mind, I'm sure, for the next little while. 310 for 5. Go through those 5 wickets for you in a sec, in case you are joining us more recently. Brooks is in. Milan plays into the onside, no run. First to fall, Finley Bean. Caught Allison bowled Taylor. Good sharp catch at third slip. Finley made 19 off 50, 6 and a 4. At lunch, Yorkshire 103 for 1. James Wharton then subject to a very good catch by Gareth Roderick, diving to his right off the bowling of Jacob Duffy for 44 off 63, 8 fours. As Brooks is in and bowling to Milan. Ooh, drops that by his feet. On another day, when it's not yours, it might have run back onto the stumps, but okay on this occasion. At 162 on the board, the third wicket fell. Adam Lyth, caught by Kashif Ali, got underneath one that he was trying to pull off Matthew Waite. A shot that he normally nails. Got it wrong on this occasion. 67 off 118, 12 fours. Brooks in again. Milan turns that square on the leg side for a single. He's on to 91, 311 for 5. The 4th wicket to fall just after 3 o'clock. Johnny Bairstow. Well, yeah, just one of those. Not his day today as far as umpiring decisions are concerned, because it definitely looked like it hit his chest, his pec, something like that, while doing the limbo to try and get out of the way of it. Dropped his hands on the ball, but was given out caught behind by Roderick off Finch for 7. Off just the 13 deliveries, as Will Luxton turns one through mid-wicket for a single to complete the over. And then the most recent wicket since T. George Hill caught Roderick, bowled Allison for 63. Another one of those dismissals for George, where you feel that he didn't need to play at it. That's what it looked like from this angle anyway, but he did, and unfortunately for him, he got caught. 63 though, it was a good knock. He looked fluent today. 82 deliveries, 11 fours, but he was very annoyed with himself when he got out, swished his bats a couple of times, as he often does, to signify his self-disgust. That was the end of his knock for the day. 302 for 5 at that stage, and 10 more added since, Frank.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if David Milan goes to 100 here, which it looks like he will, where it'll rank in his own sort of ratings of hundreds he's made, it'll just be a kind of run-of-the-mill 100, won't it? It's just so professional. He's just gone out there, and without doing anything extravagant, without playing magnificently, without being in any way at the top of his game, he's just delivered. Really good effort. Matthew Waite in, bowls to Luxton, who steers this nicely actually down to third man. 2 runs, so it's pursued by the substitute Rob Jones. Just on top of it, knew exactly what he was doing. Matthew Waite's got that shape away from the right-handers throughout the day, bit of bounce, occasionally hits the deck quite hard, and Luxton just riding it, playing it nicely. Down to third man for 2. 314 for 5. Only the 75th over. Real chance for maximum batting points for Yorkshire as Waite is in, and this one's turned on the leg side for a single by Luxton. And Ed Pollock, who's on the field as a substitute, comes into the field. So we've got 2 subs out there at the moment. I saw Finch go off. I'm not sure who else is off, but a rare, the lesser spotted Ed Pollock as far as this season is concerned. Hasn't played yet in the starting lineup. Took me by surprise a bit then, as Matthew Waite comes in and bowls to Milan, who drives into the covers. And there's no run as Tom Taylor fields. I think Tom Taylor and Jacob Duffy will be expecting to take the new ball in about 20 minutes or so. Duffy will be hoping can be a little bit more accurate with the second one than he was with the first. Didn't bowl badly, just didn't make the most of it really. Plenty of carry and pace. Waite in, bowls, Milan. Pushes defensively out on the offside. Good spell this from Waite. Given the circumstances where Milan is and the number of overs gone with the ball, I think he's come on and he's been very, very accurate so far in this spell. He's only in the 3rd over of it, but only conceded 2 or 3 runs. Very tidy. Overall figures today, 11.4 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25. He's in again now and bowls, and lets me down a little bit with one that's just a tiny bit short and wide, and cut away for a single by Milan to Jake Libby. Loved that moment earlier today when Libby had to follow the ball into the cage at the side of the pitch. It was stuck on the roof, he couldn't reach, and he had to get one of the stumps and put a sizable jump in actually to dislodge the ball from the roof of the net. Did a good job. He's a good all-round sportsman, Jake Libby. Not perhaps in the conventional sense. As well as being a professional cricketer, he's a brilliant golfer. In comes Waite and is pushed out on the offside. Jones, the other substitute, field, and there's no run. Best golfer on the staff probably. 3-1-6 for 5 at the end of the over. But he's also a very good snooker player. Has a snooker table at home, full size. And he tells the story of when he played against Judd Trump. And said, what was it like? He said, it was great. What happened? Well, I broke and he cleared the table. which is brilliant. But yeah, he's an all-rounder, but not in the conventional sense. 3-1-6 for 5. 5 overs till the new ball. Milan on 92.
Just drops this one into the pitch. Ethan Brooks continuing at the Howard stand end of the ground, which is revealing itself a little more, although still not a single person there has actually been sitting in sunlight. Those on the bottom tier all day.
Sorry, I'll ask you that after this ball, JD.
Brooks in again, and Milan just drops that into the offside, no run.
That glass area dead opposite us, is that hospitality, or is that?
That is the banqueting suite.
So during a
Howard
test
suite.
match or something, that would be the top sort of top package.
Yeah,
I would
restaurant
imagine.
is where the club had the pre-season lunch the other week.
Yeah.
Here comes Brooks to Milan. He gets a bit of width and cuts this one away to point for a single. Yeah, best night of my life as an MC last year in there, around about this time last year, back end of April, with the 4 nights. Viv,
Right, yeah.
Kirtley,
Wow.
Ritchie, and Sir Anderson, Montgomery, Everton.
Blimey. Very
Roberts. Good. It's probably, I think it holds something like, must be the best part of 400 people if it was absolutely full.
Yeah.
Most of the time you're in there, well, when I've been in there, it's probably 250-ish, and there'll be the space around the periphery, but it's a lovely suite. Yep, looks out over both rugby and cricket grounds. As Luxton turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. And you can see just at the back of the bottom of the stand where the members are sitting, or those who've decided to sit there are sitting. You can see a few people walking about on the concourse as well. So you don't get a bad view from the back there if you want to go to the bar and then stand with your pint. In he comes again. This one short of length outside off stump, and Luxton cuts squarish on the offside for a single. I'm not entirely sure what goes on in the glass above where it says the Howard stand. Not been that high up.
Looks like it could be boxes or something like that, doesn't it?
Been up a few years now already as the stand. Still feels like it's new, but it's, I think it was still in construction when I first started in 2019. There were a few seats in.
It's unusual for a cricket stand because it's so flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't curve. The curvature starts at either end of it, and that's testament to the width of the playing area, I think. But
I suppose it's got to be flat because
that's
of the
why it
rugby
works.
ground.
Yeah, that's why it works. Yeah, absolutely. End of the over then. 76 gone. 3-1-8 for 5. I'm conscious that you've done a massive stint here, JD. So if you feel like you want to get Paul back in,
can do.
We won't be offended. I'm not trying to get rid of you.
I've got to be back for 6 anyway because I've got to do an update.
Go and get your ice cream then.
I'll do that.
Yeah, you've earned it. So Paul Shaw coming in.
Man, you should hang around for
the 100. Yeah, you probably should, really. You probably should.
At ease, Shawsey.
Okay. Anyway, it won't be for a while. Here comes Matthew Waite from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls, and looks on his toes, drives out into the offside where Rob Jones does the fielding. 1 slip in place. 3 more overs after this before the new ball. That 1 slip is Ethan Brooks, and he's quite wide. It's Adam Hose actually, and he's quite wide. He's kind of sort of secondish, 2.5. No, second I would say, second slip. So there's a gap between him and Roderick. Backward point, extra cover, short extra and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deeper mid-wicket, and long leg the field. As Brett D'Oliveira just tries to give himself a chance of picking up a wicket without giving away too many runs. That next one played up to mid-off. Matthew Waite's been good. He's been really consistent, tidy, and kept trying. Good, honest spell from a seamer on a pretty flat pitch. In now, bowls down the leg side. I've done him. That's probably the worst ball he's bowled for about. Well, this over pitched on leg stump. Looked a kind of tired delivery, that one, and Will Luxton only just come to the wicket really, but not going to miss out on that one. Clips it through mid wicket. Nice, easy little clip for 4.
Tired. You have to bowl 35 over the day.
Yeah.
Tired.
Before breakfast. 3-2-2 for 5. In comes Waite, bowls again, and that decent shout as Luxton pushes forward, but umpire O'Shaughnessy says no. We had Sir Geoffrey Boycott came to talk to the Cricket Society at Worcestershire last year, and I was doing the interviewing, and I said to him, I thought I'd better check. I said beforehand, as we were just sorting ourselves out and getting our microphones sorted, I said, would you like me to call you Sir Geoffrey or Geoffrey? And he said, you can call me what you like. They've called me worse, he said. So we settled for Geoffrey. Waite in, bowls, nicely played by Luxton. 4 runs, beautifully timed. Short and wide outside the off stump, maybe 1 over too many for Waite this. And he just got up on his toes and just could have been stopped by Taylor at backward point, but he just, no, it's Brooks actually at backward point, but he just timed it and he found the middle, absolutely found the middle, and it really pinged away. Just on his toes, nice straight bat. Sort of square drive rather than a cut, really. Off the back foot, lovely shot from Luxton. Goes to 14, 3-2-6 for 5. Weight in, bowls a bouncer, and Luxton pulls it round to long leg to the substitute, Ed Pollock, and they go through for a single. Means Luxton keep the strike, end of the over, 15 to him. Milan on 93, and it's 3:27 for 5. You're going to make you wait, JD.
Yep.
Drinks coming out for the batters. Chance to perhaps look elsewhere. Just have a quick scan down what's happening in the other games. Or I would if I could get my computer to play ball. Here we go. So Durham are 267 for 7 against Warwickshire. Sussex 294 all out against Somerset. That's a good comeback by Somerset, isn't it? Gloucestershire 292 for 1 against Glamorgan. Not been a good start to the season for the Daffodils. Leicestershire 330 for 7 against Derbyshire, going well. Leicestershire in the East Midlands derby. Notts 264 for 8. They've recovered quite nicely against Essex. And Surrey 252 for 9 against Hampshire. Northants 267 for 5 against Lancashire. And finally Kent in a bit of trouble, 67 for 4 after bowling Middlesex out for 222.
Jake Libby into the attack with his off spin at the Howard stand end. Just to get through an over or two before this second new ball. First delivery. It's just eased back down the pitch by Luxton, who's flicking the second one into straight mid-wicket. No run.
9th bowler is by Worcestershire. That tells its own story, doesn't it?
As Luxton plays to mid-on this time and quickly calls through his mate for a single. David Milan, they get there. So 328 for 5. Milan, well, Libby, he's going to switch ball round the wicket here, switching the field as well, as you might expect, to the lefty. So we've got a square sweeper, we've got an extra cover who's fairly close, and a more regulation cover fielder. 45 back with a square, mid-off, mid-on a few yards deeper than normal. Straight mid-wicket, man out at cow corner, and a deep backward square leg, and Milan brings cover into play with a little push into the offside for 1. So potentially 1 stroke away from a ton. This the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th bowler used today by Worcestershire, and Milan has gone down the ground. Is he going to get it all the way? He is going to bring up a Luxton is not going to bring up Milan's century because he just pushed a single the ball before. 22 to Will Luxton. Down the ground. Good use of feet though. Whether it was him as a right-hander or Milan as a lefty.
Not going to let an occasional bowler lob it up like that, I don't think, on a pitch like this.
This time he's worked it to long on and we'll pick up a single. 23. 34 the partnership already, 336 for 5. And well, I was just anticipating Shawsey coming in with an ice cream then as I went off. Obviously got the better of me. Still
nice
still
shot.
No ice cream.
I think it's it's
no
indicative of the situation and the pitch and everything else that Luxton hasn't been in that long, but he's just I'm not going to let Libby come on and just lob it up and just push it back.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to let him know who's in charge here, and he did. Ethan Brooks from the Kirkstall Lane end. They're just trying to get through to the new ball now, quite clearly.
And Ethan Brooks must be going dizzy. He's been back and forth from one end to the other. What does he bowl now? 7. It's the 4th end he's bowled at.
Full toss, which is clipped away. I've lost track now of whose over it is. Clipped away by Luxton on the leg side. He's got no right to dominate the strike like this when his partner's on 94 and JD wants an ice cream, but dominating it he is. Brooks 7 overs, 7.1 overs, no wicket for 20. That's quite tidy in the circumstances. And all the changes he's had as Luxton drives off the back foot into the covers. It's interesting, isn't it, seriously, when a new batsman comes out, having sat there and watched for quite a long time, good partnerships before, and within minutes he's timing it really nicely, and you know that tells you everything you need to know, I think, about this pitch. It's done a bit. It might do a bit again with the new ball. Brooks in bowls, and he's pushing this one defensively down in front of him. But we've seen batters since the very start able to get on the front foot and hit through the line. Good carry and pace in the pitch for certain, and it's perhaps not nibbled around as much as Worcestershire hoped when the coin came down. On the right side for Brett D'Oliveira this morning. Brooks in once more bowled, a little bit short of a length, just worked off his hip by Luxton, down to long leg, takes one, thinks about coming back for 2, but Jake Libby quickly off the boundary, make sure that they don't. So here we go, Milan on 94. He could do it with one shot, JD, so I'll let you take over.
Yeah, just if he does, then the northeast stand might be a winner, particularly as there's nobody out in front of him. So if he does drop anything short here, and he is coming round the wicket as well, we'll see. Brooks then to Milan. That felt really pedestrian, didn't it, as he trundled it towards Malla, who pushed a single into the offside, 95.
3:38 for 5. 17.1 overs left in the day, so we're going to be doing a fair bit of overtime tonight. And Worcestershire will be hoping that when they take that new ball in an overs time after this, they'll be able to do some damage with it. And Luxton drives on the onside and gets a single as Matthew Waite moves across to his right and field, and there's no run. There is a run, gets a single and there's no run. Good commentary. 3:39 for 5 at the end of the over. Milan 95, Luxton's kept the strike 25. If you're just joining us, the men out very quickly. Bean 19, the only one this morning. Afternoon session, Wharton 44, Lythe 67 and Bairstow 7. And since tea, George Hill out for 63. 1 wicket for Duffy, 1 for Waite, 1 for Finch, 1 for Allison and 1 for Taylor.
We all have our moments. And he's picked this one up, Luxton, and he's going to be caught
By Kashif Ali.
by Kashif Ali at mid-wicket.
Jake Libby gets a wicket. Goodness me.
Jake Libby, last over before the second new ball. And Will Luxton's gone for 25, and I think he'll be very disappointed with that.
Well, having said that he isn't going to let the part-time off-spinner bowl at him, he perhaps makes the wrong choice. Goes down and having hit nicely straight down the ground, just sort of hit across that one a bit. Didn't really middle it. It's not a big boundary. And Kashif Ali safely taking the catch. It was a nice innings by Will Luxton, but 25, a cameo really rather than anything else, and a bit of a bonus wicket for Worcestershire. Brings Dom Bess out into the middle, the new ball to be taken, and Worcestershire will be hoping that that might just open the door just a tiny little bit. So a wicket for Jake Libby. A rare one. I'm not sure how many he's got. It's probably single figures, I think, in his career. 27 balls for Will Luxton to 25.
Yeah, I think he'll be really disappointed.
2 4s and a 6.
Particularly having seen a few deliveries, got himself going there, Frank. Final over before another new ball's going to be taken. You've got a man who's seen it pretty well. You'd want him out there, he'll know that. And not the longest of boundaries, he just didn't get the connection he wanted. But I think in terms of decisions, final over before the second new ball, I think he'll make better ones during his career, shall we say that? 5 balls before that next new ball can be taken. Might have time for another one here, Worcestershire. They've picked up 2 batting points now. Don Bess.
It's his 10th wicket. It's his 10th first class wicket.
So, slip in place. Mostly ring field. Sweeper out on the offside and 2 men out to leg, and Bess working towards one of them but can't get it past the infield. Milan rooted at the non-striking end on 95.
He's kept you waiting, hasn't he?
He has. Going to get to the stage where there's not much point in going off before my 6 o'clock 6:05 update. As Bess pushes one back down the pitch. And there's no run. 2 bowling at 2 here. Don Bess has changed his number this year from the 47 that we'd grown accustomed to number 2 for whatever reason. Don't know why you change your number, but hopefully Dom will have a clue. First time we speak to him this year. He's just played one out to mid-on, no run. 2 to come. Fires this one in a bit quicker. Jake Libby, and Bess is off the mark with a push out to Kashif Ali.
Here we go, 6 down the ground. 6 down the ground to bring it up.
I'm going to place a bit of doubt on that, Frank. But
well, he's got nobody back, has he? Straight?
No. He's just moving a man out to cow corner. Duffy's come across to straight mid-wicket. Slipper's come out and gone to backward point. Libby bowling to Milan, who's content to push 1
Keeps
into
the strike.
offside. 96 to him at the end of the 80th over, 341 for 6. A second new ball can now be taken, and by the looks of a signal between Messrs Newell and O'Shaughnessy, that is going to be the case. Or is it? Ethan Brooks is going to continue. Not taking it. So, Brooks to Milan, who gets a ball wide of off stump. Cuts firmly out to the sweeper. Single taking him to 97. Shaw's is back.
Good afternoon. Dodgy, you've certainly put a shift in this since round about tea time, haven't you?
Aye. Don't worry, tomorrow morning you'll be on plenty. I can guarantee it personally. Brooks switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Bess. Full face of the blade. Pushes the ball back to the bowler. So we've got a slip in place. And it's sort of spread out in a circle, lads, the field. Men in catching positions in front of the bat, both to the leg side and the offside. And Brooks slides one down the leg side, which Bess misses out on. Adam Finch was waiting to field it down at fine leg, but everybody else is really up more or less inside the notional circle, as it were. And he has nudged this one down towards fine leg. Finch is giving chase and has flicked it back in successfully by the looks of things. Yep, no force signalled. O'Shaughnessy, I think, is just checking with Mark Newell. Don Bess's score should go on to 3, or was it leg byes? It's still on 1. He's just taken a blow as well from that Brooks delivery round about the hip area.
Left hip, I think, isn't it?
Libby just gets dispatched out a bit deeper at mid-wicket. Brooks in again, and that's turned just to the onside of straight. Bess in a bit of pain there. End of the 81st over, still no new ball taken. Matthew Waite just leaving the field for a moment to be replaced by a substitute for Worcestershire. And they're continuing with the original ball. Milan on 97.
Just wondering if Yorkshire can build a partnership here and they can score 400 in the day with the number of overs that's left. There's still 15 remaining.
Here comes Libby. Milan. Stroke down to long off. Another single, 98. 345 for 6, 5 more for a third batting point. And having been put in, they've started the match pretty well. Still a lot of cricket to be played, a lot of work to do. The signs have been promising. Libby in again, and Bess just running that one out to Gully. Dot ball, the over rate still on -1, so nothing desperate at the moment for Worcestershire, and of course a little bit of a spin here will help. Possibly part of the reason they're carrying on is with that in mind. Perhaps we've seen it before. Libby just fired that one in a bit quicker, and Bess punched it out to extra cover, no run. There he is again, takes the pace off this one. Bess happy to defend. So we've just got a little, what feels like a holding period here for a little while. The run rate is still up there, well up there, 4.22. Libby in again, pushes it through a little bit quicker this time, and Best plays to mid-on.
He's got to be a little bit careful here, Yorkshire. They need to keep rotating the strike, even if it is a bit more difficult to score with the older ball. Important to look to pick up ones.
Final ball of the over is another defensive dot. So 82 gone. Best 1. Milan 98. 345 for 6. The requisite punch of the gloves as the players meet in the middle. O'Shaughnessy has another word with Newell, and there we go. Jacob Duffy has got a ball in his hand, and I would imagine that that is the second new ball. Let us just.
New ball has been taken.
Yep.
Using it from the coastal lane end will be Jacob Duffy.
There we go, the golden voice of Howard Ferguson. So, for the 83rd over, Jacob Duffy with the second new ball.
And what we've got is 2 slips, the pace of Duffy, and we've got a deep square leg and deep fine leg.
Duffy to Milan. Oof. He's having a flash at one on 98. First ball with the second new ball. Slanted across him. Just a little gasp around the ground as he played it. In white then, and in comes Duffy once again, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and he's gone.
Gone.
He has gone to the second ball with the second new ball, caught at slip, a ball that was dying, and he'll be very, very disappointed there. A loose shot just before he got out, and then pushed at that second delivery, and Duffy has struck well almost immediately with a second new ball. Milan's going to get warm applause as he leaves the field here, and rightly so. Just look at it again. Yeah, tight lines. You would feel like, I guess, that you needed to play at that. It was a roundabout off stump. It would have been too high, wouldn't it? But it's in that sort of area where you would play, and he's got a thickish contact on it. The ball's dying on its way to Ethan Brooks, but he got his fingers underneath it. And Milan gone for 98 off 133 deliveries in 196 minutes of batting. 12 fours and a 6, and it sort of feels a little bit of a tame ending after all of that.
It does it? Because for so long he's been in the 90s, and he's been obviously close to that 100. And then just the second ball with the new ball, which was a good delivery, to be fair. He's got it in a good area, and the slightly more seam on the new ball and a little bit more prominent, and certainly a bit harder. He just enabled that carry to go through to second slip. But it's a good delivery. He just tried to play with soft hands, but there was just enough pace with the new ball for it to carry to second slip. But a great breakthrough for Worcestershire. That holding passage in play that you mentioned earlier on, Doige, is what they've done to just stay in the game until the new ball was available. They've taken the new ball, plans work for them. They've got the main batter out before he's reached 100 caught at slip with the new ball, with just the second ball of this over. So from Duffy's perspective and the Worcestershire perspective, they'll be absolutely delighted. What it does do is it brings Jordan Thompson to the crease to partner up with Bess. Yeah,
Jordan Thompson. Well, he'll want to post a few more, or a few I should say, in his first match of the season, of course. Left out last week at Hampshire, back in by virtue of that injury to Ben Cliff. He's played that typically whippy shot as he does when it's up there on his legs, but it's going to be a leg by down to fine leg to get him moving from one end to the other. 2 for 86 now for Duffy. He'll bowl better than this, I'm sure, for Worcestershire. But that was a big wicket in the context of the match, wasn't it, with Milan on 98. Yorkshire still 4 short of another batting point.
There's just signs of a little bit of swing with this new ball.
He's in again.
Just offering.
And a nip as well, maybe.
Just a little bit.
Past Bess. 2 to come in the over, then I'll nip out for a little bit. Give you all a break from the
just going, isn't it?
Voice, yeah.
Just beginning to offer in the air, so 3 slips.
Duffy then makes his way in again, that purposeful sort of run up, and nicely driven, lovely shot by Bess, just a little bit over pitch this time by Duffy. Exemplary cover drive from Don Bess takes his score to 5, and that means a 3rd Yorkshire batting point. 350 on the board. Still got plenty of time to bring about some more. It's just the wickets column that's not looking great at this stage.
And this is what often happens when the bowler, the fast bowler Duffy's just seen a little bit of swing for a couple of balls before he just slightly over pitched to look for that swing.
And then drags one wide of off stump. Final ball of the 83rd. So 350 for 7. Bess on 5. Thompson on 0. And Shawsey will step into my chair for a few minutes. Bring Frank back in. Duffy now 15 overs, no maidens, 2 for 90, and the no maidens, I guess, and maybe the 90 as well, tells you that though he has got a couple of wickets, he has, I think, Frank, proved fairly expensive, and as I just said, I think he'll have better days with the ball.
Yeah, I'm absolutely certain of that. I also agree with Paul that he's just got it to go a little bit, that second new ball, and although he got driven through the covers, he won't worry too much about that, because you've got to pitch it up. Don't mind getting driven once or twice if you find the edge a couple of times. Tom Taylor, meanwhile, will share the new ball, and he beats Jordan Thompson, the new batsman, outside the off stump with his first ball of this spell from the Howard stand end. So Worcestershire just delaying taking the new ball, but when they did, it produced the result they wanted, as Milan succumbed, having played really well for his 98. As I said earlier, I don't think it's one of the best innings he's ever played in his life, I'm sure, but I'm not saying he didn't play well, but it wasn't vintage. Taylor bowls and Thompson pushes out on the offside. There were some cracking shots in it, and he held things together. But I bet he'll look back on it as an almost 100, where he just went out and did his job. It wasn't one of the greatest innings he'll ever play, but he just delivered for his side, and that's what you want your top order to do. A really good effort. Tom Taylor round the wicket to the left-handed Jordan Thompson bowls, and Thompson beaten again outside the off. He's gone past the outside edge a lot, Taylor, today. Even this morning he went past Lyth and Finley Bean early on quite a few times. Didn't do a great deal, just held its line, but Jordan Thompson just playing inside it. It's a good delivery from Taylor. I feel he's deserved more than one wicket, I think, today.
I'm just sensing that there's a bit more of a spring in the step of the Worcestershire.
Definitely, yeah.
Feel there's 3 slips. They've seen the new ball move around a little bit. They've got the wicket. I think they're sensing picking up 2 or 3 quick wickets here.
Taylor bowls. It's pushed out on the offside. I agree entirely with that. And I look at the board, and I think there's 12 overs left. And I think if I were Jake Libby or Gareth Roderick, I'd be thinking, well, by all means, wrap this up, but let's maybe do it after 10 overs rather than after 5. Because it's not any they don't care, they're pros, but it's not any fun, is it, coming in for that horrible little spell at the end of the day when you've been fielding all day. Taylor round the wicket, in bowls, and Thompson plays a nice shot, cutting it away on the offside, but good bit of fielding out there on the wide third man boundary by Ed Pollock, the substitute, still taking boys' prize. And when he does field in games he plays, he's usually in the slips. So, not one of those where you see him pick it up and throw it in and you know immediately who it is.
No.
So, single to Thompson, takes him on off the mark, and Donbass on strike against Taylor for the first time. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Maybe bang on in short at him. Taylor is in, bowls, this one's full, best drives up to mid-off. And Worcestershire, at the end of that over, 351 for 7. Paul, just thinking, if they could wrap this up under 400, I feel they've come back pretty well from 302 for 4.
Absolutely, and then they're looking at they've actually had a decent day, or certainly a decent afternoon to come back into this game, and then it'd be a case of starting well against the new ball as a batting unit, wouldn't it? But they've certainly, I think, in certain phases of today, I think they've bowled really well. Just probably not consistently all the way through.
Every time they've managed to get a bit of control, they've allowed it to evaporate at some point. Yeah, I agree with that. And
if they get it in good areas here, good areas, let the ball just do a little bit, they could be in the game.
Yeah. Good pitch. I mean, it's decent. Chances of them getting runs as well, you would think, as this one's fired across the left-handed Thompson by Duffy, but he's bowling with good pace again. And as I said this morning, I think, in all fairness to a overseas bowler who's played white ball cricket in recent weeks and then flown halfway around the world and got off the plane on Tuesday at some point, to expect him to come out this morning and hit his straps is probably asking a bit too much. He's in now and he bowls, and that's good pace. Takes Thompson on the thigh pad. There might have been a bit of bat in that. He tries to work it away on the leg side. Donbass sends him back as Thompson's thinking about a single. 85th over of the day, 11 left after this. Worcestershire won the toss, put Yorkshire in with the hope of making early inroads. It wasn't to be. 55 added for the first wicket. Finley Bean and Adam Lyth. Lyth in particular played well. Thompson is in again and bowls. That's a lovely shot from Thompson. I say Thompson. Duffy in and bowls. Thompson clipping an over-pitch delivery on leg stump through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot for a man who's just come to the crease, number 9.
Times this beautifully, doesn't it? Just lets the ball come on to him, and just clips it away through mid-wicket for a well time. 4 runs.
So yeah, Bean the first out for 19. Wharton made 44. Lyth 67, Bairstow 7. Given out when he didn't hit it. Very unlucky. As, this one goes across Thompson, who plays at it. Taken by Roderick, and there's no run. And then Hill 63, Luxton 25, and Milan 98. We've seen three particularly good innings today. I thought Adam Lyth's was excellent when it was possibly difficult early on, and we were all surprised when he eventually was out, because he looked as though he was dead set and played very, very well. I thought James Wharton played beautifully this morning, timed the ball very well, and of course David Milan, who kind of held things together through the second half of this innings. That's another slightly over-pitched delivery from Duffy, and it's driven into the offside by Thompson, but straight to Jake Libby at extra cover. Lovely evening as we look out over the rooftops of Leeds city centre, far end. It's been a really beautiful April day. I don't think I can ever remember an April day much better than this, to be honest, in terms of weather and temperature. Absolutely glorious. Duffy in, bowls, and Thompson drives, thickish, sort of outside edge, a bit harsh to say that. It's kind of squirted away quite hard behind square on the offside. Threw the hands at it, didn't control it that much, but all along the ground. Finch Fields, 2 runs, end of the over. Thompson 7, Bess has 5. 357 for 7. And 11 overs left in the day. So whatever happens, they'll be somewhere up near 400, you would think. They're not playing as if they just want to occupy the crease. They're playing as though they want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. I think we might well see a wicket or two in this next 11 overs.
The other Yorkshire batter that would be slightly disappointed not to go on, who did play well, was young George Hill.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
very fluent.
Off 82.
Very fluent. Probably as fluent as anybody, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. As Taylor bowls outside the off stump to Bess. Yeah, it was remiss of me not to mention him, and he did. He played as well as anybody. And the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people have played pretty fluently tells you that it is a decent pitch. And you can remember, when you look down the card, you can remember really good shots from all of those players.
Yeah.
And Johnny Bairstow probably be even more annoyed because of that, because he would have fancied it had he got in. He had a bit of luck. He inside edge one past the stumps, and he played and missed a couple of times. Taylor in bowls, Best drives up to mid on. But had he got in on this pitch, one imagines that he would have been pretty purposeful, as he always is. And he was unlucky to be a judge caught behind when he didn't hit the ball. It appeared to come off his body, and he was dismayed. Dragged himself off in the end, but it was hard for him. I think he wants to do well. Obviously, Taylor bowls and Bess is forward, plays defensively out on the onside. In fact, I was talking to the former Worcestershire captain Joe Leach yesterday, I think it was, and he said, you know, now working for the PCA and going around doing all the pre-season stuff, talking to the players about their union and what it can do for them and so on. And he said, you know, I've just got this idea that Johnny Bairstow is going to return to Headingley and do something really special. And I think, no doubt, Johnny's probably got that same idea himself, really, and who can blame him? Taylor in again, bowls, Best drive sweetly, but only as far as Finch at mid-off, and there's no run. 357 for 7. And of course it could still happen in the second innings, but his innings cut short today by an umpiring error, shall we say, on Mark Newell. And it happens, and I don't think we should be too critical. And even that one last week at Taunton, when there were all sorts of things said on social media and so on. Let's break off as Taylor bowls, and Bess is beaten. That's a good one outside the off stump. Might just have to have a look at that one again on the replay. But there were all sorts of things said about umpire Martin Saggers and you know, worst decision ever and all this kind of thing. I'm talking about the Brett D'Oliveira LBW at Taunton. Well, you know, say what you like, we all make mistakes, and in the heat of the moment, or for whatever reason, it appears that he did make a mistake. Didn't do a lot, did it? That
No.
just played inside it. Done Bess. Taylor is in and bowls, and Bess pushes out on the onside and gets a single, which means he'll keep the strike because that's the end of the over. 358 for 7. But yeah, just, you know, human error, and
Happens,
we
doesn't
have to forgive it, I think.
Going back to what you mentioned about the pitch, I think it has been a decent pitch all day.
Yeah.
Bit of grass on it. It is a little bit greener, but that helps that carry. And what I've liked is when the bowlers have got the ball in the right areas, it's just done a little bit, hasn't it? So if you're consistent, you can get some benefits from it. But from a batting perspective, if you get your feet apart, get forward, get back, hit the ball under your eyes,
you can trust it.
Good
you can
value
trust the
funds.
pitch. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's because of that a good
cricket pitch.
Good cricket pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Jacob Duffy from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls, and Don Best gets a single down to third man. Yeah, and I think obviously you've got to wait until later in the game before you can say it was a brilliant cricket pitch, but if it flattens out too much, then maybe not. But they've left a bit of grass on with a view to trying to make it more of an even contest, and I think it has been. I think it's been really good. Worcestershire haven't bowled badly, they haven't bowled as well as they might have done, and several people, as we've said, have got in and played well, and it's a good pitch, really good pitch, I think. Jacob Duffy in, bowls, and that's wide, and Thompson cuts at it. It didn't bounce very much, actually, not perhaps getting as much carry as he did this morning. Skids through quite low to Gareth Roderick, who's kept wicket very tidily, as he generally does. No byes. He's taken 1, 2, 3 catches. One of them a really good one, diving high to his right, goalkeeper style, and he's been very tidy. The catching's been all right, actually. They caught well in the slips. Ben Allison caught a good one, and we saw Ethan Brooks catch a decent one there to get rid of Milan. They've done okay. Here comes Duffy again round the wicket. Bowls, and that's short, and Thompson cuts, but straight to Libby at backward point in his characteristic position. Hit that nicely, hit it hard.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the wicket-keeper, Roderick. The way he's caught the ball, his head and hands are often in line, and his footwork, as you mentioned first thing this morning, his footwork has been excellent today.
Yeah, he's a good keeper. He's not flashy at all, very dependable. Here comes Duffy again round the wicket, steered by Thompson down to third man, just gets a single. 360 for 7. Yeah, when Worcestershire only offered Ben Cox a white ball contract and he opted to go to Leicestershire, having been the #1 keeper for a good long period, there were a lot of people who were dismayed and a lot of people who disagreed with the decision. But I think Roderick's form since then has explained where the management were coming from when they made that decision. He's done very, very well. Duffy is in and bowls, and there's a good shout, and that is out. LBW, Don Best looks disappointed, but umpire O'Shaughnessy absolutely certain about that one. And I thought from here, as much as you do, that it looked a good shout. We're going to watch the replay now as Duffy comes in and bowls, and back leg might have been a bit high, possibly, I don't know, but Don Best isn't the biggest, and the 8th wicket is down. Just going back to the wicketkeeper situation, and Gareth Roderick since then has, as I said this morning, kept in every game of every competition and done a very, very good, competent job. Ben Cox continues to be a brilliant wicketkeeper for Leicestershire, and he's playing red and white ball cricket for them, and that makes it a good decision for him as well. Don Best then, LBW to Jay Duffy for 7. Duffy's 3rd wicket, and the 8th wicket goes down. Ben Code is the new batsman, and Worcestershire striking back quite nicely in this final session, and 360 for 8 now. Thompson on 8, Code the new man, and I just wonder whether Worcestershire, what have we got? 9 left in the day. We might end up with a nasty little 2 or 3 over session tonight, JD, but we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe. Or you could be reckoning without the code blade.
Yeah.
You could have a bit of fun, Ben.
Yeah, could be.
With the ball coming onto the bats, although, well, we'll see against the pace of Duffy.
Well, we could still have the code blade and still lose the 2 wickets and still have a little session.
Yeah.
At the end, I suppose.
If you don't mind, I'll just pick it up from here.
Yeah,
I've
of
got
course.
An update and
Yeah,
I'm not
no.
entirely sure what time they'll come.
Absolutely fine.
Bang on top of the show. They might go straight across your commentary. So it's Duffy to Code, who from the crease drops that out square on the offside. And there's no run then to complete that 87th over. So stand by your beds, folks. There's going to be an update live on BBC Radio Leeds. You may or may not have noticed, but there are few, barely any of those anymore from the 21 that I used to do a day when I first started in 2019. But we're still going to have regular ones around about this time of day. Quick summary of what's been going on. Duffy 17 overs, no maidens, 3 for 98. Jordan Thompson, well, 9 overs. If he tees off, it's the sort of occasion that Tomo enjoys. Sun shining, ball coming on, a crowd in as well, and maybe just a little bit of freedom now because there's just the 2 wickets left. Flexes at the knee, in comes Taylor, and Jordan runs that one backward of point. Matthew Waite doing the fielding, picks up 1. Jordan on to 9. If it's in his half, it could go. Same principle applies ready to Ben Code. There are 3 slips in place, waiting for an opportunity. As Duffy is moved up from the 3rd man boundary to point. The man in a long leg as well, Matthew Waite. Taylor over the wicket. Code flicks to leg. Straight to the man at mid-on, no run. Great time to develop hiccups. Just before an update. Yorkshire 361 for 8. That'll probably be the most fluent update I've ever done. Before you say it, you two. Here's Taylor again, and Code. Well, a big swipe really across the line. He's ended up getting, I think, an inside edge on that down through fine leg for 4, but he'll take it. He's off the mark, 365 for 8. And 8.5 overs remaining. That run rate's been slightly under, slightly over 4, but it's been thereabouts now for quite some time today. And this over is pretty much the same. Here's the update though.
Yorkshire's County Championship match against Worcestershire. We can get the latest from our Yorkshire commentator, Jonathan Dodd.
Hi Catherine, yeah, it's been a pretty good day for Yorkshire. They were put into bat this morning by Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira on winning the toss, and they made 55 for the first wicket. Finlay Bean 19 of those. James Wharton a pleasant 44. Adam Lyth a good 67 before he gave that one away, and then a pretty awful decision to see the back of Johnny Bairstow for just a 7. George Hill played fluently for 63. Will Luxton 25, and Dan Land, the key knock of the day really, 98 he made before he was out. Caught by Brooks at slip off the bowling of Duffy. Don Best, the most recent man to go, he's just gone for 7. They're 365 for 8 at the moment. Jordan Thompson on 9, Ben Code on 4. Still 8 overs and 1 ball remaining today. It could mean that if Yorkshire rolled a couple of uneasy overs for the Worcestershire openers. But the pitch has played pretty well out there. We've had unbroken sunshine throughout the day. It's been just a lovely day for cricket, Catherine, and we've been entertained. 365 for 8 Yorkshire still in their first innings on day 1.
Super. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Not a hiccup in sight.
Taylor to code. Look at that. He's put his foot straight down the pitch to a ball well wide of off stump, and he's tried to smash that one away off the first tee again, but missed out. 8 overs to go then, 88 gone. 365 for 8. As I was just saying, well, I think as we both said, could be an uneasy couple of overs if they do lose a couple of quickies here, but also at the same time, if there's a few connections from this pair, there might be, they might skip on another 30 or 40 fairly quickly. It wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, bowler's just got to be very, very focused on getting it in the right place. Jacob Duffy will be thinking exactly that now as he runs up and bowls, and Jordan Thompson heaves this away on the leg side, but there's a good diving by Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on. The perfect scenario for the Worcestershire openers is that they pick up these wickets. And there's just a couple of overs to go when the last one goes down and they don't have to come out in the morning. Guess where I used to bat? Round the wicket comes Duffy to the left-handed Thompson. He bowls, and that's short and wide, and Thompson throws his hands at it and misses it. You're on red alert if you're a slipper at the moment, I think, because if it comes, it's going to come quick. Both these batsmen with fast hands looking to whack it, and if they get an edge, it'll take some catching. But it makes for an entertaining end to the day as the shadows lengthen.
I also think third man and pointer
could
in the
easily
game,
be in the game, especially with Duffy bowling. He was in there and bowls, and that, well, there's 4 hammered away on the offside. No, it's not 4. It's back to, nearly. I was going to say it's not 4 because Jake Libby got round to field it, and then he fumbled it and it ran behind him, but he picked it up just inside the rope in front of his own favourite net out there from which he rescued the ball earlier. So 2 to Thompson, 367 for 8. It's a good scenario, this, because you've got a bowler who, Duffy, who started badly. He could end up with a 5 if he were to pick up these last couple. But if he's off his mark at any point, these batters will take him on, and Thompson's hammered this one away on the leg side, and this time it is 4. It's 1 bounce as Kashif ran round to fetch it, and as JD said, we could suddenly see the scoreboard racing along, and Thompson's gone to 15. It's 371 for 8. So you've got to get the ball in the right place. You've got to be focused, and if you don't, you think you might well get punished, and that puts pressure on the bowler, which is exactly what these two are trying to do. Just stay focused. I'd be looking for a Yorker, I think, as he comes in, and he does. That's a cracking shot. It doesn't quite get it right. It's full and straight, almost there, almost what he wanted, but just enough length on it for Thompson to throw his hands through it, and 4 more. So cracking stuff from the Yorkshire left-hander. 375 for 8.
And Thompson's moved on to 19 not out, cordon for partnership of 15.
What would you do if you were Brett D'Oliveira? Interesting conundrum. Duffy is in again. Bowls, bouncer, and Thompson hammers this away. That's going to be 6. That's gone all the way. Not the longest boundary, cleared it comfortably. Good stuff from Jordan Thompson. He's on 25 at the end of the over, 381 for 8. And that next batting point suddenly looking well within reach. 7 overs left in the day. Code is on 4. Not the best over from Jacob Duffy. 18 overs, no maidens. 3 for 114 now for the Kiwi. That was a good shot from Jordan Thompson, he's a good number 9. Yes. He's not the best. He's loose from time to time. There's not a huge amount of footwork, but he's got a good eye, fast hands, and confidence. I just wonder whether he should bring Ben Allison on, who doesn't bowl at the same pace, but might just have a little bit more control. But then again, you might argue that he's a good pace to hit. I don't know. But he bowled well this morning. I thought Allison and Taylor this morning were the combination that probably applied the most control. Here's Taylor bowling to Code, who basically just stands and swings, doesn't he? Very little foot movement, but gets a good contact with it. There's been some loud jets going over today, hasn't there? Another one just goes right overhead. Beautiful evening. Taylor did his own bowling, I should have said, as that one went back at him quite hard. 21 they've added now. Bit of a change in the field, 2 slips. Man going out to deep backward point, and a third slip going into mid-wicket. So 2 slips, 4 saving one, 2 on either side, and the rest fairly well spread as Taylor is in and bowls. And there is another swish from Code, and he misses it, and through it goes to Gareth Roderick. So no secret to the way that Ben Code's going about this. Batting like a man who fancies having a bowl.
I just noticed Thompson's just had a little walk down the pitch and
so get one.
Words of advice, yeah. Just get down
Get one. Taylor, what will he be looking for? The Yorker maybe. He's in and bowls, and Code just pushes out on the offside. They practice Yorkers all the time for the end of white ball games, and I just wonder at times like this why they don't resort to that and just try and get it in there. I think Duffy did, to be fair, with that one that Thompson drove straight down the ground. Of course, if you miss, it's very hittable. Taylor again turns, moves in straight towards us, over the wicket, bowls, and Code slices away down to third man. Duffy fields. Thompson is on strike. Now, Thompson in the mood. 25 off 22 so far with 3 4s and a 6. Brett D'Oliveira dispatches Jake Libby to the mid-wicket boundary.
Taylor's going to come around the wicket here.
Taylor's going to come around the wicket to try and stop him getting his arms free, which is good. But I suspect Thompson will engineer a way to swing his arms one way or another anyway. He waits. Taylor is in, bowls to him. Actually, that's a decent shot. He just clips it up to mid-on. And good running. Goes through for a quick single. That batting point now is crucial, I think, for Yorkshire. And they're still in with a chance of more, but the next one is 17 runs away, 383 for 9. And if these two stay together, they'll get it tonight. 6 overs left after this. Run rate 4.26. We take it for granted these days, a run rate of over 4. But there was a time when it was very rare that you'd see that. Short boundary on one side, good pitch, but even so, been very positive throughout this innings, Yorkshire. Taylor is in and bowls, and pushed out on the onside by Code. End of the over. In the circumstances, that was a pretty good over from Tom Taylor. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 46, his figures. And it's 383 for 8 with 6 left in the day.
Yeah, dangerous time this, isn't it, for Worcester? They got they're back in the game and looking just to get the last 2 wickets, but the Thompson and Code are both dangerous in their own way. They're left and right-handed batters, but both very, very different, and both playing with freedom, looking to get quick runs.
Well, I suggested he might turn to Ben Allison. The other option I almost suggested was Matthew Waite. I thought maybe Matthew Waite, having bowled 13 overs, 1 for 35, he might have sort of done his work for the day. But that is where D'Oliveira turns, and that's a good shout, I think. In many ways, probably has been as good a bowler as anybody today for Worcestershire. And he's in now. Thompson cuts his first ball for 4 though. Just given a bit of width, bit of a loosener. And Thompson's really putting the bowlers under pressure now with those fast hands and that good eye. And that was a cracking shot. Really, really nicely played. Square of the wicket on the offside. Jordan Thompson races to 30. You've got to keep your head now as a bowler. Just got to stay focused. Keep it calm, get the fielders where you want them, have a plan, and not, I think, particularly give Jordan Thompson any room. And that's what Waite didn't do actually this morning. Bowled particularly straight, didn't he? Well, all day really, at Milan as well. Didn't get cut very often at all. But Thompson more likely to back away and give himself room as well. He waits now. And Waite is in and bowls to him. And that one does tuck him up a little bit. Much better line from Waite. He just turns it on the leg side, closes the face. Even the way that Jordan Thompson is taking guard at the moment. High back lift, banging the bat down in the crease is aggressive and purposeful, and says to the bowler, come on, come at me. And good little game within a game taking place here. 387 for 8, 13 for the next batting point. Here's Matthew Waite in, bowls. Thompson goes for a big swing, doesn't time it. It ends up looping up really and fielded at mid-off, or just behind the bowler really, by Duffy. And Matthew Waite stands at the end of his run. Probably didn't say much, but scratches his head in frustration really, because he'd almost done him there with a little change of pace.
Partnership 27.
Yeah,
already.
In no time really. Yeah, in 3.5 overs, 3 overs. Yeah. Well, Jonathan called it, said they could do some damage in a short space of time. It's all part of the game.
Mid wickets going out.
Yeah, the field is pretty well spread now, I think it's fair to say, especially on the leg side. 4 men on the leg side boundary. Thompson probably got a single there if he wants to take it, as Waite comes in and bowls. And instead he drives on the offside and gets a single. No more than that, as Ethan Brooks comes round to do the fielding. 2 balls left in the over for Waite to bowl at the right-hander, which is what he will prefer, one imagines. 388 for 8, 22 extras in this innings, 8 leg byes, 2 wides and 12 no balls. That's 6 separate no balls, each worth 2. No byes. All the wickets bar 1 have been caught. The LBW, the last one to go. Matthew Waite in now to bowl to Ben Code. Bowls, and Code is rather uncomfortably just in behind that, pushes down on the leg side. Waite will have 1 more ball in this over to try and make the breakthrough. Then there'll be 4 left in the day. 1 more and Libby and Roderick will be happy they won't have to bat tonight. But this is a frustrating little partnership for Worcestershire. Took the 8th wicket with a score on 360. 388 for 8. Waitey is in, bowls, and that's a lovely drive from Code, given width, unfortunately, by Waite. And Code just drives through extra cover for 4. 392 for 8. And just having fought their way back into it, Worcestershire just finding it slipping away from them again. And there's a little meeting of the Brains Trust. D'Oliveira, Hose and Roderick about what to do next.
Yeah, Waite just strayed his line there, didn't he? Gave the batter Code a fair bit of room outside the off stump just to freeze hands, get into the ball as such. So he'll be disappointed with the end of that over, but what it does do, it gives Thompson the opportunity to take strike against Taylor.
5 overs left in the day. Taylor comes in round a wicket to bowl to Jordan Thompson, who steers him down to 3rd man where Waite is fielding, and they get a single. So Taylor will have the right-hander Code and the lesser of the 2 batsmen in his sights. Code, for all that, will give it a swish and try and get that 400, which is not far away. 393 for 8. Code on 9. Taylor is into him and he bowls, and he does throw his hands at it, squirts it through extra cover. Not convincing, but it'll bring him 2 runs. Warmly applauded by the Yorkshire faithful. They were enjoying this little. It's always fun when a couple of tail-enders come in and put back to ball with purpose, and you see the frustration of the opposition. It's been a below par day for Worcestershire, not a disastrous day by any means, but a day that they will feel could have gone a bit better. They haven't really done it. They haven't missed any chances. They haven't dropped any catches, but they've just perhaps been a little bit wayward. Taylor bowls. Well, that would have gone over the football stand if Code had hit it, but it was a no ball, so 2 more added to the total, and we're nearly there for that extra batting point. It's the 7th time that a bowler has overstepped today, and that's a little bit too many, I would think, from a Worcestershire point of view. Code, can he bring up the 400? Taylor is in, bowls to him, and he can bring up the 400. Not much foot movement again, but over pitch from Taylor and driven through the covers for 4. So the 400 is up, 401 for 8, and the next batting bonus point is registered for Worcestershire. For Yorkshire, Worcestershire still need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points, and you shouldn't lose if you get 400 in the first innings. I always think, and that might be the feeling in the Yorkshire dressing room as well.
And the partnership between Thompson and Code now moves
goes
on
to
to
41. Yeah, which is very annoying from a Worcestershire point of view. Taylor is in and bowls, and oh, that's up in the air. Code looking to hit it on the leg side. It's gone over backward point and down to 3rd man for a couple. Tom Taylor will not be enjoying this. It's very annoying, isn't it? I think Brett D'Oliveira's got the right 2 bowlers on at the moment, but just got to hope that just keep it in the right place and somebody will take a chance too many. 403 for 8, 43 is the partnership. Taylor bowls, and that will driven again by Code into the covers and Libby Fields. At the end of this over, Paul, I'm going to ask you to just keep going for a few seconds because I've got to nip away and do just a very, very quick update for BBC Hereford and Worcester, because otherwise I might it might be too late for the end of the evening show. I like to try and leave it as late as I can, but 4 overs to go after this one. I'll do it then. Here's Taylor, last ball of the over. He's in, bowls, and Code is working this one nicely up to mid-on. And that is the end of the over. So 4 overs remaining in the day. 403 for 8 is the total. These two have added 43. Thompson has 32, Code has 17.
Yeah, so far it's been a good day's cricket here at Headingley. Yorkshire having amassed 403 for 8 with just 4 overs left. The 8 wickets, of course, taken by the Worcestershire attack that have bowled really well in certain phases of the day, and then when they've had Yorkshire under a little bit of pressure at certain times, and they've occasionally just bowled the loose ball, which has enabled Yorkshire and the Yorkshire batting unit to release any pressure that was being built. We've seen some wonderful knocks as the day's gone on. Lyth, I thought, played very well today, as did a number of other players, including Wharton, 44 off 63, Milano, a wonderful 98 off 133, and Hill with 63 off 82, who looked in particularly fluent form today. As Waite runs into ball to Thompson, and Thompson's got hold of that one. Oh, he has. He's picked that one up. 6 runs into the east stand. What a wonderful strike there is. He's picked the length superbly well, got into position really quickly, and managed to strike that ball for 6 runs. and the score moves on to 409 for 8, as this has been a partnership already of 49 between Thompson and Code. Thompson on 38 and Code on 17, so a dangerous finish to the day from a Worcestershire perspective as Waite runs into ball. Goes a slower ball outside the off stump, and that ball goes through to Roderick, the wicket keeper. 409 for 8 as the shadows just cast across onto the outfield over the western terrace here at Headingley. Been a beautiful day. This famous stadium has been developed over the years, and redeveloped, should I say, and it's been wonderful to see the sun shine over the city of Leeds and Headingley as Waite balls again, and slower ball just outside the off stump as Thompson plays and misses, and the ball goes through second bounce to Roderick, the wicket keeper, who's I think kept pretty well today, shown quite a lot of good footwork as he's kept, and good glove work, and just as the game's got on, he's just looking a little bit tired perhaps in this last 15 minutes or so, as Waite turns 3 balls left in the over and runs into ball to Thompson, who picks the length of that and pulls it off the back foot out to mid-wicket boundary, and picks up 1 run. The score moves on to 410 for 8, and the partnership of 50 between Thompson on 39 and Code on 17. A very dangerous partnership this is for the Worcestershire bowling unit. And contributions, interesting contributions from both batters, 31 and 17 from Code, so wonderful to see for the Yorkshire faithful as Waite turns and runs in again to ball to the right-handed Code, who picks that ball up, picks the length well, rocks onto the back foot and pulls it in front of square on the leg side for just 1 run.
Keep going, Paul, you're doing a great job. Keep going. Excellent commentary. As I nipped away to do my final report, which may be too long. I'm just going to find out whether I've got to do it again. Trying to fit too much in, as you can imagine. It's been a lot. There's a lot happened really, and it's turned again, hasn't it, in this last 15 minutes or so. Just when you thought Worcestershire had got themselves a bit back into it, slipped away again.
Let's pick that one up again, Thompson. Out to deep square leg, just 1 run, and the score moves on to 412 for 8. Thompson on 40, Code on 18, partnership of 52.
Yeah, very good from these two, and Jonathan coming back in. Maybe Paul move over to here in a minute when Jonathan's in, and I'll slip away and find out whether I've overdone my word limit on my last update. 412 for 8, but you called it, Jonathan, when these two came together and said they could do some damage. I think what they've also done is they've reinforced that this is a pretty good pitch, and you can come in and, you know, if you chance your arm, there's a fair chance that you're not going to be undone by excessive movement one way or another. And they've both timed it well, particularly Thompson.
Thanks, Frank. Yep, Ben Allison's going to have another go, trying to finish this partnership off. It'll be an hour frustration, won't it, for Worcestershire. 88 overs and 5 balls when the previous wicket went, so they've got 52 in very quick time here. I make it 93 overs on the board, so I think that's about 4 overs and a ball as Jordan Thompson runs it down to Matthew Waite at third man for a single. I told you earlier on that I was going to read you this diatribe with regard to interviews. The interviews I do interviews at the end of every day's play, or most days' play, and they go up on the BBC Sounds app. So if you want to sort of keep up to date with what the players and coaching staff are saying about performances or days within performances, then the new home for your Yorkshire County Cricket Club content, you just search for The Cricket Show on the BBC Sounds app. You'll find all the interviews, features and analysis that we bring you on BBC Radio Leeds. Allison is in, Code's got underneath it, he's going to get away with it again. He's chipped it out wide of Finch at mid-off, and we'll pick up 2. So BBC Sounds app, hit the subscribe button. That'll make sure you don't miss any of the interviews. Turn on your notifications, and then we can let you know when there's something new for you to listen to. BBC Sounds out the new place for all your Yorkshire County Cricket Club interviews and other features that we bring you on BBC Radio Leeds. Just search for The Cricket Show on the app and hit subscribe, as I say, and turn on your notifications, and you will pick up all those interviews and the cricket show itself, which of course goes out on Thursday nights. That's back again this year, as Code's just got a leg by down to the third man area. So we've got an hour's cricket show, 6 till 7 every Thursday evening, chaired by Jamie Rayner, my colleague at BBC Radio Leeds. Don Bess is going to be a regular feature on that. We had Johnny Tattersall on last week when I was down at Southampton. I'll be on it quite a lot, including I think next Thursday night when we're up at Durham, as Alison's latest delivery is down the leg side of Jordan Thompson. So just to reiterate, BBC Sounds app, search for The Cricket Show, and do subscribe and hit those notifications, and any new episodes that go on and any new interviews like tonight, for example, you will find one with David Milan, because I've already just done that down on level 3 about his 98. Obviously happy with the way he played for most of it, but frustrated to get out when he did. Jordan Thompson runs that one square on the offside. And without giving away all the content of the interview, just to say that he did feel that they'd kind of gone nowhere for about 12 overs before he got out. So the rest of it you'll be able to pick up on BBC Sounds. Ken Lashley, good afternoon to you. Says Yorkshire should have a thrash now. If they get up to 400, it's a bonus. If not, they can have a couple of overs at Worcestershire. Well, they're not going to get to do that because there's only 1 ball left before there is 2 overs remaining. But they have had the thrash, Ken. So good shout. 417 for 5. Good return for a few minutes cricket, 50 odd. As Code whacks the last ball of the over straight back to Allison. End of it. Sorry, Shawsey, I've not been talking to deliberately stop you from doing so, but I was asked to get that BBC Sounds message out there, so there you go, I've done it.
417 for 8 with just 2 overs left in of play today, and Thompson on 42, Code on 20, the partnership 57. Very, very useful partnership at the end of day 1 for Yorkshire side, no doubt about that. The left-handed Thompson being brutal with anything too full or too short, and Code having free rein really to try and strike the ball where possible. As I say, the partnership of 57's put Yorkshire into a really good position as we work towards the end of day 1.
Tom Taylor in and bowling to Jordan Thompson from the Kirkstall Lane end, and JT runs it down to third man. I mentioned earlier I was talking to Stephen Julie, Jordan's mum and dad, earlier on. Birthday today for Julie, so I think her and Steve might already be out on the town. Certainly weren't down on the 3rd floor just now when I went down. So happy birthday to Julie.
Did, not wanting to steal any of your thunder from Milan's interview, but did he mention the pitch at all? Did he mention that?
He mentioned trampoline bounce. Said it was good carry. But obviously happy to have put 400 on the board when being asked to bat first. And that's turned square on the leg side by Code for a single. And they've still got ample time to get to another batting point. 110 overs. of course, the limit, so 15 and a bit more to get another 31 runs, and if these two bat for 15 overs together, have a fair bit more than that, you would have thought. Taylor is in, bowling to Thompson, pushed out on the offside, no run. Just felt like it was a Tomo day, as I said, when he came in, sun shining, crowd in, and the ball seemingly coming on more than probably on most pitches at this time of year. That was a very slow one last week, for example, down at Southampton. 9 balls left in the day. Taylor to Thompson. Pushes into the offside for Brooks to field. No run. Jordan on 43 from just the 39 deliveries. 4 fours and a couple of sixes. I wonder what Worcestershire will collectively think about their day when they have the chat in a few minutes' time. Thompson pushes into the offside, no run. They'll know that they've got a task on their hands here. I think that's the least you can say about it, with Yorkshire having made over 400 first up. So they're going to have to bat well in the first instance in that first innings.
Yeah, I think with Worcester winning the toss and putting Yorkshire in on what looked like a green top, and it did do a little bit, they'll be disappointed that Yorkshire's amassed 419 for 8 today. It's only really the last hour where this dangerous partnership of 59 has been...
Yep, full length delivery whipped off the legs by Jordan Thompson. It has been kept in the field of play down at long leg, and they're back for 2.
But yeah, as I was saying, it's only this last hour in this last partnership. There's been really good partnerships throughout the day, but it's this last one where you sense that heads have dropped just a little bit with the Worcestershire fielding unit and bowling unit, but that's completely understandable because 8 wickets have been taken. They've done lots of the hard work, but a couple of quick wickets with the second new ball as such. So yeah, they'd have been thinking probably less than 400 we can bowl them out here, and that's not been the case because of the Thompson Code partnership of now 61 runs, which has been incredibly useful. They're a dangerous pairing, aren't they? Quick runs down the order.
Yeah, yeah. If it's a going day, they are. Ben's got into the 20s. 21 he's got. Just 6 balls remaining in the day then. They're going to be bowled by Ben Allison, who's coming in now from the Howard stand end. And Code just working one to the leg side. There's no run. Yeah. Interesting day's cricket. Not that many times you turn up here for the first day of the season at Headingley with unbroken sunshine and a 400 plus score on the board from a team who's been put into bat. And I think while we certainly wouldn't want to take anything away from Worcestershire in terms of their effort out there, not going to say anything about that to the negative. Execution definitely hasn't always been there, or else the opposition wouldn't have 400 and odd on the board. As we see that one, there you go, on cue, mis-executed, slung down the leg side by Allison, but gets away with it, no run. But at a scoring rate of 4.42 and over, sustained throughout a 96 over day, you're a professional outfit. You're still going to be asking questions. What could we have done better there today? What can we do better second time around if we get that opportunity? As Code defends into the offside, no run. And Yorkshire, they've not been perfect themselves, have they? But they've been pretty good to put those on the board. Nobody's quite made it to 3 figures. For example, a few players who got going pretty well have still got out, but that's the game. Most wickets, as we know, are batter error. and they're always going to make them. Just helps if you've put a few on the board before you do, as Code flicks one away down to fine leg for a single. Take his score to 22. The total to 422 for 8. And there's been some healthy partnerships as we've gone through the day. Not least this one, 62 for the 9th wicket. Still going with 2 balls remaining in the day. Jordan Thompson, will he try and reach the half century before the day's out? Well, you're not going to rule that out. Flicks one off his legs. It's aerial for quite a while. It's got the legs, has it? Ooh, it would have had the legs to make it to the boundary. But well done, Jacob Duffy. He's been putting in, pumping the legs away since ball 1 of the day from this Kirkstall Lane end. Probably pretty tired, in particular after only a few days off the plane. But he got down well and kept Jordan to 2. So the last ball of this opening day. Allison round the wicket. Thompson waits, flexes at the knee, gets a full-length delivery, and he will have strike in the morning because he's flicked that one off his legs down to fine leg to move on to 48. The end of day 1 then of Yorkshire versus Worcestershire, and Yorkshire 425 for the loss of 8 wickets. Jordan Thompson will finish the day on 48. Ben Code on 22, a partnership so far with 65 runs. Your thoughts in summary of the day, Shawsey?
Yeah, it's been a good day for Yorkshire and what's been a beautiful sunny day here at Headingley, having been put into bat early this morning. They'll be absolutely delighted with their 425 to 8. For 8. What I would say is Adam Lythe's 67 off 118 really set the foundations for the innings. James Wharton, I thought, played really well for 44 off just 63 deliveries. David Milan just missed out on his 198. I thought it was a high-quality knock off 133 deliveries. And also George Hill, I thought, played beautifully today with 63 flow. And then the dangerous and very useful partnership of 65 between Thompson and Code at the end there has enabled Yorkshire to amass that total. And at times throughout the day, Worcestershire's been very much in the fight of this game, taking wickets at regular intervals within the day. But when they got back into the game and were taking wickets and was maintaining good accuracy and good lines and lengths, every now and then they just balled that free ball. And it's not until this partnership came together, as I mentioned, with Code and with Thompson, which has taken the game just a little bit away in this last hour of play here at Headingley. 9 bowlers used by the Worcestershire bowlers. So what they have done, they've looked to use different variations, different options, different types of bowlers to try and pick wickets and get wickets from this Headingley pitch here today, which I think has been a pretty good cricket pitch as we look across as they bring the covers out at the end of day 1.
Yep, so 425 for 8. We finished then shortly before 6:45 on day 1 with a full 96 overs bowled. Jordan Thompson 48 off 43, Ben Code 22 off 28. They can continue tomorrow morning with Jordan Thompson on strike. We will do the same 3 of us will be back tomorrow for day 2. But from Frank, from Shawsey, and from yours truly, we'll give you a wave and say bye for now. Hope you'll join us again tomorrow morning from just before the start of play.